believe not,
I
not
don't
believing
recall
something.
anyone.
It,
I
it,
don't
it is
recall
what it
anyone
is. It is
being
what
like
it
that
is.
though, mate. But
What
anyway,
happened?
so well, you're on a channel called Discord, so there's going to be some type of Discord, yeah, where people don't
Yeah,
agree and then they hash out their disagreements. That's what the whole channel's about.
yeah. Good
So if
point.
someone gets slightly passionate about what they're
But
saying, then
but
don't take it personally. Just that's the whole point of the thing. Like if you don't want to get into an argument about something, don't come onto
yeah,
Discord. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm talking like calmly. I didn't like disrespect someone who didn't disrespect me.
Yeah, I
Like
know, but if you can't separate your feelings,
Hold on. Did he disrespect you?
what?
Did he disrespect you? The guy you're talking to right now?
You, Elijah, you called me a fool at one point.
Okay, but before
That's
that,
disrespect.
did the other guy disrespect you?
What?
Did the other guy disrespect you that you were just talking to?
I mean, other
Yes or
than
no?
other than
This
you,
is the thing. This is the
other
thing
than
that
you,
made me call you.
not.
This is the thing that made me call you a fool because you're acting foolish. You understand that you were talking to someone before I interjected. I asked you if he disrespected you. Simple answer is yes or no.
Bro, I can't. I just can't hear you well because there are.
The simple answer is yes or no. Come on, it's easy.
Said other than you, no.
Yes, no.
Bro, bro, I told you. Other than you, no.
Okay, so what's the big deal?
What? What did you say?
What's the big deal?
What's the what? Bro, can you get
what's
closer
the
to the
big
mic?
deal? Yeah, what's the big
The big
deal?
deal of what? Bro, what happened? Like, let's start a fucking new page.
All right, so back to satellites. You said that it's density that explains satellites. Well, what do you think density is? Do you think define it for me?
Like, density is like
Do,
from
do
what
you
you
think
you are
density
all
for
saying
you is different than density for me or anyone else?
about density. We were talking about how we are stuck to the ground, like when walking
That's
or falling.
no,
We have more
that's
energy.
just no, that's just affirming the consequent disguised as a question. Because
What?
you're saying that the reason that we're not floating is because of gravity. If not that, then what's another reason? That's just you
Yeah, the other
committing a
reason.
fallacy.
The,
I know,
the
but
other
that's just
reason you
you.
guys said was this.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that is you committing a fallacy and trying to pose it as a question to me.
Which isn't my first language, so I'm
Okay, so do you know what a fallacy is? Let's start there.
the first.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to control you and guide you because English is not your first language. Is that okay?
You're gonna what?
Control you and guide you because English is not your first language. So I'm doing you a favor. Is that okay?
Control me and what?
So do you know what a fallacy is? My bad. Yeah, picking up pizza. Do you know what a fallacy is?
I mean, the host then you, but yeah.
I gotta unmute you. I'm sorry. This what happens.
I don't know what it is. Explain it to me. Bro. Yes, this conversation got boring, to be honest.
So now it's boring. So you don't even have an interest. Why should I put energy into teaching you about the fallacy that you committed?
I mean, you don't have to. I was talking about other things here before talking about flat Earth. Yes. I was talking about
And
other
what does that
topics
have to
before
do
flat
with
Earth too.
anything? We're not going to have a synopsis of what you had for breakfast, right? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I find it disrespectful that we're in the middle of a conversation. We were talking about density. You had made a statement. I challenged the statement. You said your English wasn't good. I said, well, do you know what a fallacy is? You said no. And now you're talking about the conversation is boring. You just wanted to talk about something else. I find that disrespectful.
Okay, you find that disrespectful? Disrespectful, yes. Elijah, you find that disrespectful? You don't have to continue the conversation with me. I will mute myself and listen to you. I am bored of this conversation.
But from the third part, like a listener, wanderer, there was a density question, and then some satellites
Well,
came in, wanderer, and
it
then some
was
satellite, and wanderer, and then some
sorry,
satellite,
sorry,
and then
sorry. I have
and
to
then
say
some
this first.
and then some
I have
satellites
to
came.
say this
And
first.
I now I'm speaking, if I can, 1 minute only. Like a third part, like a listener. It was speaking about
Okay, man.
density, and we said about density, about what is more dense and less dense, and about water and about plasma and about air. We spoke about that, and then you said something satellite, and then now question is what that has to do with anything to do that we can move from that point. Let's say, okay, satellites. What satellites are doing?
Satellites.
We didn't take in consideration.
About satellites, I was saying that satellites are made of metal and are very dense. Like, if they
Yeah,
are very dense, why
and
aren't
where
they falling to the ground?
and
Like,
where they
and
are,
they
where
and they don't look like they are attached to balloons or something.
okay, and where they are.
They are above the surface of Earth.
About that, and what they are doing about around the Earth? Are they are orbiting around the Earth?
Yeah, they're giving us
Okay,
the
that means they are
internet,
orbiting around.
and other things.
They are orbiting around the spherical Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah, that means that they have also photos of that.
bro, you don't need photos. Like, how do you think that we are?
Yeah, I'm
We have
saying that
internet.
satellites. Some of satellites also giving us photo that we can see that it's also sphere.
Are you saying that they didn't give us photos of satellites?
No, I'm asking you, does that satellite giving us pictures from the space?
Some do.
Okay, that means they are orbiting around the spherical Earth and give us pictures. That means that Earth on the ground is also spherical. If
Well, it depends.
if
It
the
depends
Earth,
on.
if Earth is spherical from the space, that then it's also spherical on the ground. Is that true?
Yeah, but you will have to cover a lot of distance to notice a curvature.
Of course. That's we are using dimensions. Do you know the dimensions of the Earth?
Like you said, it was 25,000
Yeah.
miles.
Yeah. And do you know how much you can see with your height with that given math?
About something foot, you said.
About something 3.5 miles, not more.
Bro, you told me about that, and I said, the evidence so far shows that Earth's surface is flat. Like, I didn't disagree with you here.
Evidence is showing that that surface is flat.
So far.
Hello?
That means it's not a globe.
Yeah, so far.
That's
Sounds
all
like
what
you
we
got
want to
Rod again.
That's all what we wanted to say to you here. Nothing else. Nobody wants to convince you about nothing. Nobody wants to push you in anything. Nobody wants to say you stupid idiot or whatever. That's only reality. What we observe and measure, and that's it, you know. And now, if you can live with that information, that's on you, you know. There is other stuff, you know, like rotation. You are not moving, but if you want to believe that you are moving, that's on you.
I mean, after that, I agreed with you. After that, we talked about gravity and some density, and the density. That's where all the discord happened. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't.
we told you about air. It's less dense, and that we are moving through the air. And whatever you pick up and throw in the air, it of course this will go down because it's more dense than air. That's so easy. There is no gravity. Gravity is something what is programmed in our minds. If you can accept that, and we think that it's some force or whatever what we learn in school or blah blah blah.
Yeah, I see your point. And Elijah, I have a hard time listening to him because there are people talking to him, so I was barely understanding him, to be honest. Like, that's why I couldn't talk very well with him. So yeah, about density and gravity.
So that's the thing. Gravity is, or people's conception of gravity is tied to if the Earth were a sphere, because there's no experiment or anything else other than the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. And then they do all this math and say, well, this is what it is, and yada yada yada. But there's no evidence of that because there's no evidence of the sphere. Because Sasha just told you about how, well, if you're going to plug in the numbers, the Earth appears flat. So if the Earth appears flat, can't have something that's supposed to be obstructing you not obstructing anything. So that's like me saying I have, you know, I have a Lamborghini car, and then I tell you it's in my garage. You come to my house and you see that there is no Lamborghini in my garage. You say, I thought you drove a Lamborghini. And I'm like, I do. And you're like, well, but where is it? And I'm like, well, you can't see it, but it's there. You're going to be like, yeah, well, fuck you, man. And that's basically this same similar situation here where we're like, well, there's supposed to be a horizon. The horizon is geometrically 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from you at all times because you're on a sphere. So at all times, in all directions, this is where the horizon is supposed to be. Either you have ground or elevation changes in the earth before that, or you don't. Typically, you don't have any impedance of that when you're looking off into the ocean, which is why we show people images and pictures of the ocean. or videos of the ocean because there should be some blockage of view there based on the geometry of the globe. Since that's not the case, but they show us pictures, like if I were to show you pictures of a Lamborghini that I couldn't physically show you, you'd be like, yeah, okay, you got pictures, but I don't believe that you have one. You haven't validated that you have one. There's no reason for me to trust that you have one. But you're adamantly telling me because you have this picture that that's what it is. Who cares? We're gonna go with the picture. We're gonna go with reality. You're gonna go with the Earth appearing flat, or you're gonna go with the pictures from quote unquote satellites in space that show you a depiction of the Earth that you don't see from the Earth. I mean, it's really your choice. Yeah. So what's up? That didn't make sense, or you just got busy, or what? Mic check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
I can hear you, man.
I was doing something. Anyone said anything?
how's everybody doing? Hope all is well with y'all. Alright, man. I'll be here. I guess I could play a song or something if nobody wants to talk. If anybody has any suggestions, I'll just play something random. I don't know. I would much rather chat though. I'm actually here and active. I'm just chewing food, and I don't think y'all want to hear that, so I have my mic muted. I'm waiting for y'all to start chatting.
I was about to say it's like a silent theater in here. Chat screen's just rolling. Can't hear nothing. Nobody's saying anything. How come Wanderer wants to just talk in the chat is what I want to know.
So we should get some of that silent film music that's like open source or whatever. It's like Creative Commons, everybody can use it, and play that when it's really silent and we're just chatting it up in the live stream, because that's pretty much what it is a silent film.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think that Wanderer didn't like the conversation they had with Elijah and decided to just talk in the live stream text instead.
That's kind of silly. Yeah, Wanderer, if you can hear this, that laser test was pretty darn conclusive. Hey, Wanderer, why do you think that you'd have to do a test where the projector is several meters above the surface of the water? Wouldn't it make sense to drop that elevation down lower across water to do a laser test? Like, that would make a whole lot more sense to me.
So refraction can't affect the laser, so it appears to be that there is no curve.
Yeah, there's no detectable curvature. It doesn't matter how high up above the water you
Yeah, it
want to
matters
do a laser.
because water can make the laser refract. Like for you to
You know what refraction is? Can we get a visual of what refraction is? Hold on.
don't know what refraction is.
No, I know. I'm trying to look for a more a good visual representation of what refraction is.
Hey, I was server muted. I was talking to myself. I was like, didn't even pay attention to what's going on. No, are you saying that when you're closer to the water than refraction? No, I'm not saying refraction is not an issue, but are you saying at a higher elevation? Here's the issue. It's like if you're trying to measure with a laser over a body of water. Well, it's not measure, but at least see, if the globe idea is correct. I will just say that much. It's like over a certain distance, whether you have an observation point and a point where the laser is pointing, right? In the globe model, right? So you have one side that is observing, the other side is using the tool, which is a laser. They're shooting it at level from their point. And if the Earth is curved, if it's 25 miles, wouldn't they be able to see, if it's a really good laser, which has already been done, by the way, wouldn't they see that laser just pointing up in the sky from the observation point? But if the water was flat, they would be able to see the laser like straight across the lake.
They will not affect curvature. if the laser was like several meters above the sea level.
Say that again. Sorry, brother.
They will notice a curvature if the laser was like several meters above the sea level. So refraction couldn't affect it.
Oh well. Could refraction actually make a laser look straight when it's not, or when it could it make it look curved when it actually is? Because we know a laser shoots in a straight line. We know that, right? Can you agree with me? A laser shoot, in a perfect environment, would a laser light would shoot in a straight line, right? All right, so then we introduce whatever you.
A laser would shoot in a straight line, but
well, do you know what coalescence? You know what a coalescence is? If you coalesce a laser, you put certain instruments inside the laser that will make the beam stronger and can travel further.
Okay, how strong is the laser that was used in that test?
All right, so have you ever heard of? Shit, I can't even remember it now. The laser tests that were done on Lake Balaton. All right. Since I mean, I don't think that you. Never mind. How far do you think you can see if the Earth was a globe? If you were standing on a beach. Of a lake, an ocean. Lake would be preferable. That's where we do tests, is across a lake, because oceans, they undulate, they have waves, and stuff. But across a lake, depending on the weather, they don't have as large, like, big waves and stuff like the ocean does, right? So a lot of times you want to test across a big lake, if you want to use a laser test or a vision test. If you can see directly 5 to 10 miles across the lake from shore to shore, do you know what the circumference of Earth is?
The guy before you told me it was like 25,000 miles.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's approximately 25,000 miles, right? Now, I mean, you have a foreign accent. I mean, in your country, they probably use kilometers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's for me in America, it's not too hard to convert. I mean, but we all have Google. We can convert the shit, pretty.
Sounds like a cowboy.
Pretty easy. Sounds like what?
A cowboy.
I still don't understand what you said. A
cowboy.
Oh,
your southern accent. Yeah.
Oh, I sound like a cowboy, or?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. I'm from southern parts of America. Yeah, I mean, I'd have a southern accent. But and as a matter of fact, I don't live near the ocean. But we're talking about tests across lakes. Where you can. People have done mirror tests where they can take it. If there's a lake that's 10 miles wide, and someone's standing on one side, and there's another person on the other side, that holds a big mirror, just puts it right down on the shore, 10 miles from the observer, and can flash. They can reflect the sun across the lake, and the observer on the other side can see the mirror flash, that's a really interesting phenomena. Is that refraction? It was like, or is the lake flat? Is the water flat? 10 miles. Because in the heliocentric idea of the 24,901 miles, that's impossible. There's no big hump of water in the way between the flash of the mirror and the other person standing on the other side of the lake 10 miles away.
You're talking about 10 miles. You said the Earth's circumference was like 25,000. That's like
you have to extrapolate from that what you might or might not be able to see from a certain distance. And the only thing that we can extrapolate from is sea level, right? Or water level, because water, the nature of water in bodies of water on the surface are level. And that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to do it over oceans, but it's not so difficult over lakes, right? Because they don't have the ocean tides and all that kind of stuff, right? So they're not affected by the tides. So you can actually test this phenomena over lakes more accurately than you can over the ocean. And it's not a phenomenon. I mean, it's just like, who told you that the ocean is convex from one shore to another? That's a story that someone told you. I mean, as far as a test, simple test like a mirror test from one shore to another, we can just simply describe it just like I did. Go ahead.
Talking about the laser test, how you say it was done over 80 miles, or the person before you. We don't know if the guy did it in a controlled environment. Like, was the laser projector close to sea level, or was it several meters above? So refraction doesn't affect.
So you're asking how far above sea level when you do these tests, right? All right, the laser tests. Sure, I mean,
so we can know if laser test is legit or not, and how strong is that laser.
Buddy, I can't remember the damn laser test they did several years ago. I just, for some reason, it's out of my brain right now. What was it? The ones they did on Lake Balaton, and I can't remember the name of the laser test. Somebody help me, please. Post it or say it.
Post the laser test.
Now, they did several laser tests, and there's been microwave energy tests across lakes and stuff, for years now. It's gonna hit me in a second. I wasn't expecting to come in, but I mean, just and there was dead air, and I was just like, but I mean, I saw what you were typing, bro, in the chat, and I was like, all right, let me jump in and say, hey, man, lake. Do you think lakes are less? I don't know. To me, it seems like this. It's like if the Earth was this globe, 24,901 miles, there'd be curvature everywhere, and everybody would know it. And then you have people say, well, but it's so big. Well, how big is it? Well, I don't know. Well, why do you think you wouldn't see curvature everywhere if you didn't know the goddamn curvature?
What?
Yeah. Dude, if you stick around long enough, you'll hear most people say, oh, the Earth is curved, but it's so big, you wouldn't notice it. But when you ask them how big the Earth is, they don't know. but you did know, so kudos to you.
No, you told me the guy before you told me the Earth's circumference was 25,000 miles.
No, you told me it was approximately 25,000 miles, and I was
Yeah.
like, well, thank God I met
According-
somebody that's asking me
According to the guy
questions that
before.
actually knows what what they're talking about.
According
Yeah,
to
he
the
learned-
guy before,
Yeah, he learned
So-
that here.
you would have to. You would notice a curvature at a significant at a more
I
distance.
think
than
you
10
would.
miles.
I think you would. I think everybody on Earth, if the Earth was a ball, would notice if the Earth was that small. I mean, everybody says it's so big. And it's like, well, how big is it? They don't know until they find out that it's 25,000 miles in circumference and 3959 radius, which is double that would be the diameter. It's like, well, it's not that small. It's not that big anyway. So now we can do the math and figure out what we should or should not be able to detect over certain distances. I mean, what should we be able to see? And then flat earthers just throwing out freaking hundreds and hundreds of videos showing, hey man, you shouldn't be able to see this, and then their arguments refraction. And then we argue, well, that type of refraction wouldn't make this appear that way. And they're like, well, you're just wrong. You just deny science. It's like, no, we don't deny science, bitch. This is math.
Bro, first I will see the test. Like someone send the link to that laser test. If it is done in a controlled environment, I would believe that the Earth's surface is flat. If not, I will discard it as evidence. Like you don't even remember the laser test.
No, when
You don't even remember the laser they used, and how high the laser projector was above sea level. Like,
well, you're gonna have to. I'm not saying what you're talking about. I mean, I'll definitely take a look at a video, but I'm not saying the video in the live stream voice text what you're talking about. And with the VC verified rule, you're not going to be able to post it. You can send it to me directly. I just right click on my name and send me the video, and I can post it in here.
the video of what? The laser test? Hello. Helio.
You talking about the FE core laser test?
Yeah, we're talking about the laser test that proves that Earth's surface is flat. I want to see how legit is it.
Yeah, I'll try to find it. 1 second. I just got on here. I'm almost certain it's in the, if you go into the little subcategories in under one that's labeled laser tests.
I just put it in there.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Is the laser test done over 100 miles? Or 80 miles at least? You know what? I'll just watch the video. Bro, tell you the laser was 1.5 meters above the sea. Like, fraction definitely affected that. This is not proof enough.
So like
And
you got
and and
uh,
also it is 21 kilometers
the
in the test.
satellite.
Who's talking?
You got to keep watching it. That's just the very first measurement that they did. That was like the test measurement.
Because
and
someone before you said it was like 80 miles,
I
and
don't
it says
remember
here,
exactly what it was, but they do
yeah,
numerous measurements and they account for like every
Okay.
possible like weather condition, and they're very very precise on it. Especially if you watch the full documentary on it, not the shortened version. They're
Yeah,
very
so
very.
the 80-mile one was done by the military. I'm just trying to find it. So, but the one you're watching now has all the information on weather conditions and atmospheric conditions. So stop trying to make excuses and watch the fucking video. You're claiming refraction. You don't know what fucking refraction is. If you think refraction curves to the fucking ball's dimensions, you're a fucking moron. Alright?
bro, whoever called me a moron is a bitch. Whoever called me a moron is a bitch. Fuck you. I'll continue watching that video. like the distance was 20 kilometers, and the height of the projector isn't. It wasn't high enough. You could literally see the laser reflect on the water. Like, don't tell me refraction doesn't affect that. The guy before you who said like it was done over 80 miles or 100 miles sounded believable, but this test was done over 20 kilometers. Like, what's a curvature at
You don't
20
listen too well,
kilometers?
do you?
Like,
You don't listen too well, do you?
who's talking?
You don't listen too well, do you?
What do you mean I don't listen too well?
We don't listen too well, do you?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
What do you mean by that? I know what listen too well means. What do you mean by that?
Why are you asking what it means? Why are you asking what it means?
I'm asking, why do you think I don't listen too well? How is that
Well,
hard
you
to
didn't say that. You
answer?
said, what does that mean?
Are you gonna keep repeating yourself?
I'm not repeating myself. So the 80-mile laser test was done by the military. Yeah, I'm looking for it in the server. You don't listen too well, do you?
Did you find it?
So how much curvature is there over 20 kilometers?
You tell me.
About 80, 90 feet?
90 feet. The laser was
80, 80, 90? 90? Listen, you fuckwit.
Check. Hey, I'm
Laser-
sorry. I was talking to myself again. I had an issue with a technical issue. But he said 100 miles, and I asked him to send me a link, to what he's talking about. And then he keeps talking about it, but he won't send me the fucking link.
No, that was me. I mentioned that before. It's the one that was done by the military with 3 different coloured lasers. I'm looking for it. AI sent it to me before.
No, man, that was FE Core, but that wasn't 100 miles. He kept saying something about 100 miles. I was like, show me this 100 miles you keep talking about.
Helio, it was me. I'm mentioning it.
You don't even need to go that far to proof letter.
I know, but they've done it. The military's done it. I'm just trying to find it.
Oh, sure.
AI sent it to me.
Yeah. Shit, Globers have done it with images, from not Canagoo, is Canagoo. Yeah, made us from about 9,000 feet, crossing 275 miles. They capture that shit.
I just want to ask him. So with the FE Core one, do you know how much drop in distance there should be over the 20 kilometers that they did? Let's talk about the video you just watched.
You said 80 feet.
Yeah, about 80 feet. Well, you don't believe me. Look it up.
Yeah. The projector was like, at first 1.5 meters, and the second was like 3 meters.
Yeah. So how much
hey,
drop?
no surprise you can see further, right? When you rise in elevation. Ooh.
So how much drop did they detect?
Not much, because it was closer than the water. Of course, it got refracted.
Okay,
So it appears to be
refracting around what? Refracting around what?
It refracted, so it looks like there was no curvature, because the laser was.
Why do you keep saying refraction? I mean, what does it have to do it with You being at a lower elevation, then rising up and seeing further. It has nothing to do with refraction at all. It just means that you get a wider angle of view. I mean, goddamn.
But Helio, the question is, does refraction exist?
Well, we admit that, but anyway.
No, does refraction exist? It doesn't. Now, Snell's law exists. That's refraction. But atmospheric refraction is a mathematical formula to explain why we can't see curvature.
Yeah, that's their special formula.
Right.
It's special.
So the refraction we're talking about that happens in just one medium, just gas, isn't even real. It's a mathematical formula to explain why the model doesn't work.
Yep.
So we don't have to explain that it's higher or lower or whatever conditions there are. It's literally just a mathematical formula. It's not optical. It's not real.
It doesn't matter your elevation. It looks flat from everywhere.
Yeah, it looks flat because it's flat. I wonder. This is the whole problem with refraction: is that it's a mathematical formula. It's not an optical reality.
Well, light bending through a denser medium is a thing, though, right?
No.
Well, we've seen it when you're fishing, and you can see that when it's different, it's a different height, isn't it?
That's not a medium. That's two mediums.
Right.
That's from gas to liquid.
That could be described as a refraction.
And that's actual refraction, right?
Right. Okay.
In order to refract, light has to pass from medium. It's the angle of incidence where the medium meets, and the light changes direction. And by the way, both times these are linear direction changes. An angle, there's no curve to it. Mm-hmm. These are angular changes.
Yeah, and in Snell's law, that's never defined as curvature.
Right, and Snell's law is like from solid to liquid to gas. It's the light that passes from one medium, one state of matter, into another state of matter, and it changes the angle of the light direction. So the atmospheric refraction isn't even a real thing. It's just a mathematical formula, and the formula doesn't say anything about the actual light. All it does is increase the radius of Earth in order to explain why the model doesn't work.
And that's not even pseudoscience, that's pseudo-math.
Well, it's good math, but that's all it is math. It's math that has no relation to reality.
Yeah.
Is there any scientific experiment of light bending through the air? Just the air, I mean, into a denser medium.
When light changes direction in the atmosphere, it's every direction. It scatters, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so eventually the image just obliterates.
So there's no scientific experiment you know of light passing through into a denser, say, air, or lower down, say, from higher up to lower down, maybe. I don't know how to do it exactly.
There is
not in nature.
There is no demonstrative evidence that light can bend around an object to create an image of something hidden by said object.
You can do all kinds of shit in laboratories with light, but not in nature.
Well, even in a laboratory, they can't bend light around an object.
Not all the way around, but that's, you can't bend light in a laboratory.
You cannot create the image of something around that is hidden by something else in a laboratory at all.
Wait, what about with fiber optics? Like, can you do with a fiber optic cable?
That's traveling through a solid medium.
Yeah. Yeah, you could twist around all kinds of fiber optic cables and it can travel in circles.
It has a medium. See, in fiber optics, it has a medium that it's following. It's following the path of the optical cable.
Yeah, and you could bend it so that you could have a coffee cup,
But it's not the light. It's not the light that's bending. It's the medium that is carrying the image.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you go by atomic theory, I mean, it's not even an issue when it comes to like bending the wire, or the cable that the.
Well, we're getting off in the weeds.
I know it is.
The point is atmospheric refraction isn't a real thing. Right, Timbo? Isn't that where we were going? I think it was anyway.
Well, Globers, there's so many Globers out there now that use refraction to just say that it does all these ridiculous things, and none of it's true. And I don't know how they got from, refraction being something that's basically so minute that it's not even worth factoring in. I mean, that's the truth of it. It does happen, but it's so minute. And it doesn't bend light. It sends it in a different direction. It could be sending it up, could be sending it left, could be sending it right, could be sending it, just breaking it up, just making the image less blurry because it sends some of the light in screwy directions. It doesn't never send it always down. That's just a straight line.
Right. So, Wanderer, you understand what I'm saying when I say that the atmospheric refraction that is claimed is it's not real. It's just a mathematical explanation for why the model doesn't work. Because if we look at the formula for atmospheric refraction, it's radius increase. It's not optical. All it does is increase the radius of the Earth, and then that's reverse engineered into an index. And they say, well, it's a such and such index of refraction, and that's how they explain it.
Like doesn't water vapor affect the
no because
the laser?
Because vapor is a gas. Vapor. Who's hot micing real bad?
She's having such a bad time with her back.
God rocking, you're hot micing again.
Oh, sorry, brother.
That's all right.
Thanks for telling me, though.
So refraction only happens when light passes from one medium into another medium. It's called Snell's law. It's the angle of incidence. And it happens in two linear directions. One of where it's passing from one and then changes direction as it passes through into the other. So your light shines through the aquarium and changes direction, right? So that would be an example of refraction. But in the atmosphere, where you have water vapor, which is a gas, and you have oxygen, which is a gas, and you have nitrogen, which is a gas, you're in a single medium. And so Snell's law wouldn't apply. And if you look at the formula for refraction, it's not an optical formula. It's not explaining anything about optics. All it does is create a radius multiplier. And sometimes they're increasing the radius of the Earth by 690%. So that's a pretty big Earth. But it's just a reverse engineered ad hoc explanation for why we see too far. Like when I look at something, I just say, hey, look, we see that in the distance. But other people, the really like more rabid globe defenders will say, no, we don't really see that. That's an illusion. That's a hologram that's being lifted up from behind where it's being hidden by this magical light that only bends down to make everything look flat. Which really violates Popper's law of unfalsifiability. Because if we have this light problem, this issue where light is always tricking us, then it's not falsifiable and can't be scientifically studied. Or the simplest explanation is that we just see what we see because it's there, not because it's being projected around, but just because it's there and we see it.
I was just thinking about I was just looking at the Black Swan. There is refraction on the second, or you would tell me better than me.
That's distortion.
You know better than me.
That's distortion. Like radius is...
it bends the crane's arms.
Right, that's just distortion. Right?
That's not refraction then.
That's not refraction. No. If you read the paper on from Andrew Thomas Yang, it is not. It doesn't have anything to do with that. how refraction works, it's almost like a one-way mirror in their refractive model, in that it'll loom an image above the horizon, right? But he also says that whatever's cut off by the globe-Earth horizon line will never reappear. So even in the paper on atmospheric refraction, it says that it can't bring things back that were hidden. See, the refraction only has to do with what's perpendicular to the surface of the deck or surface of the ocean, right?
So, Andy, there's also things that are heating up the atmosphere. Like, you got to think about how the crane's running as well.
Yeah, there's lots of exhaust.
Runs on a diesel motor, so
right.
You know, you've got that. You've got generators actually coming from the rig itself.
That's
so
a good
lot
point.
Going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the road, when you see that sort of effect on a road when it's really hot. Yeah, that makes sense.
Air turbulence from hot and cold air mixing together. Yeah.
Think about how many super hot jets are shooting out of that oil rig, because they have a burn-off valve. So think about this really like broiling hot air that's coming out of the burn-off valves. Thousands of gallons of superheated air that's just pouring out of it a minute. So it's going to distort the air around it, because it's just, what's the distortion have to do with refraction? Because refraction isn't distortion, right? That's an optical effect. Refraction is a mathematical formula. It's not an optical formula. A lot of flat earthers even get it confused by this. They think refraction, it's not optical. Refraction is a purely mathematical radius increase. It has nothing to do with optics. So all this like distortion and stuff has nothing to do with the refractive model.
Nice.
So you can usually cut their argument off right at the beginning when you ask them what is refraction. If they start to say it's a kind of distortion, you can instantly stop them and say, well, what's the formula? And they're going to have to give you something that has an R value in it, which is an R value increase. So is that optical or is that just mathematical?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing about me is I'm not very good at thinking on the spot. I tend to just find a quiet place and then I can put the dots together in my head. I don't even try to do it either. It just happens, like pattern recognition.
Yeah.
But thinking on the spot, I'm not very good at that, to be honest.
Well, I don't know how I do it. I haven't watched like a flat earth video or debate or anything like that. It was the first one we watched and I did nothing but criticize it like a couple nights ago. But it's like 3 years. I just don't watch them. I don't keep up with any of the information. I only do everything based off of logical principle.
Yeah, they're not easy to watch. Let's face it.
No,
most of them.
Who's got time to sit down and watch a 3-hour debate?
Yeah.
I mean, you can listen to it at work, I guess. But like at work, I'm usually listening to like audiobooks or something.
What? Are you listening to any that you recommend? Because I used to love audiobooks, but I ain't listened to them for years.
Get The Republic by Plato. Plato's Republic.
I've listened to that. Cool.
Oh, you've listened to that? Okay.
It's me you talk to.
Right. Okay, how about The Law, Bastia.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Okay. The next thing you listen to is The Law. By Frederick Bastiat. When good things used to come out of France, besides cheese. Like free market capitalism.
Oh yeah, there it is. Not very long, 2 hours.
Yeah, it's not a long book. Well, it was written in the 18th century, so you didn't write really long books back then. And really, it was everything he has to say is very simple. It's so simple, it's mind blowing, actually.
Well, you might as well give me the cliff notes, seeing as we're talking about it.
Okay. Taxation is theft. Legislation is organized theft. Let's see. What is the purpose of the law if not to enforce justice or uphold justice, I should say? And what is justice? And what is private property if not an extension of the ownership of the individual who owns themselves? So if you are your own property, then the extension of your mind is your property. Right? So if you own something, it's because your mind owns it, right? Like if you create something, if you build something, you own it. If you buy something, you own it. It's private property. Yeah, the Alan Watts collection is pretty good. I've listened to those. And also, Andy, you could just go into the every single H.P. Lovecraft audio, like novella and short story, is on audio on YouTube.
Yeah, it's so good. All audio, I love it. I went through, like I said, I've talked about this before. When I started watching TV, 2015, I just listened to books. That's all I did. I couldn't do really much because I was kind of stuck in one place and I couldn't move around a lot, so I just kind of messed up. And all I did is listen to books.
I read the first novel I read. I was 11. It was called Ender's Game. And that was in 1992. And then the second novel I read was called Christine. It was a Stephen King book, and that was a year later.
The car.
The car, yeah. Yeah, Christine, yeah. And that was a massive book. That was a massive undertaking for a 12-year-old.
I only know that because of the movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. That's my favorite creature movie. Or one of my favorite creature movies, because the car is the creature in the movie. And when I was 20, I inherited a 1,250 book library from my grandfather, and I read the whole thing over the course of 4.5 years. But to be fair, a lot of them were Philip K. Dick novels and like John Carter, The Queen of Mars. So lots of, and a lot of Westerns and stuff. So a lot of it was novellas. But I also got there were also a lot of really good books in there. So I spent my whole life reading.
Yeah, I didn't. I basically...
Did nudie magazines count?
Well, that as well. But I was thrown in front of television as a child, and that raised me like cable guy. So
yeah,
I was basic Blues Brothers. That was the thing I watched. That it was so very much inappropriate for like a 4-year-old or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
The only real advantage of my very fundamentalist upbringing was that we were only allowed about 30 minutes of television a day. So, do you know where to find the info for the laser test the military did with the different color lasers? I don't. Miggy will know. Miggy or Indio?
Yeah, I've heard AI talking about that military test.
AI will probably know.
Well, I actually asked him to send it me, and he never sent it me. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, because I'm sure he gets lots of messages.
Somebody's got it somewhere.
But yeah, Ray Charles and Aretha Franklin, they got that my childhood. And Ferris Bueller's Day Off, that's why I wagged school all the time. Yeah, I always love movies, but I never liked all the Star Wars stuff. That Star Wars stuff always passed me by, and the Star Trek stuff. I know you love that stuff, Beams, but
I loved and I still love Star Trek up to 2004. After that, Star Trek is dead. Star Trek is no more. I do not like New Trek at all. None of it. And as far as Star Wars goes, I never loved Star Wars, but I still read every single novel that came out for Star Wars and every single book, because all I did was read. Like we didn't watch TV, so that's what I did, is I read. So I didn't read them necessarily because I loved them. I just read them because they were books, and so I read them. So I can sit down and talk about all the dumb Star Wars lore that existed in the past, even though I'm not really a fan.
I mean, my favourite audiobook is definitely not uppity. It's just, I like Noel MacDonald's A Memoir. I think that's probably the best audiobook I've ever listened to.
Really?
Which says a lot about me, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I was a stand-up nerd for a while. I actually thought I could do it for a living, and I do get a bit geeky. I get as geeky and nerdy about stand-up as you do about your sci-fi stuff. So
yeah, for me, it's going to be Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
No, you don't know. If the moment you look into it, you're like, what kind of hammer is this Warhammer? And 4 hours later, you're going to be saying, "For the Emperor."
Probably not. I might be going, nerd alert.
Oh, well, that's the problem, is that you first think this is nerdy, and then you can't put it down because it's too metal to put down.
Right. Okay.
It's hardcore, man. It's awesome. Visceral. 25 people in here and nobody wants to talk. Except me and Andy.
Yeah, I can talk nonsense with the best of them. So
yeah, well, yeah, I can probably go on for just hours talking about anything. But that's also because I train a lot, because I'm one of those people who talks to myself like out loud. So I'm in a constant state of self-interview. So my self-reflection just never ends. I'm constantly talking to myself.
Yeah, I think I just like silliness. I know that sounds a bit weird, but I like silly things. In fact, I think this reality is somewhat of a cosmic joke, in a sense. And
well,
yeah,
God is my favorite troll.
Yeah, well, yeah, I always say he's got a brilliant sense of humor because farts are always funny.
Absolutely.
In the context.
Okay, so the most polarizing humor that exists is scatological humor, right? Farts and poop and stuff, right? So there's nobody in the middle on them. People either love it or hate it, right? I've kind of accepted that. I hate it. I can't. Body sound humor just turns me in the other direction. But like some people love it. So I don't know. I don't know what determines whether people love it or hate it. Like that scene in Blazing Saddles. I have I have skipped that scene in Blazing Saddles so many times where they're sitting around the campfire and it starts at one guy and goes around like 15 guys, everybody farting.
Yeah, they don't make films like that anymore. They won't be allowed to make that film
They
today.
wouldn't
Oh my god.
That film nowadays, yeah.
Disgusting.
But yeah, like by the end of that scene, I feel like I'm gonna vomit. Like there's something like I can't handle scatological humor. I can handle irreverent humor, dead baby humor, but man, the moment you start talking about bowel movements, no, I'm gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just going to talk about Norm some more because nobody wants to talk. But what people don't know about Norm is he actually was quite the voracious reader himself, actually.
Yeah, he was.
Especially Russian literature. People don't realize that about him.
I actually do. I know a lot about Norm Macdonald. Now, I haven't read his book, but I've watched a ton of interviews with him and like read some of this, like the articles that he had written.
Yeah.
And he's a deep individual, like deeper than anyone really realizes.
Exactly. And that's mostly because he was playing a character, you see.
Yeah.
See, his favorite stand-up, he used to say, was Bob Hope. And he liked Bob Hope because he never broke character.
Never broke character. Yep.
He never just suddenly got silly and got real on the audience. You know, he never got.
The only time he did say the realest you would see him was this one interview he did where he got kind of swindled into doing this MTV sit down on a couch outside. And he wasn't prepared or anything like that. He was kind of in his pajamas. and he was just basically taking the piss out of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
The whole time. And that was great. It's still one of the most hilarious moments because you're seeing kind of a raw comedian there, which is great.
Yeah.
But I would say that character, him being in character, was him. I mean, because he made the character.
It's like his greatest character was him. Actually, you're talking about Norm Macdonald, right?
Yes.
He was. I mean, I've heard other people talk about him, and you know, I'm a huge fan of Norm Macdonald, but it's just like he was like that backstage too, you know. So it's just like he gave everybody shit in front of the camera and backstage as well. It's just like that was him, you know. When you see him on camera when he was interviewed by everybody, you know, it was just that was him.
I loved it when he told the anti-woman joke, and then he said, and the audience booed him, and he said, "A woman wrote that joke," and then they all laughed, and he said, "I'm just kidding. We don't let women write here."
And then he's like, "You don't know what to do now, do you?"
Yeah, now you don't know what to do. Yeah. I loved it. He was so subtle. He was just like would slip the knife slowly in between the ribs. It's so good the way he did it.
Just like his attitude was just like nobody was like Norm Macdonald, man. There I don't think there's going to be another human being that will ever exist like Norm Macdonald, man.
What about a human being?
A human being? I don't know. May grow out of the ground.
What was the guy's name who used to do the Jew, Larry something? He used to do the talk show.
Larry Elder?
No, he worked till he was like 85 or something.
Oh wait, why did I say Larry Elder? That's the black dude. I'm thinking
Larry Elder. Yeah, he's a
Larry talks.
You know what I mean?
He wrote Seinfeld. He was one of the writers for Seinfeld.
I'm not so sure about that, but you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. He had a big show. I can't think what it's called, man. But anyway, come on, Brain, you can do it. So
it's coming to me.
So basically, Norm did his show, and there was some good insights into that because he basically gave it away. What he did, he said he realized that nobody likes talking to the smart guy.
Oh, yeah. Larry King.
Yeah, thanks,
yeah.
Dave.
Okay,
appreciate that.
Okay, not the same Larry I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Larry King was like the ultimate Jew, right? He had the whole setup, right? And not Jew had anything to do with it. He was just like,
Jesus Christ, Helio.
oh, I said it. All right.
Helio going full Himmler in here.
But it's not Himmler. It was just like
Helio's like,
he did own that shit. It's like only Larry can say it then, right?
Helio's new name is Zyklon Helio.
But anyway, I mean, Larry did so many freaking interviews. I mean, he asked some candid questions to a lot of people. It was really crazy, man.
This is a Jew-friendly server. Let me just make that clear to everybody. Yes, thanks, player. Yeah, Larry King. So yeah, Norm did his show, and it's worth a watch. It's a good little interview because he sort of lays it out how.
I mean, Larry would ask some really candid questions to some of these people that he had on the show. It's just like, all right, well, you asked me, I'm going to say it. You know, they did.
It's interesting because he talks about David Letterman because, you know, that's another show that we never got, you see. We never got David Letterman in the UK. But I found myself, I love David Letterman. I don't know.
I like David Letterman.
Oh, yeah, me too. I love David Letterman.
But have you noticed the new guys? I don't know. They just not the same.
I like David Letterman's humor, but I think I would much rather hang out with Jay Leno in private.
Well, he has like hundreds of cool cars.
I know, but he has a different a different mindset, and I can tell in private I'd probably rather hang out with Jay Leno, and not just because of the cars.
Yeah, I think David Letterman's an asshole.
David Letterman is funny because he's an asshole.
Yeah.
And you can tell, and people in his private life say he is.
Yeah.
So,
well, and they said they said the same thing about who were we talking about? Dang it. Comedian we were just talking about. Norm, yeah. Everybody said he was an asshole, but they loved it. All the comedians that hung around with him, they said he was an asshole too. It's like he could never stop fucking with them.
Well, yeah, it's like
all the time.
He was the guy who like you said, if you were a girl and you said, you know, I slept with a guy last night. What are you, some kind of whore? And you'd laugh, even though he was being, you know, an asshole.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know,
he was the kind of asshole where it was funny, but
right. Some people have the ability to get away with that. And Norm was one of the people who could get away with that, which is why we loved Norm.
Yeah, watch some of the interviews. There's a lot of people, like, after he died, there's a lot of interviews, you know, with people that worked with him on YouTube. And yeah, I love Norm. He was freaking...
His bad jokes on his show were my favorite, were becoming my favorite comedy segment. They really were.
Yeah.
I mean, they were hilarious because the guest, he wouldn't know what was written down and the guest wouldn't know what was written down. And they'd be looking at each other and lift it up and look at it. And they had to read it, no matter how bad or offensive it was.
Well, it's just like, did he perfect slapstick? It's just like,
well, he wasn't really slapstick.
Yeah, but it seemed like at times he utilized it.
His was like sardonic.
Yeah. That's freaking Norm.
Like the slapstick, was it the Zemeckis brothers? They perfected slapstick. You know, like the Airplane movies, the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah, sure.
I don't care what anybody says. If you don't like the Naked Gun movies, you aren't funny. Or Police Squad. Police Squad was great. I remember, like, the credits, they rolled the credits at the beginning of the show. And one of the credits was, this week, the writer's barely disguised fetish. Or, this week, the writer's barely disguised kink.
I'll tell you something about Leslie Nielsen you probably don't know. That is that, and you're going to hate him after this, by the way. he carried around a little fart machine. Seriously.
Yeah.
Carried
He
around
carried
a little
around
fart.
an electronic whoopee cushion. Yes.
Yeah.
I did know that. But that is unfortunately one of the things I inherited from my mother is I hate scatological humor.
Yeah, and they'd just be interviewing him, and all he'd hear is.
She was the kind of woman who would make you want to get down on your knees and thank God you were a man. Funniest thing. She climbs up the ladder and he's like, "Nice beaver." She says, "Thanks, I just had it stuffed," and then hands him a stuffed beaver.
That right there. That's a great interview. We've known HuffPost Live. The bit where he's talking about trans people, and he's like, there's a bit where he's like, lady, and I can't. I'm reluctant to talk about it for obvious reasons, because I care about the server more than I care about a stupid joke. But
yeah, well, don't worry. That pendulum is at maximum kinetic energy right now, so it's about to swing back the other way. So very soon we'll be able to talk about it in a very disparaging way. Platter, yes, that is perfect. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah,
that is an iconic scene.
Oh, thanks. I just had it stuffed.
Nice beaver. Yeah.
And that's what's that guy's name?
Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen. Yeah. He's hilarious too.
But yeah, man, the 80s were just absolutely goated. Oh, I love that. I picked a hell of a week to quit sniffing glue. Lloyd Bridges.
Lloyd Bridges, yeah.
Picked a hell of a week to quit smoking. And then it turned into glue, and then it was like snorting cocaine.
I just got, before I actually jumped on here, I was watching, there's a brand new comedian, Matt Rife. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He's really funny. Young guy, he's in his 20s. Really, I'm going to post a link.
I do miss the old 1960s and 70s roasts like that Don Rickles always hosted.
Yeah, Don Rickles. Yeah.
Because when I was growing up, those were in syndication, and when we'd watch them, I'd watch them with my dad. Right now, they're all over YouTube now, but they're all cut up and clipped up. So you don't like. I think there's a few full episodes of it. But like you get on TV Land, and they would play that, or it was Nick at Night, I think. Nickelodeon at Night. I forget what it was called, what the channel was called way back then. But they would play those. And they're funnier than any modern roast. Modern roasts are just gross, usually.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty nasty, and it's just like, all of it's nasty.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like...
It's like they have the celebrities on there and they just roast each other and make the dirtiest, freaking nastiest jokes about them. Some of them hit the mark, some of them don't. And they're just like,
yeah,
based on publications and social media and stuff like that. But some do hit the mark, and it's just like, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's still laughs in them. They're still funny, but they're a little soulless at times.
Yeah. Well, it's because like, and if you're invited to one of those celebrity roasts, it's going to be my integrity is already sublimated, so I don't even, give a shit of what they say about me. I don't know. It's just like you can't punch them in the face unless you're Will Smith. But...
Or Buzz Aldrin.
Or Buzz Aldrin. There you go. But anyway,
put your hand on the Bible and swear that you walked on the moon.
Yeah.
This is the latest.
I hate to say it, but Bart Sibrel is the kind of guy who might get punched in the face in public.
That I might punch him, you know. He could come up to you, meme, and be like, so about this flat earth, and be like, you son of a bitch. Bam!
You remember Buzz Aldrin?
Well,
This one's for you, baby.
I don't believe Bart. I don't believe in honorable fighting, and I'd kick him in the nuts because I don't believe in honorable fighting.
Put your hand on the Bible if you swear that you believe in flat Earth. Like, whack! That's my Bible.
I'd be like, hey, open that Bible and I can show you where it says that the earth is not this stupid globe that everybody's talking about. Let's go through it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
it was
we get it. They didn't go to the moon. Whoop-de-doo.
yeah, but Bart Sibrel has heart, but he doesn't have all of.
But he ain't got tact.
He doesn't.
Now, I do like his style of ambush. I believe in ambush journalism. Absolutely, I believe in it. Right? I believe in the scummiest ambush journalism, just like my favorite lawyers are sleazeballs. Because their ego's not in it. They're like, I know what this is for, and that's what I'm doing. Right?
What are you doing in a mafia voice there?
That's what I always.
Come on over here. I mean,
anytime I think of,
hey, I'm just trying to tell you the truth. I'm giving you an opportunity here.
Because anytime I think of slime balls, I was raised on mafia movies too, so I got to see a lot of mafia movies. So
Yeah.
I always equate my slime balls with like New Yorkers. Hey, it's just the way it is.
Hey, it do what it do, don't it? I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's right here. It's right here in front of your face. We're just
All right,
splashing it
Grandpa.
right here. You know.
All right, Grandpa.
Yeah, it do what it do. All right.
What's next? A spinning dicky?
Okay, young man. I mean, how about I teach you something here?
What you want to teach young men, Helio? What do you want to teach them?
I'm going to teach them how to talk about the flat fucking earth over here. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ.
See what we got.
Please stop.
I'm just messing with you, man.
Matthew Stephen Rife.
Dude, watch that. It's funny as shit.
Who's there is a newer comedian that I like. He's got a mustache. He's maybe 30-ish, tall, thin. Man, what is his name? Andrew something. Andrew
Schultz.
Andrew Schultz. Yeah, Andrew Schultz.
Have you seen his special?
Yeah, I watched his whole special. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh yeah, this one's funny too. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
Matt Rife is kind of like on the same, not the same vein. I don't know if they know each other or whatever, but you know, Matt Rife is. He's got a lot of shorts on Facebook and YouTube and stuff.
Where are all the German stand-up comedians?
Yeah, where they at? What about the Russians? Where the Phoenician? Not Phoenicians. I mean the. I'm just playing.
Phoenician stand-up comedians.
The Phoenicians, Indonesian stand-up comedians, or the Chinese stand-up.
And they took the horse inside the gates. What is that all about? Yeah. So,
anyway, but
that was a Trojan War joke.
Trojan horror?
Yeah, the Trojan whore.
Fuck them Trojan whores. Pardon my French.
Well, that's what you do with them, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
See it all. It comes back around. You know, it comes back around. Anyway, but yeah, check out Matt Rife's comedy. It's really cool. He does a lot of really cool crowd work. And
if that were me and my last name was Rife, I would call my special my Rife's son.
my Rife. Anyway, yeah, definitely check that one out, and some of his short clips and stuff on that channel. It's really cool. He's a funny upcoming comedian. I think
he's a funny guy, huh?
He's going to be funny. I mean, he's going to be popular in the next couple of years. I think. It's just like he makes fun of himself because he's, a sexy guy. He's like,
Oh, he's
just like that.
Do you think he's sexy? Do you think he's sexy? Helium?
I don't know. Well, apparently he does because he makes fun of himself.
You said he was sexy.
Okay, well, I mean, he's a good-looking guy. I mean, that's all I'm saying. God damn!
Congratulations, Helium. I'm glad you're comfortable now telling all of us.
No, okay. Well, I mean, guys know when guys
yourself
are sexy guys or whatever. It do what it do.
I love when Helio's been drinking. I can get him to talk about how sexy guys are.
Okay. It do what, like I said, it do what. Well, it's just like guys already know. We don't have to like pretend that we don't know when somebody's sexier than you or whatever and all that kind of shit. It doesn't matter. It's like, there you go, Platter.
Oh Christ, Austin Powers, Platter! I should ban you. Oh, the millennial, this an entire generation of millennials. Their entire personality came from two movies, and that was Kung Pao and Austin Powers. And I want to go back in time and delete those from the collective memory of everyone.
What I like about Matt Rife's comedy is that he makes it part of his comedy. It's just like, I can't help that I'm fucking good looking and funny. It's just like, it do what it do. That's what I like about it. So yeah, watch that special. It's funny. And watch some of his previous stuff too. That's his second special. Watch his other one too. He's funny. He's a funny guy.
Is that girls think I'm funny? They're always laughing at me.
Ooh, hey, a lot of guys be like, "Oh, I'm funny," and they laugh at me because I'm funny. Hey, man, a lot of funny guys.
Okay, so this is
it doesn't matter. I mean, just like I love him for his personality. Sometimes that works. You don't have to be freaking a stud to get, how all that works. I'm not going to say the dirty words that comedian.
This is a complex, nuanced situation because men. Even a handsome man, if he doesn't project power, he's not going to be attractive.
Yeah.
So when how a man projects is what causes his attraction. That's why Adam Driver is a heartthrob, even though he's got the face of Eeyore and is completely asymmetrical.
So I'm saying about this Matt Rife guy, he's funny, but he acts like he don't want that or whatever, but he just can't help it. But it's just like he just blows it off. But he's a good crowd worker. A lot of comedians, they don't want interaction from the crowd.
Jesus, Helio, do you work for Mr. Rife?
Shut up. But he's a crowd worker, kind of like the other guy we were talking about. God dang it.
Andrew Schultz.
No, I can't remember his fucking name again.
Andrew Schultz.
His name sounds so close to Andrew Stevens, who was a friend of mine. Dude, if you haven't seen this video, it's freaking awesome too. But yeah, my Rife he's an up and coming comedian, and it's gonna be like he's gonna hit the big time soon.
You know what's funny is stand-up comedy has like had this like big revival, and there's like a lot of new stand-up comedians, but the writing for like movies and shows is so
He
bad.
has a really popular Andrew Schultz. That's who I'm talking about. Andrew.
I said it
keep
3 times.
Confusing with. I have a really good friend named Andrew, so I just like Andrew. But anyway, Andrew Schultz.
Yeah. Oh,
He has,
Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon. That's it. That's
podcast.
Tim Helio. Do you know Tim Dillon?
And he's had Joe Rogan.
Helio.
He's had freaking all
Helio.
the famous comedians on
Helio.
there.
Helio,
And
can you hear me?
It's brilliant.
Helio, can you hear me?
Andrew's doing.
Helio.
But he does really good crowd work too. You know,
Helio, can you hear me?
it's insane.
Can anybody in here hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just. Hey,
Helio.
Helio, can you hear
Helio,
me?
can
And
you
as a
hear?
matter of fact,
Helio, can you hear
am
me?
I don't know
I
if he
still
can-
being heard here, or am I?
I don't know if he can hear
I don't
us.
think Helio can hear any of
Shit.
us.
No, I'm
Yeah.
still here. I can see myself lighting up. If you haven't seen this,
Helio, though,
I
can you
don't-
hear me?
Helio.
with Andrew Schultz,
Helio.
what happened? He had a deal with.
Helio, I don't think you can hear us.
He said it was unnamed, but I know it was Netflix.
This is truly an
Because of,
anomaly,
you
isn't
know,
it?
details because I've been following for a long time. And they said,
I,
"Well,
I
you
don't think he can hear
you
us.
can't put out everything
Yeah,
that you said."
this is.
He said,
Helio,
well, fuck
Helio, I
you,
think your
I'm
mic
gonna
might
do
have.
my own thing,
Your,
and he put
your
it out on
headphones
YouTube.
might be
So
unplugged.
it is.
Helio?
I think so too.
Oh, Helio. Helio.
I bet you he made a lot more money.
He doesn't.
Off of it than
He
he
doesn't
would've
hear
made
us.
from Netflix.
He doesn't
Can't
hear
hear
us
us
at
at
all. Oh man, we can say anything we want about Helio now. Helio. Somebody tell Helio in the chat that he cannot hear any of us calling to him. Helio.
Hey, Platter, you're required to send me my lunch money, your
Helio.
lunch money through PayPal.
Oh, Helio.
Go ahead. Since you enjoy my content, go ahead and send me your $5-10 for
Helio.
fucking, whatever it costs
Helio.
you for lunch.
Check your headphone jack. I promise it's probably not plugged
All
in.
right, so maybe I'm having another audio.
Please stop talking.
All right, I will shut up. All right. Thank you so much for letting me know that.
Helio, can you hear me now?
I can definitely hear you now.
Okay, everyone's been talking to you for minutes.
Well-
You're just talking through
Welcome back, man.
Isn't that,
hear any
yeah, that's even funnier than anything Andrew Schultz or anybody else could put out, right? Oh, and I'm just
Oh my god.
rambling over you assholes.
And you can hear us now, though, right?
I certainly can.
Okay, so do you know Tim Dillon?
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
Tim Dillon. He's a little fat guy from New York, and he talks like this, and he's really funny.
You're a huge fan of comedians, man. I could share all kinds of shit with you. Pretty sure I've heard of Tim Dillon.
Look up Tim Dillon's impersonation of Meghan McCain. In fact, somebody look it up. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna post it.
Tim Dillon Show. All right. Does he do a podcast?
Hold on. Oh, yeah, he does. But I'm gonna post this. Somebody play this through the bot. There. Somebody play that through the bot.
I can play it. Hold on. Copy link. Go to the bot. Oh my God.
Somebody else do it.
No, I can do it. God damn it. I just hit the wrong button.
Before my father died, I had a baby with him. And it will be raised in captivity. It'll be raised privately to be the greatest politician that has ever lived. My name is Meghan McCain, and I'm on a news show called The View. And Donald Trump, that fucking riverboat casino captain, is talking shit about my father again. My father was tortured for 100 years for this fucking country. And he came back and he started 7 wars because he's a gentleman. Fuck you, Trump. I'm gonna wear my father's skin mask, and I'm gonna primary Trump from the right. Come on The View, bitch. If you're that tough, come on The View. You want it, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? You want this shit? You want to fuck these tits, Trump? You want to fuck these tits? No, you don't. You want to suck cock. But I won't fuck you because the only person I'll fuck is Daddy. I'll fuck his corpse. I'll fuck Daddy's corpse.
I was about to say I was gonna I want to post that on Facebook, but never mind.
Oh God!
I'm gonna wear his skin mask. We're gonna raise a child in captivity.
Yeah.
He was tortured for 100 years.
Yeah, man, there's so much background truth in there that we're like, yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah. It's like, yeah. And just from the image there, the big giant tranny on the freaking thumbnail is like,
There's the other one.
we gonna play another one?
I order you to play it.
All right. Thanks, Master. We will, let's see, this one, let's see, it goes, you posted in live stream voice text, blah, blah, blah. So we have Meghan McCain stands up for the Second Amendment. Copy. Then go to the commander room where, Mimas has commanded me to play this. I feel like I'm under persecution, so I must play it. Okay, so.
Well, I'm telling my bot to use the bot.
Bitch, you can do this yourself. You ain't commanding me to do shit.
I'm just kidding, bro.
I know, I'm just fucking
Now
with you too.
play it. Do what I say.
Play it. Why is it not playing?
Yo, Aurelius.
No, I typed the command in wrong. See, why you depending on me? Why don't you just fucking play this shit up? MPLA. What? Am I
Right now-
doing? Are you fucking this up, Helio? Of course you are.
Helio's on a mission.
No, I mean, this dude's asking me to play something that he could fucking play himself.
I can't. I only have admin privileges.
God
Aurelius.
damn it.
Aurelius.
You can give yourself. Yeah, I'm fucking this up again. I'm typing
You
it
forgot
in
the
wrong.
M. You forgot
You
the
can
M.
do whatever.
No, I got the
M,
M, but I put the exclamation point
Yeah.
in the wrong fucking place.
Yes. Oh, there you go. Now you got
Evil
it.
Dress can do it.
Calm down.
Lo-Fi, after it plays, you can ask me your question.
Do you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm
And he
just
was
not it.
bitching
You
about
play
me
it.
being drunk, or whatever earlier.
I knew Helio was drinking again. I can tell. Like I know. So I already know sober Helio.
there
and
is
then
no-
drunk Helio.
No, I don't
Well,
think you
not
know.
or
either
sort of
one.
sober.
Look, Helio hasn't started drinking again for the past 20 years.
Yeah, there is no again.
There is no again.
Oh. It's just he's been going hard since day one.
Yes.
I see. Liver of steel.
Yes.
I understand. Well, I sort of understand. I'm more of a smoker myself than a
The
drinker.
river of deceit goes down. You ever heard that Alice in Chains song?
Yes. Yes.
There you
I
go.
have not.
That's me.
Okay, as the only gal on the panel who held up a Boston market this weekend, I'm going to talk a little bit about guns, okay? A lot of people in the media have never shot a gun, and they've certainly never masturbated with one. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Beto O'Rourke, my gun's not for sale, but my pussy is. And the price is P.F. Chang's. My father and his friends used to hunt me in the backyard. I would run around and they'd shoot at me, and my father said if we hit her, the only thing that's going to come out is whipped cream. He was hilarious. The AR-15 is the most popular gun in America, and it's the only thing that's ever made me come. I like guns and I put them in my pussy. You don't tell me what guns I can own or what people I can own. My father was tortured. He'd never deny anyone else's right to kill. The only one who can take my guns away is Daddy. If Joe Biden tries to take my guns, I will fuck him right out of my house. Uncle Joe, respect me. My mother used to say to me, Megan, you should look more like an AR-15, skinny. And now I have 7 personal trainers, and 3 of them have killed themselves. I killed Jeffrey Epstein.
I gotta send this shit to my brother, man. And he's not political, but he loves freaking comedy. Oh my god.
Oh, I like that card, Ethelgrass. That's getting.
Thanks, man.
You know what I think
Did
is
you
really
make that?
funny? That people that think that I ever come
Yeah, I've
on
been
here
throwing
sober.
those together today.
This is weird.
I like it.
All right, so what was the point of that? No,
it was just funny.
Yeah, it is funny. I love it, man. That was funny. I
There's
didn't
DJ.
know about Tim. I'm going to subscribe to that motherfucker. That's funny. I mean, I see like shorts and videos. Does he have like some like talks with people? Does he?
Yeah, he has. There's probably 100 hours of podcast you can probably go look up.
I'm gonna subscribe to that shit right now. It sounds like a funny fucking guy. No, Marty, subscribe to him.
You should hear him talk about when he used to do real estate and how everybody was just on coke and doing whatever they wanted.
The Tim Dillon Show airs every Saturday at 6 p.m. PST, which would be, I guess he's a Californian. California knows how to party.
California knows how to party.
See, yeah, I'm already subscribed and I got the bell, but I like getting his videos on a regular basis. So the last one he put out, see, I'm going to the videos thing. Last one he put out 3 days ago. The Art of Happiness, Boys Gotta Go. So yeah, he does a weekly podcast. They're numbered. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check that shit out. Thanks, man.
Willkommen, Helio. Das ist gut.
See? All right. How do you say? Oh, it's da in German, right? Da.
Yes. That's
da.
Da.
I don't know a lot about foreign language. I know C is in Espanol. Yes is American.
All I know is that they're foreign.
Then some foreign bands, and I know da is German. And it's probably similar in some of the...
They come here and they can't even speak themselves the language.
But California knows how to party. California knows how to party.
Innebär.
In the city of Philly.
You're hot mic and Helio.
No, I was just singing. What's the next topic?
I don't know. There's 24 people in here, and if y'all just want to hear the me gaslighting Helio into doing things, don't join in. But it gets old gaslighting Helio.
I've just been kind of chilling here, trying to read.
A fucking clown to you? Hey, meme, am I a clown to you? I mean, did you just like gaslight me and freaking call me a clown up in here? I mean, I'm just
Jesus Christ,
rolling around up in
Helio,
here. Man, it's Thursday night up.
You don't sound small enough to be the Joe Pesci part. Oh, am I now a clown to you?
Yeah, man. I'm a little taller than Joe Pesci, but I mean, I can do a little bit of the voice. I don't fucking know. I mean, come on.
So yeah.
I mean, give me a freaking break.
Hold on, Helio. Hold on, Helio.
Feel some dead air here.
Helio, I'm gonna talk to Lo-Fi Life. Lo-Fi, what's up?
Oh gosh, no. I mean, I guess like I was gonna message you, but now we're already talking. Well, I was just gonna talk to you more about like.
Oh gosh.
Your philosophy, not your philosophy, but the
Stoics.
That and like just overall like how everything is kind of like according to a certain plan, and but that kind of led me to like thinking about how time is short, and so I don't know. I was going to talk to you about something completely off topic, so that's why I didn't really want to talk about it on the Flat Earth stream unless people don't really care. It's kind of like work related because I have to make an episode, like one more episode about something inspirational, and it's weird. You'd think that's easy, but it's like I'm kind of like not feeling that. So
inspirational to what? What's the goal?
For people to be their best selves.
For people to be their best selves, in order to. Usually people in order to become your best self, you first have to like recognize that you're not, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that's a humbling thing to do.
So why does someone want to become their best self in the first place?
Because the alternative is something that they're not most likely happy about or proud of.
So I guess the alternative would be whatever they define as failure.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I'm an artist and I know like I could talk to you about like artistic inspiration, and I don't know how analogous it is to like that like personal revelation where you like self-reflect and like look at yourself and you say, here's what I need to change, because I know it's when you finally know who you are, that's when you can make changes in your life. But until you know who you are, you're never going to be able to make those changes. And usually it's just accepting like all the bad things about yourself, looking at yourself saying, okay, I know what's bad about me, and admitting it to yourself.
Wow. Yeah.
And if you can do that, then you like that's the hardest step to take.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Like I think I chisel at it little by little. I think I'm almost kind of there though, where I'm just like, all right, I can handle my entire life just by knowing that I can't be perfect. Like I just can't do it perfectly. And that's not meant to sound negative. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say.
Like,
hey, bro, if you say I can't be perfect, I mean, if that's your goal, then you're looking for the wrong goal.
Right. Well, no,
nobody's perfect. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with the pursuit of perfection. As long as you know it's something that you can never gain, that it's a pursuit towards betterment is really what it is.
Yeah. And I shouldn't have said that in the beginning about being perfect. I meant like if I like all the little mistakes that I made, for some odd reason, I feel like they triumph my success or my goals in life. I guess I'm afraid of doing well, as weird as that sounds, dude. I don't know.
That doesn't sound weird, because I think in doing well, like the pursuit of doing well has a lot of risk attached to it.
It does. Why is that? Why is that?
Because like anything worth doing is risky.
Yeah, and then other people are going to look at you. That's where the discomfort is.
Yeah.
So that's they do these personality tests or whatever. I'm an introvert, by the personality test, but people don't necessarily know that about me. But yeah, until I actually put myself out there, you don't know what you can do until you actually try.
Well,
that's true.
Here's what I would say, Lo-Fi, is a lot of people are afraid of failure because they're afraid of the embarrassment of what everyone else is probably going to think about them when they do fail.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. Like,
that does freak me out too, yeah.
Yeah, it does suck. If you try and you put yourself out there and you take a risk and it doesn't pan out, a lot of times we feel like everyone else around us is judging. Look at that idiot who made that stupid choice. But if you can just get into the mindset of absolutely not caring what anybody else thinks, you basically, that's like a superpower.
Right.
Like, think about the entrepreneurs who sold everything they owned and basically lived homeless in an office to create a startup. They didn't care what anybody thought about them. And now they're billionaires, sleeping in beds made of money.
Yeah.
So all it takes is just, like I would say, just surrendering.
You're the second person to tell me that. That's so wild that you said that. Yeah, just letting go.
Yeah.
Not like a crazy person, but yeah, just simply let it be.
Yeah. Like a crazy person who's aware. There you go. Because there is something terrifying about no safety net and like being completely free. Being completely free without attachment can be terrifying.
It kind of is, yeah.
But at the same time,
was me a couple of days ago, yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's also very liberating because then you have no attachments. On the one hand, you can say, oh my God, I have no attachments. On the other hand, you can have that realization going, I have no attachments. I am free to, I can do whatever I want. I can start whatever business I want.
That's true. It's such a weird feeling.
Yeah.
Because it's so shallow and empty. It feels awful. I'm not going to lie. It feels terrible, but it's something that you most likely have to experience to be better. It's like the unfortunate part of the road to something great.
Yeah. If you don't overcome something, then you haven't grown. You haven't achieved anything.
Yeah. Sometimes it feels like an anchor. Like all your mistakes and your insecurities, it feels like an anchor. Like it never leaves you. Like it's just, you're like dragging it along, even though it's useless and stupid and illogical. It just still, it's like your brain allows it to be there still. It's just so odd to me how like the human brain just, it almost attacks itself. It doesn't make any sense sometimes. And
it's the ego.
Yeah, whatever that is. Like everyone has it. Like everyone feels like their brain is like attacking itself or self-destructing. It's like we have to like genuinely fight and try our very best to calm ourselves and like to let the brain heal.
It's like this. It's like if I said television was full of advertisement and brainwashing, right? And it's one thing to say that, but once you really realize it, none of that stuff ever affects you again.
True.
If you know what the lies are, the lies don't affect you.
Yes.
Now, if you look at your ego in the same way and say, hey, there's all these experiences and everything and all these hang-ups that I have, but they don't have to be who I am. Once you can realize that about yourself, you can be aware of it and it doesn't affect you anymore. And that's when you get the superpower of just saying, you know, there's no judgment and there's actually no rules. I can do whatever I want. I just have to be smart about it.
I wanted to say I've had this epiphany, and maybe that perfection, because I feel like I try to be a perfectionist. I've realized that no matter what I do, I can never actually be fully satisfied with life. And I think this is for everybody.
Yeah.
Whether they have like a drug addiction or money addiction or whatever, it's because there's subconsciously a piece of you that knows that there's a reality, aka heaven, the afterlife, that is actually perfect, and you can never attain it in the material world. And so, you know, like if somebody were to give you $1 million and you were to be at like this mansion, it would be amazing at first, but then after like a month, it would kind of like the high would fade away. And I think that's because we're in the material world, so nothing can last forever. So anyways, it's just like I've realized that even if you achieve what you think is perfection, you can never get the feeling that you want, because the feeling you want is in the afterlife.
That's so profound. That's so deep and true.
Well, the only people who are happy, the only people who are happy and satisfied are usually getting their fix of heroin.
Metaphorically and literally, yeah.
Yes.
Or
it's also the loss of being separate.
God. It's the loss that someone brought that up, and I think that everyone is suffering from that, and people may not even know that, but it's the loss of being separated from God.
So true. It's so true, though. I was talking to someone about that today at the park. We were just talking about how, like, if you're not following God, what are you really following? And, like, not even to sound, like, crazy religious or anything. Like, it's an honest question. Like, what are you really following? Like, how could you go wrong if you're following something holy? Something godly. God himself.
Yeah. Well, and that's how it was, like, in the beginning. Like, Adam and Eve, I think it says they walked with God. Like, he was in their day-to-day life. And we don't have that anymore, so...
Right.
You have this emptiness, and I think acknowledging that you will have a little bit of emptiness in you, even if you achieve the ultimate desires of the material world, like, will make you be like, okay, it's okay, I have a little bit of emptiness because I cannot be complete in this realm.
Yeah.
You have to be aware.
So
it's the same as being aware of like advertising and propaganda and lies. If you're aware of them, then you can just integrate and move past them, right? If you're aware that everything in the material world is fleeting and will one day be gone, as you know, eventually you will be too. If you're aware of that, then it's not going to bother you,
right?
So as long as you're aware of the truth, then like it's not a problem.
Yeah, being self-aware is definitely important. It's kind of rare from what I've seen that like we take a good look at ourselves and like be completely honest with who we are and our situation in life, what we thought was real, what we thought was true, and why didn't we question things, or why didn't we accept certain things. It's been that journey for me lately. I think a lot of people are ahead of that. Like this is stuff that people figure out, I feel like a long time ago, and I'm still like trying to figure it out.
Nah. Everybody figures it out right when they're meant to figure it out.
That's wonderful to hear. Honestly.
And I'll tell you what, hey, I was 35.
That's not bad.
Right? And but like I know guys who are in their 50s.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
And, like, you know, I enjoyed my youth, my sheltered youth. I enjoyed it. I have no regrets about it at all.
Right.
And I'm glad my mind wasn't, you know, consumed with too many deep things.
Yeah.
Because I just got to enjoy it. until I was 17 and I started reading about JFK.
Mm-hmm. The first real conspiracy of the CIA.
Yes, the first real conspiracies that I started reading. I started reading about JFK. I was 17, and that was kind of the turning point for me as far as, okay, so everything's not all rainbows.
Right. Yeah.
But
like the sky isn't as blue as it used to be.
Right. I preferred my childhood of rainbows, though. Like when we were jumping off the roof with a blanket to see if we could make a parachute.
Oh, I remember doing that. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I just miss going to like the farm. There's like an ice cream farm, and I would go with all my friends, and we would just get ice cream and like hang out with the animals, and just it's like a big open green field. And they also had like these honey pot things, like frozen honey. It was like a healthy snack. And they had like sesame seeds for snacks as well.
Well,
I mean, it sounds so silly and simple, but I do miss simple.
The problem is a lot of people wake up and they become miserable.
Yeah.
And they would have just been better off staying asleep.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think that's true as well. It's just like, when you say, I was born, but I wasn't born yesterday, right? When you see this, or not this, and not everybody can see everything at the same time. That's why we're here as a collective, understanding our discoveries and coalescing here together. Yeah, nobody here was born yesterday, right? You
Right.
can't figure everything all together at the same time. But when you discover that some of the stuff you used to believe,
right,
cannot possibly be true, then you're like, oh man, there's something to figure out here. And then
Right,
you
and-
start to meet other people, that are on the same page.
Well, you can either be a person who finds it devastating or a person who finds it liberating.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
waking up is not what saves you. Waking up and just embracing it is what, that's the way to go. Just embrace reality for what it is.
Yeah, that is it. It's difficult. Simple, difficult though.
Yep. Don't live in fantasies. Don't live with unrealistic expectations. Accept life for what life is and use the cards you were dealt with. Because that's the only path forward.
It is. It truly is. Like the cards that you have are the cards that you got, and you like really have to play it right.
You got to bluff your way through 90%.
Sometimes you do. You really do. Like you have to like convince yourself that you can do it, even if you don't believe you can. You have to at least try to convince
And
yourself.
as a balance, once you start to discover this, you also have to balance your relationships with people that, if you brought this, what you've discovered into the open, you have to balance that relationship with the people that you care about.
That's true.
And so I mean, it's a really difficult process for a lot of people.
My philosophy is I don't interfere with anyone else's journey.
You're right. Oh wow.
So
yeah. Wow.
They're going to wake up in their due time.
Yeah, because every time, I'm sure like every time you even try to like drop a little bit of truth, like it's like you just put a hot pepper in their food. Like they get super mad quick.
But at the same time, though, if they come in this room and they ask us questions, they came here.
They're asking for it.
That's true. Isn't that
You're
something?
in our
you know?
territory now.
Think about that,
There's
dude.
no going back.
Can we just talk about that for a second? I couldn't imagine going out of my way attacking like a bunch of people that don't agree with something that I believe in. Like, why would I go out of my way to do that?
I have never, ever, ever gone into the Hebrew Roots server to argue with them. Not once.
Right. Or any topic. How about like really any topic? Like, well, the only topic that I am guilty of like attacking, like I actually like attack, like kind of verbal argument was there's like I hate dog YouTube channels. I'm like, because I like love dogs so much, and like I couldn't believe it. There's like a community of people that just literally get together and hate dogs. And I'm just like, wait a sec, this is screwed up. I kind of just
weird.
It's super odd to, and it disturbs me.
Is there really?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
People hate
that's
dogs.
that's some mental weirdo stuff.
it's true, yo. It's like it's genuine evil, and I don't know. It's very disturbing because like I found myself letting it get the best of me, and like I made different accounts to like attack them, and like I said stuff like I said some gnarly stuff because like I really wanted them to hold people accountable as well. Like if you're gonna like hate dogs and make a channel about that, like how about we think about people?
Do you know what happened? I'll tell you a little personal anecdote here. What happened when I get really corny here and I self-actualized and I like found out who I was? I stopped liking animals. I don't like animals. Any of
Really?
them. Yeah.
Not even dogs?
No, I'm not a dog guy. I'm not a cat guy. I'm not any kind of pet guy.
Dude, not even a
I think
hamster.
animals
Not
are
a hamster,
more
not a-
He's like the ultimate stoic.
Yes, like to me,
He's like the ultimate
they're like
stoic. I can't do it. I'm too emotional, dude. Dude, this puppy that I saved, I love her like my actual family. Like I would literally, I'd break one of the commandments for this dog, yo. Like I love this dog. Matter of fact, dude, I've met some douchey people that were like mean to her, and I get angry, like ferocious.
That's the thing. I would never be mean. I would never ever be mean to an animal, right?
Yeah.
I realized I have no emotional attachment to animals at all. I would be fine running a farm where I had to slaughter them left and right.
Gosh, yo, I can't do it. I can't. That's like I really would probably just, if I had a chicken, I would just take care of and eat the eggs, and if I had a cow, I would drink the milk. But I don't think I could slice it's hypocritical of me to say that because
you wouldn't be a good farmer then.
I would be like a vegetarian farmer.
It's like, hey, check this out. When you have a farm and you raise chickens, right?
Yeah.
You have to have like a bunch of hens that produce the eggs, but you have to have a rooster. Otherwise, the hens won't produce eggs, right? But you have to keep the rooster separate from the hens because otherwise the eggs will be fertilized, right? So no, you're not going to kill the rooster. You're not going to kill the rooster for meat.
They still lay eggs. They still lay eggs, Helio. You don't even need a rooster at all.
Well, yeah, but they produce more eggs when there's a rooster.
The roosters are pretty aggressive. Like my friend had me watch.
But you're not going to kill the rooster for meat because you need the rooster.
Right.
You only need the rooster if you need more chickens and you want it to fertilize eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
having eggs,
not fertilize the eggs, but mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it's hard
we
to
all
keep
failed
chickens
biology.
alive.
We all failed biology.
It's really hard to keep chickens alive. We had 8 chickens when we first moved into our house, and now we have 0.
If it's
all the chickens,
if it's one thing,
I live in chicken country. I live in freaking Fayetteville, man. I mean, this is where I live in Tyson food country, man.
Well, a dog got
This dog killed 3 of them.
Yeah.
One of them died because they had like egg lock or whatever, and then a raccoon killed the other ones.
a dog got in our fence and killed every single chicken in one night.
Wow. Oh my God.
Well,
what a POS.
Yeah.
Hey, but you can train a dog
That's
to protect.
that's when you got to shoot
You could
I
also
killed
train
it
a
too.
dog.
So
that's very true. Julio's taught that. That's facts.
You can train a dog to protect the chickens too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's true. The dog will reflect the owner most of the time. I would say 99% of the time.
Well, not to digress too much. All I was saying was, once I had my ego death, I stopped liking animals. I found that they don't belong in the space where I'm heading to.
Wowzers!
And so I let them go.
Ooh.
Even man's best friend.
Even man's best friend. Now, when I get to where I want to be, maybe I'll consider having a relationship, with animals again.
Wow.
But But
I totally get that too.
Yeah.
It's just like if you don't have time or patience for
I'm only
train an
preserving
animal,
the necessary relationships right now, which are my 3 kids. That's the only relationships that I preserve.
I get that.
I will say, once I had a baby, I did like animals definitely got knocked down a few levels for me and my herd.
Hey, you
Because
have
you
to
realize
consider.
like a
Yeah.
human is more important.
Yeah, you have to consider your life situation when it comes to adopting pets. Into your family situation. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think you can still love them. It just, again, though, I think if you have children, they are way higher priority. Like,
of course.
Not even comparable.
But if you're going to adopt a pet, I mean, that's another priority that is less on the food chain or whatever you might.
I think a pet should serve a purpose. So, like, if you have a cat, it's for killing rats. If you have a dog, it's like an outdoor alarm.
Yep.
And so, for me, pets have to serve. They do have. I mean, I was also raised way on the deep in the sticks, so that's part of that. Is that animals have to have a purpose.
Wait. Aurelius.
And you're right. And I think the dogs and cats like to be utilized in that way.
I just
If
can't
they're
utilize them.
trained right. It was just like
I just can't utilize them where I'm heading.
Dogs are alarms. Cats are rodent control. Boom.
That is true. They do enjoy, and they almost enjoy it too. Like
they love it.
They really do. Yeah. Like I noticed that literally. I noticed that today. I was like parked at the library, and I was just chilling in the car.
Dogs aren't freaking babies. You know, that you have to have, sleep in your bed every night. They're not fucking babies or your husbands or anything.
Did you know that humans?
Go ahead.
Did you know that cats can eat humans?
Dude, they do.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah,
that's why
I think they eat you, right?
Yeah, like if you're dead, like if they have no food and then you're dead, they'll eat you, right?
Just about any animal will eat you if you're dead.
No, but not a dog though, because
I don't think a dog would, yo. Honestly,
Well, sometimes they do, but yeah, mostly not a dog. But cats will fucking eat.
If they're hungry.
I think honestly, I think dogs have like such a genuine connection with their owners. Like it's super wholesome.
You will find news articles of dogs eating their owners because their owners died in the house before feeding the dog, and the dog is trapped inside with a slab of meat and no food.
Yeah, sure, and the same with cats.
Right.
It's just like
The dog. What happens is the dog goes through its own little ego death and is like, you know what? I'm gonna have to eat this guy.
But what about people that die by their sword? Of their philosophy.
By their sword?
So
Oh,
yeah.
So fall on their own sword.
I think that's the way you say the analogy. It sounded correct.
Are you talking about suicide?
No, he's talking about people
It's
who.
it's like if you have a belief, nothing will change it. It's impossible for anything or anyone to
they
change
fall on their own sword.
Oh, I think that's
I
pretty
mean,
foolish.
you're talking about that's foolishness. Yeah.
Well, like what if like it was for a family member? Like, I would safely say I would die before I hurt someone I care about. I would rather die than do that.
Well, I think like if I was going to cause hurt to somebody, yes, I would rather die than do that. But But like I don't think like I would allow myself to be injured if I didn't think there was a good outcome for it. Like I would still weigh the cost of something.
Yeah, the wildest thing I heard about, like a quote I've heard of this is from Breaking Bad when Walter White is like, anything is negotiable.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, whoa, that's so gangster. Anything's negotiable. That's insane.
That's just from stoicism too.
But that's like genuinely like gangster. Yeah. Like
it's too gangster, at that point, I think. It's too gangster.
Well, 50 Cent was talking about that where he's like, if anyone betrayed him and they sent people after him, he would literally pay those people double the money that their mob boss is paying them.
Hey, it's funny that you brought up 50 Cent.
No, that's the right thing to do.
Because I've watched a lot of his productions. There's a show called Power. Do you know about that show?
No.
No. I know that he made that vitamin water.
No.
Thing. Not made it. He didn't make it. He like sponsored it or
He's
something.
made.
How much did it cost?
He's made 7 seasons of a show called Power, and he's made a second season that went after Power, and the show's called Power. And
Right, we got that.
And then there's I've watched them all, so don't even get me wrong about this.
No,
there's a prequel to one of the characters, which one of the characters he played.
Right.
He played a character in the initial Power series, but he made another one where his character was played by another person, and so 50 Cent has a lot to offer in this vein.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got freaking like almost like 50 episodes of all kinds of shit, and it's all in the Power. It's called Power. I mean, he has a little freaking 50 Cent little thing in the thing. It's just like bing, ba-toom, but I got the freaking series in my head. It's called Power.
Dude, you're ranting.
No,
You
I'm
guys
just,
know what
am
is
I
so
ranting?
funny?
I mean, look at what.
No, he's not ranting. Helio, you're not ranting.
What are you going on about? Like, that made, dude. Come on.
No, it's Power. It's Power. This is.
You gotta let Aurelius know about
You
this.
brought up 50 Cent. I told you what 50 Cent's doing. Watch. I mean, he's doing 50 Cent Hollywood.
What does 50 Cent and his productions have anything to do with this?
I don't know, but I can't stop listening to Gangster's Paradise, guys. It's a problem.
My.
Dude, that song is like one of the best songs ever. Sorry, not sorry.
Just give me something for the cringe and let me.
That is a good song. I like. I ain't gonna lie. I like that song. I like Al Yankovic's.
You guys should listen to Porter Robinson, "Walk on Water."
You should listen.
Yo, guys, guess what? Guess what?
Chord Hell.
Guys,
Chord
guess what?
Hell.
Guess what, guys?
I can't.
If you use your eyes, you will see.
See what?
Wow.
Right. Uh-huh.
No, he's right. I just don't know what to see. I guess like see what's in front of me.
Yeah, what's right in front of
what-
you
guess what-
is a
guess what?
level
I feel like I've
stationary
used your brain.
plane.
I feel like
You
I've
use
drifted
your
into
brain,
the odd portion
you
of
can think.
YouTube where all these weird videos are playing.
I think I've lost my, I guess,
Okay.
mind. Sort
I'm
of.
about to go get some tea. Y'all are kind of tripping me out. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea and I'll be back.
You need to start talking too. Please
We're
help.
tripping- Wait, what do you mean? We're tripping about?
Because I'm gonna go get some tea and then I'll come back and talk to you because y'all are tripping.
Here's,
Wait,
I love
here's
you guys. I'll
something
be
that
back.
you can
Wait,
see.
who's tripping? Am I tripping for real?
No.
No,
No, I'm just.
no, seriously. If I was, let me know.
No, you're not
You're
tripping.
good.
It
You're
has been a rough
fine.
week,
You're
okay, you
fine.
guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a little
fine.
tad of a smidge stressful.
And I'll tell you what, Lofi Life, man. I mean, I'm glad you found us, man. No matter all the personalities and people you meet here, you know, feel like you're a genuine person. Nobody is really is. I think you're all.
Well, I appreciate that, Helio.
You about it, bro. So
I try
what
to
you
be,
asked,
dude.
what do you see when you look across Earth? Looks flat, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you can walk on it.
Looks flat to me too.
And it's stationary. There's stationary objects. We have flat surfaces. We have horizons and sea level.
Dude, what are you
That's
talking
all I gotta
about?
say.
The Earth is a
That's
square.
all I gotta say. What's up?
The Earth is a square. What are you talking about?
You mean a cube?
A cube?
Yes, it's a square.
No.
No,
Yo,
squares
actually,
are-
you know what? Okay, so wait. So the square is from the pillars, and then if it's biblical, it's like those. It could be pillars.
Gotta
And
wait
then,
for Sunday.
and then yeah. Oh yeah,
Wait for
Easter's
Sunday.
coming up. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
well, you
Wow.
gotta wait for Sunday to talk about anything like that because that's all speculation.
Yeah. You're right. Yo, we can go down that path.
The Earth is square because if you keep going, it's flat, right? But then when you get to China, you're on the other side of the square and it's still flat, right? Until you go to the bottom of the square where Antarctica is and it's flat.
Sounds
Then you go to the other side of the square and you see Australia.
Minecraft in real life.
What did you just
What do you mean? Minecraft is life.
Is it real? So it's good? Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a creative game. I think
it's not a creative game. It's life. Can you play Minecraft in real life?
And just asking
Can you
that
play Minecraft in real life?
I can't. I can't play Minecraft in real life. No.
I often say in Minecraft when I'm fed posting.
What a question, though, because I never realized that you technically actually can't.
Yeah,
exactly.
That is so insane, dude.
You do play Minecraft. You do play Minecraft
what is
in real
wrong?
life.
How did I not see this or hear that?
But
my whole life?
You do play Minecraft in real life.
But no, wait, no.
No, I'm telling you. You sit down in real life at a computer and play Minecraft. You play Minecraft in real life.
I
knew you were going to say that. Boys.
Knew you were going to say that.
Right, so you use
Gregory, thank God you're here.
Squares. You just go up and down, across, up and down, across, up and down, across. You just like blank square. I use an axe. I've seen Minecraft. You know what people do.
You guys need to understand that you need to question everything. The Earth could even be a triangle.
Honestly,
a rectangle.
I will say this. I think I've hit a point where I don't know anything anymore. Honestly,
exactly, and that's
I used to be sure about so many things, and I was so wrong, and I was genuinely wrong, and I sincerely thought I was right.
That's because if you know everything, you're in the wrong room.
Yeah, if you're in Minecraft world, it's all flat. It's cubes and squares.
If you're the smartest person in your room, you're the wrong.
Wait, what was that, Gregory? Gregory, please speak louder.
I said, of course, it is impossible to be absolutely devoid of knowledge.
Right.
All I know is
my pronouns are void of knowledge, so therefore I am the void of knowledge.
And do you know that?
This guy sounds like Bathtub Ross.
Well, guess what? My pronouns are Bathtub and Ross.
Oh, no.
See, that's the beauty of modern society. You could give yourself whatever pronouns you want now. That's the beauty of it. So if I said I was a Apache helicopter, I can be an Apache helicopter.
That would just put you in 2015 meme territory.
Okay, so then if I said I wanted to be Memius Aurelius, then I will be Memius Aurelius.
Well,
you could, but no one would believe you.
I don't know.
No, because the thing about modern society is we were the way we were taught was to respect others and their pronoun. And obviously people don't always respect it, but most of the people do. Therefore, they have to address me by my pronouns, which is Memius Aurelius.
This guy's either
Memius Aurelius is not a pronoun,
sociopath.
Yeah, Memius Aurelius is not a pronoun, neither is Helio.
Well,
we're here as members of this server. We can actually discuss things with each other. We're not going to identify as anyone else other than who we identify as.
I am a meat popsicle.
Well, if Memus is a personal name, Aurelius is a personal name.
Yeah,
but if Memus is a personal name,
yeah, Memus is a name. Yeah, Memus Aurelius is a name. It's two proper names. So
yeah, but as far as recognizing, if someone came in there to try to say that they were someone else using your name, then that would be ridiculous.
Of course. There's a difference.
Ridiculous. Everything's ridiculous.
My pronoun.
People named Gregory.
I think that's a big part of life. Is it's just so ridiculous. It is. It's too
The
much.
biggest part of life is thinking.
It's too
What
much.
will you do? What will you do with the slow time that you have?
I don't know. That's the question.
Think about it. From our perspective, we only live once because the people that die never come back. Therefore, what will you do in that time, my friend?
I know. Where do they go? What the heck, yo?
Exactly. You don't see dead people walking the streets.
It's like
unless you
junior
look at
high
a
school.
comedy movie or something.
Well, it's just like I was saying, when they jump in here and ask us questions, they want answers, and we give them answers.
No, you do not give them answers. You give them a perspective. You give them a perspective to which they can see.
Sure.
Because
That's a
everything
fallacious
you
but has
say,
distinction.
everything you say is an opinion, and everything you see is a perspective.
Well, I mean, sometimes we give them answers. Are you denying we never give them answers?
There's a line between the truth and opinions, my friend.
Okay, well,
the human eye cannot see everything.
Well, do you need to be omniscient to know
So
that?
if I said that the floor is the floor, that would be a correct answer. But if I said the floor is made out of 50,000 other floors, then that would be an opinion. Because we don't know.
Okay, well, that would be a ridiculous question, so we would
Exactly.
we give a ridiculous
Therefore,
answer.
it is
to
called
the
an
dumbass
opinion.
question.
What is happening?
What's happening is
I think some people just want to talk and not actually listen to what other people are saying. But do you need to be omniscient to know anything?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I
When
don't
you give
know
an answer,
much.
that is an instance of articulating your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand or are curious about the flat earth topic, that's why we're here. Ask genuine answers, and we'll give you genuine answers to your genuine question. Fucking dumbass.
That's awesome, Helio. That's great. I appreciate that a
All
lot.
right, I have a flat Earth question.
I'm gonna change the motto of the server to ask genuine answers.
Ask genuine
answers.
My bad.
24/7 asking genuine answers since 2015
at its finest.
So, guys, I have a question. Since the Earth is flat,
yes.
Well, you can't start a question with since
he
the
left.
Earth is flat.
It's gone.
Yeah, he can do that.
He accidentally left. I don't know. He's gone now.
That was on purpose, you guys.
How did I?
That
was funny. That was really funny. You guys laughed.
Yeah, he did it on purpose.
You
Come on,
realized that that was fucking.
Pretty
You guys know that. Come on.
The thinker is either a moron or he is a brilliant troll.
Both.
I don't think there's any such thing as a brilliant troll. Maybe
are
there
you-
is.
Hey, I'm a
Maybe
troll.
there is.
Mamus,
They have
are you
to
saying he's an?
know.
Say what,
Mamus,
Ether?
Are you saying he's an? Are you saying he's an idiot savant troll?
Yeah,
Well,
idiot
like
savant.
An idiot savant troll. He's either an idiot or he's a brilliant troll.
Well, he must have twisted me around for asking a dumbass question like I just said. Because everybody laughed at me. That's all good.
He got everyone to engage with him on the basis of the most ridiculous, insane claims.
Who?
So he, the thinker.
Oh, yeah.
He got everyone to engage with him in
That is true.
pronoun talk that was based on the most spurious, ill-defined idea.
I think it's all
Oh
insane.
God!
All of it. It's all insane.
But what's
Everything.
sane mean?
I give you
Do
props.
you really mean everything, or are you
I
just
give
being
you props.
hyperbolic?
No, I give you guys props
being
because
hyperbolic.
I admit it's a lot for me, but it's not really a lot for like you guys. Like for me, I don't know how everyone deals with life. It's just very stressful. Or am I crazy? Am I
One
crazy?
day I'll tell you about my divorce.
Yeah, hey, Lofi, as far as this argument goes, we're just here talking about what globe? What globe?
There's no globe.
All right, cool. So that's what we're talking about.
Helios
And
says,
when
"Where
people
is
try to
Glob?"
spin us around and it's like, oh, the globe is this, globe is that. It's like, where's this globe that you keep talking about? I can't find it.
Well, I just ask simply, how did they measure it, and who did that? Like, who measured it, and how do they do it?
That's a good question.
That's it. That's all I ask, and then everyone never, like, no one ever says anything. Like, they kind of just,
Yeah, me, you're in the same.
yeah. That's
You're in
all.
the same
It's like,
boat as us, bro.
I
We
think
can't
I
find the
forget who
globe
said it.
either. So.
Right, because I don't mind like talking about flat Earth. It's just exhausting when I know they're just trying to troll, and so it's just like I'm just
But
like,
we
hey,
kind of enjoy it though,
yeah,
because
sometimes, yeah. It is.
That's
It's
why
fun
we're
to do that
here. That's
mental.
why we're here, because and it's just like I was saying earlier, it's just like you came here to ask us the question.
Yeah, it's the first time I have been insulted and wished them well. Like they'd be like, you're like,
That's a good way to put it. Yeah,
it's crazy, right? Like they're like, you're a delusional piece of shit. I'm just like, brother, I love you. I'm trying to talk to you. That's all. And like they'll get down and dirty and get personal. Like they'll make fun of.
You know why? Because we're defying their religion about the globe, which doesn't exist.
Right.
They believe in it, and their spurious and freaking weak arguments they can't prove. They don't know why they believe the globe, and once they discover that it's spurious, they cannot defend it anymore, and they get really pissed off about it.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, the people that believe in the globe, if you read comments on YouTube videos shaming flat Earth, it's very negative and derogatory.
Yeah, and that's why we stand here firm where we are right now.
Like on
we
some
don't
real
care
shit,
what they say about us.
If somebody can't tell you why they believe something, what does that say?
That says that they're ironically delusional and easily manipulated.
Well, it also says that they don't know themselves.
That's true too. That's very important. Yeah.
So these are people who don't understand how their own minds work.
And that's kind of scary because I'm starting to realize that, like, if you fuck with people that don't handle the truth, like, they will drop the potato on you. Like, I don't know. It
shows you something about their spirit when they're they get emotional about it.
Yes, it's actually genuinely gray and demonic. It's like
they are not. What I mean by they don't know themselves is that their experiences, their ego is in control of their mind rather than them being aware of their own ego and their own experiences. Those things define them, and so they don't know themselves, and so they cannot be in control.
It's like they're a shell of their own life,
right?
It's
but
weird.
See, all of us were like that at one point when we were asleep, because that's what being asleep is. That's why I say people wake up. And it doesn't have anything to do with information. Something in their spirit changes, and they're able to suddenly self-reflect and able to take in new information.
When you're asleep, it's like there's like a rock, like that you're sleeping on, like a pebble, and you can. It's not massive, but you can feel like it's there, but you can't figure out what it is. Like you're being deceived, or that something's not right, or something's wrong, and you just have a hard time being confident in your life, or you have a difficult time having conviction. Where it's
So if they come in here to try to say, hey, the earth is not flat because I know this, and then we give them some genuine arguments from our point of view,
politely at first.
Yeah, politely at first. And then they're like, well, we know. And then we start to say, well, who the fuck is we?
Yeah. You know what's weird is, like, to get offended over it is kind of odd. It's just, it's not like it's their family or it's genuinely personal.
It's not even we. When they talk about we, they're talking about the education system and general ideas about.
They're talking about 95% of society. That's the we.
It's odd to someone the likes of you,
we
Lo-Fi,
know,
because
but how do you know? I'm
Hold
talking
on,
to
Helio.
you.
Hold on, Helio. Helio, hold on. Go ahead, Gregory.
yeah, it's odd to someone the likes of you, Lo-Fi, you and I, because we don't have a really large amount of stake on this paradigm. Like, we don't have a career, and our economic well-being is not largely standing upon the veracity and credibility of this cosmological doctrine. And we haven't really invested our heart, as it were, into believing the paradigm and all the implications and all the supposed possibilities and all the supposed wonders and all the supposed great things that we can do in this cosmic paradigm. But then you come along to the person that does have a deep fervence for believing this cosmological doctrine, and they really, really want it to be true, and they want to fulfill their desires and hopes and dreams in this cosmic paradigm. And then you come along and say, not only is this not true, but the persons who taught it to you are not trustworthy. Even worse than just being a deceived deceiver doing their best, but still not doing what is best. But even to the point that some personnel are so wicked as to deliberately teach this falsehood and deceive themselves and deceive others. The implications of exposing this paradigm are so intensely stinging and painful that of course people are going to resist it no matter what.
Because it would be reality crushing for them.
Now, a frequent fallacy that happens in some forums like this is when the person is arguing the truth, they approach the opponent as though they're a robot or a computer system, and forgetting that you're talking to a human. We cannot have these discussions neglecting the very inevitable and patent fact that we are sentient, that we have a heart.
And some don't.
Well, some are callous. All have a heart and all are sentient, so as long as you're alive. But some are callous. Yes, I do agree with that also.
Yeah.
The truly calloused are, to be fright?
A tad, just a tad, yeah.
Quite frankly, they're rare. The truly calloused are quite rare. Like the anti-flat earthers, those are rare. And a lot of times people get mistreated because of a general misconception, especially from like our perspective. Like back in the old days, like all we got was just heaps of abuse, and so we're a little standoffish. Like I'm not anymore, but like a lot of people are. It's kind of, that's the flat earth chip on the block, chip on the shoulder. Yeah. Is that a lot of flat earthers approach it as if the other person's just automatically lying. Well, you're a liar. It's like, no, that person is not a liar. They are repeating their belief that comes from a tradition.
Right. So on both sides, when enough abuse has been inflicted upon the person and they reach their limit, then they become hard-hearted and cynical and pessimistic and even misanthropic rather than philanthropic.
Yeah, I've seen this with friends. Like, they just completely go south. Like, they have gray in their eyes.
Yeah.
Are you saying that, like, that's like a irreversible thing? Like, they're just going to be that way forever now? Because it sure seems like that.
No,
it's not irreversible.
No.
But no other creature is going to be the direct cause to undo or soften their heart. That's only the work of the eternal creator.
Can't deny that.
Like I said, I don't know what the mechanism is for like people who wake up, like suddenly one day they wake up and they start self-reflecting. That, like for me, that probably is like the hand of the creator saying, okay, snaps his fingers, it's your time to wake up. Like, I don't know what the cause is, and I imagine that's the cause. I would attribute that to be the cause. Because and that's where I get all, that's where my woo is. Something I would talk about on a Sunday very easily. But that's why I say that we don't wake people up. Like, there's no information you're going to give somebody that wakes them up. That's not a human thing to do.
Right.
Right. That waking up is something spiritual.
It's similar, to use technical terms, the experiment, independent cause, independent variables, dependent variable, controlled variables.
Right.
So you're in the situation that you're in. There's a multitude of influences internally and externally. Now, one of those influences is a determining influence. That determines the difference, whatever the difference is in the situation. For instance, the difference between belief or unbelief. Right? Acceptance or rejection. You see, everyone else around you is not the determining influence. Everyone else around you can be an influence, but not the determining influence. The only person that is the determining influence is the eternal creator.
Yep.
Sometimes I feel like he ragdolls me, but I guess it's for my greater good.
People rarely stop and contemplate and consider if there is the eternal creator, the God, and the situation, all situations are under his control, and this situation is the present situation, which includes the opportunity to inquire and investigate and discuss and debate and analyze and examine, then this is provided to me from the eternal creator. You say, so as long as we're not the eternal omniscient one, so as long as we draw breath, every moment of our existence is a continuation of the lesson in his classroom, as it were.
Yeah, I agree.
So are you saying it's destiny? It's fate?
That is a factor also. But that last point was about the fact that so as long as we draw breath, not being the eternal creator, every moment we draw breath is an opportunity to learn the lesson he's trying to teach us.
Without the obstacles, without the obstacles you're going through, and you're going to keep going through. Maybe that's what you need.
Yeah, I feel like I've almost had enough, though.
I've been there.
Right?
Yeah, believe me, I have been there. Believe me. Like I said, going through my divorce was I thought was impossible. I thought it was impossible.
Wow.
I actually thought it was impossible.
Yeah.
But now I'm fine.
Yeah, divorce court, I hear, can change someone forever, and they will never go back.
Yeah, I've been through 2 divorces, and it's the most miserable experience that you can ever know.
The results with me, though, is I am not bitter at all.
No, I get that, but
I'm not.
You can say it, but I mean, it does.
I'm not.
It does hit you in the heart. I mean, ultimately,
it did.
Does hit you.
But I let it. I let it be. I let it be what I needed. Instead of it turning me into my worst self, it turned me into my best self.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's what you have to do. Like, it's like your brain for once the brain does something good where it's like, okay, we have no choice but to be positive right now.
Right.
It's just like, I'll never go through that again. I know not to do what
these obstacles. The obstacles that we go through are either make us or break us. But it's not the obstacles that are making or breaking us. It's us. It's our choice. Right. And so when the creator lets us go through these things, it gives us power And we can either let it give us superpowers, or we can let it defeat us. But if you get through it, you've got superpowers from that point on. You can't hurt after that. I knew a guy who raced motorcycles, and he'd been in so many wrecks.
Kind of unfortunate, though, bro. I mean, it's just like, do I have feelings anymore?
Right.
It's just like I was hurt so bad, you know. I mean,
I don't think. I think I'm still super sad about things, but like I'm still tough with like a lot of other things too. Like things that used to make me very upset, I can handle, but I'm still super sad. Like emotionally sad.
I mean, so many regrets. I mean, it's just like people are like, oh, divorces, it's all women. I mean, I'm not, you know, of course the women go through the same shit we do, but it's just like,
no, Helio, they
don't talk about it.
No, Helio, they don't go through the same thing.
They don't, I mean,
no.
We're just like, man, dude, I'm telling you,
women
bro,
don't.
It hurts. It fucking hurts.
I know, but women do not go through near the same thing we do.
Right.
Now we get the immediate kick in the stomach. They get the kick in the stomach later on.
It's true.
Right. But anyway, sadness is a thing that, like I said, it can either help you grow, or it's not doing it. You can either grow from it. You can choose to grow from it and become strong and impervious, or you can let yourself be weak. But it's not a bad thing that's happening that's causing it. Go ahead, Greg.
Another frequent fallacy people are in the habit of making is denying that throughout the entirety of their lives, they have dependent on revelation from persons.
Right.
You see, a lot of people grow up into their 20s and 30s and so on and so forth, and they have this worldview that they turn up their eyes and flare their nose and look down upon personal revelation. But the fact of the matter is that every one of us who are alive today have received revelation from other persons that preceded us, that predated us. And so with that being said, what about the first humans who did not have any humans before them? Who did they receive revelation from? And why would we not consider that? I mean, that's a logical option. What if we have been told the truth and the whole truth, the sufficient set of truth that we need to know for our complete blessedness, and we just refuse to accept it?
Yeah, and Gregory, are you referring to, like Abrahamic tradition, with the families involved?
Well, obviously, what I'm saying is making you recall that.
I think people should.
Well, their companion Gregory would have.
Cultures also have similar stories as well. Yes, you can compare that. I mean, look at what happened with Jacob. I mean, oh my goodness.
Gregory, their companion that they would have had revelation from would have been the Creator. It would have been God.
Right.
Right. So ultimately, that's who we can always, trust in, call on for strength, supplication.
Yeah, we're a lot of times in modern situations we're short-sighted and we get emotional, but yeah. And that's why, the ancient scriptures and ancient texts, we can, gain influence from and support and hope and understanding, for what might happen in the future. It's the only reason we can actually know anything about humanity.
Yes.
In my opinion.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there is a truth, that seems to be the closest to the truth. Is God.
Well, it's interesting you phrase it that way, because in order for you to gauge the proposition to be closest to the truth, you would have to first know the truth itself first.
And it's just like, is everyone gonna make up their own truth?
No.
Is that where it comes from? No.
It's the truth. Like, you can't change it. It's always been. You can't adjust it. Can't take it back. It's just
You're an ignorant asshole if you think you can make up your own freaking truth. I'll figure it out myself. No.
Well, no, I'm not saying I know the truth. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just
Helio saying that in general, not to you.
Helio is speaking to the spirits.
Yes.
No, I understand.
Yeah, and they already told me you can't make this up. You can.
Right, Gregory. He's speaking through spirits right now.
God is speaking through Helio right now.
I wouldn't claim that. I mean, you guys are claiming that.
No, there's a reason.
So that's on you. That's on you.
Helio. There's a reason they called him spirits. There's a reason they call the drink spirits.
Maybe, or maybe none of that's true. You know,
like a Sprite can.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
I mean, they also call it a spike, and you spike it. You know, I mean, you spike.
No, lo-fi. I'm talking about alcohol. It's called spirits.
Also, you can spike someone's drink, right? Boom.
That's why you just drink water.
I'm spiking you guys with. You can't make this shit up.
I feel like you're spiking my drink with mescaline.
You're putting spikes on the road, but for
you don't even have to take it. You don't even have to take mescaline to know that what I'm saying is true. So, fucking, roll with it.
Can I just tell you that one time I went to a club in LA and I got a drink of water and put lemon in it, and I was dancing and I was just going hard, yeah. And everyone's like, "Yo, what are you drinking? What are you drinking, man?" And I'm like, "I'm just drinking lemon with water."
Okay, sure.
That.
Yeah, I just remembered that. I just figured lemon with water would be more refreshing.
Did somebody spike your
drink? Is it lemons, water? That's
lemon water. It goes hard.
Yeah, I voluntarily took a whole shitload of hallucinogens in the past, but if someone spiked a drink and I didn't know, I would be super pissed at them.
Well, yeah.
I've never been bothered with that.
Yeah, it'd be kind of weird if you weren't bothered by that.
I would be. Actually, I'd probably freaking go to their house and kick the shit out of them. You spiked my drink last night, you fucking asshole.
I think you misunderstand. I mean, that's never happened to me. Not that it's happened to me and it didn't,
It's never happened to me. I voluntarily took freaking multiple hallucinogens, and so, yeah.
Really, are you saying you
tonight?
Mushrooms?
No, I just drink a lot. Everybody knows that. That's not a secret.
I drink.
Well, yeah, alcohol can bring you to a different place. Yeah, that's
true. I drink like once or twice a year, maybe.
Yeah, I drank like a little bit of whiskey and it got me super dizzy. I'm just like, whoa, you can like really knock yourself out with this shit.
I was literally can't.
I literally had to say no. I was like, I can't drink no more.
I can't at all anymore.
That was the right answer.
Yeah.
But anyway, back in the day, I did take some hallucinogens that took me somewhere, that was something else.
Yeah. Who's it? Who said my name?
That was me. I was just saying, man. That's the thing. If you can learn from poor decisions really quickly, that's definitely a really good thing.
Yeah.
It's a sign of intelligence, adaptation.
Yes. I appreciate you saying that too, because like I had to really let my mind be logical about it. Like, is this actually good for me? And it was like, no. It's like, okay, but then let's not drink ever. It's like smoking. Like literally, I would prescribe smoking marijuana over anything like that.
The truth is, about 90% of our habits we don't need.
This is true.
I can just see Aurelius just like
Well,
he's got like a suitcase.
What I'm going to say is not to say that you can't figure some of this shit out without taking hallucinogens or smoking.
We moved on. Helio, we moved on. We moved on, Helio.
No, but I agree with what he said though. Like I'm so wild out that you said that, because that's exactly what woke me up with a lot of things, is like smoking marijuana for the first time at a later age. I'm just like, whoa, what? It like makes it so you see things for what they are. Somehow it just does it. It just puts you in the right state of mind.
You know, hey,
yeah,
Lo-Fi?
sorry. Yeah, am I rambling?
I have never smoked weed.
I know, you told me that. You told me you didn't have a cigarette.
Yeah, I don't smoke. Never smoked weed. The only thing that's ever happened to me is someone slipped me a hallucinogen one time.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that ever happened to me. Yeah,
because you didn't choose to do that. So yeah,
I didn't choose to do it. It was it was an awesome experience, but I didn't choose to do it.
Dude, how wild would it be if somebody like gave you like a cookies and cream edible, and like you just
it's not necessary to see this. What we're talking about. That's what I was saying. I mean, I didn't.
But Helio, how did I arrive to such a stoic and quote unquote enlightened place? And
when you're not,
and I don't do anything.
Well, no, Aurelius.
You have to be high to think the Earth is flat. No, you don't.
Right. Yeah, Aurelius ate a lot of humble pie. That's what he ate.
That is what I ate. Yes.
He just no like steak and mashed potatoes with gravy. He just ate humble pie, and that pie was awful.
And you know, humble pie, if you've ever seen the original recipe, it is the most disgusting thing you could ever imagine.
Wow.
Like fucking, you gotta dig to the bottom of the fucking Anyway.
It is true. No, it is, and it's like it almost makes you want to cry at yourself. It's like really weird. It's very strange.
And that actually applies to not only flat Earth. It applies to different situations with spirituality and common physical understanding about your influence. In humanity. It's like everybody has to take a slice of humble pie, and it tastes like shit.
Yeah, but Helio, a lot of people eat humble pie and resent it and don't learn from it.
They don't swallow it.
They don't
or
swallow
digest
it.
it.
They just
or
vomit.
get nourished by it.
That's right. They just vomit.
Yeah, I mean, Neo even like threw up when Morpheus was like, Neo. This, like Neo's like, oh no, he like literally, and he was like, no, this can't be it. That can't be true. No. And I'm like, dude, I remember watching that scene. I'm just like, I get it.
Yeah, it's just like no. It's just like that's all of us. Just like no,
it's too much. Well, that's the thing. It's too. I admit it's too much, dude.
That's
all
our
of these
baby.
movies that
That's
depict
our
that.
baby stage. That's our baby stage.
What was that? What was that, Gregory?
All of these movies that depict that, where they depict this radical, fundamental paradigm shift in a person's worldview, it is indicative on the part of at least the heads of the movie project of how perverted their heart and mind is, because they are only able to make such a movie knowing that there really is a whole host of truths which the vast majority of the public is unaware of, and then they make these movies depicting this radical paradigm shift that is damn near unbearable to continue living in, to continue living through, yet they themselves don't actually expose the real truths.
Hidden in plain sight as well.
Like
yeah,
I'm
the
saying,
Matrix.
That's our baby stage, and then we move forward from there. And I think that's we're on a.
They'll spend millions upon millions of dollars and all these other resources and time and energy to make an entire movie project that gets across that general principle that there is a whole truth about the world that people are ignorant of, but not tell the truth about the world that people are ignorant of.
Yeah, exactly.
They make a drama out of the
journey. It has
journey.
nothing to do with money. It's about intellect, intellectual cost. Now, intellectual cost has no value unless you are curious, right?
Is that why they try to tell you that curiosity killed the cat, so you wouldn't be curious?
Maybe. I mean,
That's true, isn't it?
I mean, it's just like intellectual cost is physical, but not physical. Like when you figure out some of these things, the capital of intellectual cost. I mean, it's as far as the discussion goes, it's like we're here talking to each other, right? So that's the capital of intellect, right?
That phrase, curiosity killed the cat, that's a wicked proverb. That is an insidious way to provoke people to not be curious and don't investigate.
Right. That I always had a weird feeling about that saying. I'm like, curiosity is what killed the cat? Like, then how?
Because curiosity is a natural property of us and our intellect. We are involuntarily curious. We are born. It is one of the properties of our being to be curious. And then we're being told that the property of curiosity, which has been endowed to us by the eternal creator, is detrimental to our well-being rather than a benefit.
No joke.
You said that the way you said that though about it being wicked. You're absolutely right. It sounds like something a witch would say. Who the hell is going to talk about killing a cat? Come on now.
See, I always picture it as like a black cat too, like how you said. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. You said that. Yeah, that's crazy. Dude, we've all heard it, right? Like everyone has heard that saying.
I could take it as a rather than wicked. I could take it as kind of a prescient warning. Like it's your natural way to be curious, but because of wickedness, that curiosity will get you killed by like wicked forces.
Yeah, they could have easily said, rather than the way it's usually said,
right?
They could have very easily said, be careful in your investigation, because there are persons who are wicked that will retaliate against you for trying to satisfy your curiosity.
Right. So it's kind of like the difference between, like, let's say there's two reporters or like two journalists, it's like 1920, and they're going to expose some corrupt politician, and one says to the other one, curiosity killed the cat. But he's not saying it in a wicked way. But then an agent of that corrupt government official comes in at night and says, curiosity killed the cat. And he's using it as a threat.
Yeah. The sense in which that proverb is said changes depending on the context.
Yes. Yeah. I would say generally it's said by the people who don't want you to investigate them.
Yeah, it's said by the persons who are trying to hide their wickedness in the darkness.
Who did I even hear that? Who did any of?
So are we making up an election?
You didn't hear it from anybody?
No, it's got to be true. No, it's got to be true.
You didn't hear it from anybody. You didn't hear it from anybody. It's a cultural idiom. So that means it's been in use for so long,
and you know what?
That it's cultural.
And sometimes, say through Julius Caesar's dichotomy, right there was a whole freaking political dichotomy involved with Julius Caesar and his freaking.
What, like him boning Cleopatra?
No, when all of the political adversaries fucking killed him. And
how are you relating that to the subject?
I have no idea.
Yeah, what's going on, Helio?
Maybe I'm mixing the. Maybe I'm like
Helio. Helio is currently on the dream quest of unknown Kadath, moving through dimensions of space and time, across Acherontic chasms of imagination.
No, to be honest, you know what? I think I know exactly.
Wasn't Julius Caesar assassinated by his constituents?
Not his constituents, by his senators.
All right, cool. So that is the political dynamic of the color of law that we're talking about. You know, when
color of law.
The what?
The color of law. The
what now?
That sort of leads into the lines of logic.
Helio.
Okay.
Helio. I think your train has officially derailed.
Maybe it has.
No, I'm listening, dude. I'm listening.
No. Helio, it's about to be Ohio. I would just slow the train down. Maybe stop, and get out and check the tracks.
I mean, what does it mean? It's about to be Ohio?
So, a big giant toxic explosion of gases.
Oh my
I
God.
thought you meant like a strange.
I'm mad at Nick the first time you said it.
That's what I literally thought.
You're gonna have rainbows in the swamp.
Perhaps we're all there.
Perhaps the freaking bad ending of Getaway.
No,
not Getaway. What is it called? Unstoppable Getaway. What did I call that movie? Getaway? Unstoppable. Denzel Washington.
That's an old movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened in real life is the bad ending of that movie.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in a movie with Mel Gibson too? Where it was like a fucking conspiracy.
Conspiracy theory? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there such thing as
Shut the
conspiracy
fuck
theory?
up, Helio.
Is there such thing?
Have you
as
guys spoken to
You ever heard of law enforcement?
down the bottom? He seems to be server muted, but he's VC verified.
Who is it?
The drugstore.
Oh wow, that's a name to go by.
Wow, he's come to sell. They actually come to you now.
Well, I unmuted him.
Oh, hello.
Hello,
everybody. How you guys doing?
Hello, everybody.
I have
no reason why you were server muted.
I think this was from like 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think I was trolling because I just couldn't believe that there was a Flat Earth Discord.
Wait, drugstore, you're part of the lo-fi server. I see you.
I don't.
How are you in the lo-fi server as well?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you get in there?
What you mean? How I get in there?
All right, so drugstore
guy. Invite.
Okay, everybody, let's drugstore. State your purpose.
What you mean?
So, are you still are you still on a globe or what? Has any of your thoughts changed?
I found what you guys were just talking about quite interesting about the wickedness and like the darkness and stuff like that and curiosity.
Oh, the curiosity killed a cat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I really kind of deeply comprehended that.
Yeah.
It was
for real.
Because I rarely hear people talk like that nowadays. It was quite refreshing.
You know why? Because they don't.
Helio, the train, choo choo.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
You said you came in trolling, and then and now you're back. We unmuted you. Are you going to troll again, or are you interested in talking about the?
I'm interested in talking about some. Yeah. I'm just I was skeptical about like the flatness, but like far as in like the map of the planet, I don't think we have like the full thing like available.
So do you still think we live on a? Sorry. Do you still think we live on a curved water ball, or do you concede that we actually live on a flat surface?
I don't know if we do. I don't think I ever know for sure.
Hey, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Investigate. But I'm seeking knowledge to go beyond Antarctica or inside of Antarctica. That's really where my interest lies.
We'll never get there.
Antarctica. Yeah, I know. We'll never all get there.
Unless you get the right clearance or get into the right position within the political military world order, but notwithstanding that.
And then you have to go into a region that's cold enough to freeze diesel fuel.
Yeah.
So good luck.
I don't think there's. Yeah.
It's almost like someone put a gate there that we're not allowed to go across.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like Hunger Games in real life. Well, you also know that it's either two things that's beyond that ice wall. It's either the truth of the dome, which would prove the Bible's actually true, or it's like endless, vast, beautiful something. It's either whatever it is. It's
why does it only have to be the two?
Or ice wasteland, or it's holding something that's like very dangerous in the
What
ice.
if the Earth? What if the realm that we exist in is the floor of a universe, and there is nothing beyond because it's the end of all reality?
How could you have the end of reality? Though?
I mean, yeah, that doesn't.
Oh
I
man,
don't think,
he said it was a footstool.
yes, I don't think we can perceive that. I don't think.
Wait a second. You guys are saying a lot of this stuff that Isaiah said. So you guys really looked into this, huh?
I don't think we have the senses to.
No, I just heard you say the footstool thing. That's that.
Yeah.
That
No,
model,
someone else.
that model,
Mike.
super hubble. No, I'm being absolutely serious when I say this. The model for
Because
that.
everyone's talking over the top of each other, so no one knows who's talking. That was Mike who said the footstool. So if you just watch your screen, you can see who lights up, and then you can respond to that person who lights up. It's pretty easy to do.
So we're gonna have Lo-Fi respond to Mike.
No, I'm good. It was just throwing that in there.
Oh yeah, I was just saying I completely agree. I was actually genuinely surprised because that was the model in the scripture that like
No, it is.
really made my head spin. Like
the only reason I give impossible answers, like I'll say something like maybe there's nothing beyond it. It's just the end of like everything, right? Because the only way you're going to ever get beyond and see the earth for what it is as a system wholly is not in this life.
Right. Well, then again, isn't it true that it never ends? It just never ends.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that.
It just never ends, dude. It just.
Hold on, I actually disagree with that. You can experience life here on Earth like everyone else does as well, and it doesn't have to have a shape. The argument of shape is, that's a different kind of thing. All of us as human beings, we can experience creation.
No, I mean experience it outside of it is what I was saying.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
If I was missing the point.
As I would always put it, the God's eye view of Earth.
Yeah, you'll never experience it that way. Nobody can. Yeah. Yeah, God's eye view.
Regardless of us not being omniscient,
if you think you personally can experience God's eye view, then you're just wrong. You'll never be able to see that. Is that what you were saying, Meme?
I'm saying as a human, you will never see the whole.
Yeah, it's too much. Too much. It's true.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
That's like once you've hit that point in your life where you're just like you either had too much to drink or too much to smoke or too many thoughts. You're just like, wow, it's too much.
Never.
You're just like, this life is too much. Oh, sorry, Mike. What did you say?
Mike, if you're trying to say something, you're very low.
Yeah, your mic is super low.
I was saying the opposite. I was saying no, never enough thoughts.
THOT.
Yeah, so I think we all understand that we're not omniscient and we're never going to be. So, of course, what we have at our disposal is an inductive argument or an abductive argument. Right.
Yeah, 100%, Gregory. Yeah, 100%.
So what we have at our disposal is either, first-hand anecdotal knowledge, seeing it ourselves, or the report from someone, the first-hand report from an anecdotal experiencer, or whatever number of intermediaries between us and the person that has anecdotal knowledge of the cosmos. And also an abductive argument where we can give the simplest and most plausible explanation or description.
Gregory, do you think somebody knows the truth in this world? Like, is there a human being? Is there at least one person that knows the truth?
The truth concerning what?
Everything.
The God.
Yeah.
That was his answer.
Oh, I think I meant like they know that God's real for sure, for sure.
Yeah, that's many people. That's his entire church.
I think Gregory's included in that, aren't you?
Are you in that too?
I'm a member of his church. I'm not omniscient, but I have his revelation. Of course, I still have more to learn, but I do know what I do currently know.
Yeah, because that always is a topic that people end up talking about with anything, really. Like it like just leads to that. It's just after anything and everything, it's God. I think that it's just that's it. It's the universal creator of everything.
You're right. See, ultimate reality is inevitable.
Yeah.
The reality is what it is, especially the ultimate reality upon which everything else depends to be real. Possibility, impossibility, what is the case, what is not the case, what is likely, unlikely, plausible, implausible, logical, illogical, knowable, not knowable, etc., etc., moral, immoral, etc.
He is right. He's the all-righteous. He's the ultimate judge.
Now, of course, in this world with all this annoying disagreements, there are some persons who believe otherwise. They don't think that the God who has revealed himself in the scriptures, who names himself Yod-He Vav-He, Yahweh, they say, no, it's not him, there's someone else or something else that is impersonal, that is ultimate. Okay, then what's the argument? It's the same question every time, no matter what conclusion someone is giving in any area of knowledge. What is the argument?
There really isn't one, other than like, what if it's this?
Because with all my addiction and all my fervor and all my, yada, 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 I could be sincerely wrong. As long as I am not omniscient and not infallible, I don't have the right to be bigoted, and I don't have the right to refuse to be critically considerate of the position contrary to mine. So, what's the argument?
So might as well, right? Might as well just lean into God.
I mean, we want to talk about citations. We want to talk about, depending on credible authority figures, what is better than the eternal, omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, immutable, incorrigible God? What better citation could you have? What more credible authority figure could you possibly even conceive of?
Yeah, I can't really give an answer to that. Yeah.
I mean, hello. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, what would be more powerful and more ultimate than that?
Here's another way to phrase the question. What is superior to the supreme person?
Ultra supreme?
The supreme.
What was
the superior, supreme, supremacy, supreme?
I mean, so there is a level, right? Or no?
That's a rhetorical question, of course.
I honestly tried to answer it, but I don't think I know.
At least you're being honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm done trying to be right because I've been wrong so many times. And now I'm just like, well, there's that. Here we are.
I could listen to you all day, Gregory, but can we get back to the new guy?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to him? I want to hear how he's gone from being a troll to actually wanting to look for the truth.
Yeah, honestly interested. I mean, Drugstore, are you honestly interested? Do you want to discuss something? I guess that's a laugh of skepticism.
No, I'm reading the chat.
Oh.
I don't know what Helio was reading.
I thought you were crying.
No. I could. It's like me and Creation Bear are talking about 304. If you're in the know, you're in the know. And Helio's like, y'all on Trump shit? Boring. Like,
what? That thing's so cute.
We're talking about thoughts.
You're talking about thoughts?
Yes, THOT.
THOT?
Yes.
Oh, I get it. Pun on words.
Helio says, y'all on Trump shit? Helio really is in the 6th dimension right now.
Freaking 6th dimension.
I wouldn't doubt
Skip past the 4th and 5th one.
I've been to some shit.
I don't think Drugstore's interested anymore.
Oh. Drugstore, do you like The Godfather?
I do find it weird that Drugstore is part of the lo-fi server as well.
Yes. Is that your server?
It's not my server, but it's the literal official lo-fi server. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Godfather.
I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about The Godfather. Mr. Samuels.
What you mean?
Mr. Samuels.
Who that is.
Oh.
You talking about Kevin Samuels?
Yes, I'm talking about Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. No, you're not. You talking? Why would you call him Godfather?
That's his nickname is The Godfather.
It's too much.
The Godfather of thoughts.
Hell no. Who the hell gave Kevin Samuels the Godfather nickname? I never heard of that.
Go look up The Godfather on YouTube. You're going to find clips from the Godfather movies and clips from Kevin Samuels.
Wait, we should follow up with Timbo's question, though. Like, what led DES to the questioning of the...
So you went from...
is THOTS an acronym? What does it stand for?
Oh, a drugstore is his avatar. Yeah.
What about my off?
Yeah, so you went from being you said you came in as a troll and now you've gone to looking for the truth.
Like what 2 years ago.
What changed?
What do you mean?
I've heard it before, but I didn't really pay attention. CB. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I've been here. I was a member for like 2 years. I was a member of the server for like 2 years, but I got server muted because I guess I was trolling or somebody just didn't like what I asked. And
how long you been in the lo-fi server?
I don't know. Probably like 2 years as well.
Well, if somebody didn't like what you asked, what did you ask?
I don't remember.
All right, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. It was me that muted you.
Oh, okay.
I
remember that.
I remembered the moment you spoke. I remembered your voice and knew I muted you.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm about 99% sure.
I don't know, man.
He doesn't even know. It doesn't matter altogether. Drugstore, how did you find your way here? What do you want to talk about?
I was just looking at what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about
Helio,
Earth, bro.
Helio, we already asked him that.
I know.
Yeah, so
y'all think I'm an agent of the government or some shit?
No, man. Don't be silly.
Agent of the state trying to infiltrate
Like,
What is
you know,
this?
Trying to infiltrate our extremist group here.
there's
I think
things we
everyone's
can
in
look
on it,
at.
dude. I think that's the truth.
Drugstore, there's
Everyone's
things
on
we
it.
can look at. Yeah, like so you came in as a troll and then you got banned. Now you're back 2 years later. You say I'm looking for the truth. So have you found anything that you can say is the truth, or are you just
I don't think I'll
saying that
never.
so you can get involved in the conversation? What?
I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I ever know like verifiable knowledge. I don't think I ever be
Well, we
sound
can.
on that.
Yeah. Well, we
You
can.
always explore.
I love his character,
We can
man.
measure
He's
the-
pretty funny, man.
He
I
is,
like
dude.
him.
He's funny as hell, yo.
We can measure the
I
earth
don't
to
know,
be
like,
flat.
he is-
so-
I feel like
Hang on.
Y'all let Timbo.
All right, go Timbo.
Yeah,
So we can measure the earth to be flat. So these things we can say are true. Yeah. So you're saying we live on a globe, so have you measured it to be a globe, and then you can say it's true?
How do you measure something that you don't have a tool to measure?
Well, we measure flat with lasers. We've done 120 kilometers. No curvature detected. That seems a bit strange when you live in a bowl, isn't it?
I don't know.
Do you know if they've ever measured curvature?
No.
That's funny, isn't it? That you believe that we live on a ball, but you never measured curvature, but we've measured flat, but you say we still live on a ball.
Yeah, how did you come to that conclusion?
One person at a time. Hang on.
I don't know, man. I just think that we should like keep exploring and learn more. And
I definitely agree with that.
hopefully we'll find out something. Because a lot of stuff just don't make sense.
We can, yeah. That's why we're here, because none of this stuff makes sense, and because none of it made sense and nothing felt right, we started searching and came to a flat Earth. And when I first came to it, I went, "What the fuck?"
Oh yeah, did you guys hear about
this? Is
the new,
crazy, man.
Did you guys hear about that new trip to the moon they're about to do?
Yeah, future proof doesn't count as proof. But.
Yeah, we watched the Artemis stuff about that when it was live.
Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? It was like a comedy show.
Guys, in a year, I'll have $1 million. That's my proof that it's going to happen.
Yeah, me too. I'll have 2.
No, well, I'll have 3. And whores. And lots of coke.
That's all right. I don't think he's interested in listening to what I've got to say, so you guys can talk to him if you want.
No, it's okay. I think he's in a good spot for who he is. And I don't know is the beginning of wisdom.
Yeah. I'm just thinking he doesn't really want to concentrate on my lasers, so I'm all right.
Nobody cares about your lasers.
My lasers. $1 million.
Oh, God, he said it. No. Just give me
Hey, Drugstore, you went out of your way to deliberately move your thumbs on your phone or whatever device you're talking to us on to be in this voice call in this form. I mean, why?
What thumb? What?
What thumb?
What?
He doesn't have thumbs, man. He's only got forward digits.
I'm on a MacBook, bro. I'm on a computer.
I'm on a MacBook, bro.
Yeah, so you deliberately utilize your device to come into this voice call. Why?
Yeah. I wanted to see what you guys were talking about in here.
All right.
I just want to talk about Vlad the Impaler's success story.
No way. That is a good question. Why do people go out of their way?
I mean, judge the tree by its fruit, and so the people's actions are going to demonstrate more vividly than words why they're in here. So, time will tell.
The McDonald's.
Why are you in here, Gregory?
Well, I'm in here because I was interested and still am interested in hearing the arguments concerning this cosmological controversy, as I call it. And also, I've come to know the truth about the cosmos, with there still being more to learn. And then I also articulate these truths because I love my neighbor as myself, and I love the God who all made us in his image and likeness to his glory for the well-being of both I myself and the audience.
And what has been your conclusion of this knowledge you seek?
Well, when the cosmological paradigm we've been taught is under scrutiny, it exposes itself to be full of discrepancies, self-contradiction, and empirical inadequacy. And so when your paradigm of anything, including and especially about the cosmos, is guilty of these properties, that obviously exposes it as being knowledge falsely so-called, which also exposes the wicked motives that had to be at the heart of the first persons who were responsible to promulgate this cosmological doctrine in the first instance.
Well, sir, I just want to say this. You have a very fantastic vocabulary.
Well, oh, glory to Yah. Oh, glory to Yah.
Hey, I like drugstore.
He got a fantastic vocabulary. He's well spoken. It's kind of hard to do for me. My vocabulary is not that extensive. I kind of comprehended a little bit. Like I say, like about like 67 or 62% of what you were saying.
It's a very precise calculation for someone who's not very articulate.
You know. Yeah,
he is the most well-spoken savage I have ever met. This dude is brutal, and yet he'll articulate. He'll knock you out and then stop you right before you bust your head. And be back on your feet and set you back on your feet and be like,
on the looks of it, though, Gregory, it looks as if Gregory is following the commandments.
Indeed,
by the grace of Yah.
He did not shave his beard.
So you're familiar with Leviticus, are you?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh, man. I mean, I didn't deliberately grow this beard either way. Just the Lord did that.
Yeah.
I didn't give myself this voice. I didn't give myself this beard. I didn't give myself this curiosity. It's just gifts that came from him.
Yes. Yes, indeed. The gifts of God.
I can't tell if he's. I can't tell if he's.
Either way, man. Either way, man. Either way.
Well, you got done with this surveillance system that you're putting on me right now, man. Feel like I'm just in a hot seat.
You're a little
surveillance. That's 10 points right there. What is that? That's three syllables.
He's being surveilled by the creep state.
Yeah. You guys must don't get visitors in here like that or something.
Drugstore, what color are your underwear?
Hey, man, you're getting too personal, man.
Are they queens or are they thoughts? We got to get this axiom out of the way. Queens or thoughts?
What do you mean?
I'd like to know the answer to that question, too.
Are all women queens, or if she breathes, she's a thought? Which is the truth?
Well, you cannot heed the woman, for the woman would lead you astray into chaos. Right? So, with that being said, I'm quite gifted with acquiring women. And I have noticed that most women are carnal creatures. Some women have structure, which is rare to find in the Western world. And to say that, at least in my conclusion so far of my age of existence, I would say and conclude that majority of Western women are whores. And they are designed to be hoarded by social incentives and social technology applications upon societies and behavior sinks. So that is my answer, sir. Yes. Yes.
Notice you said acquired as though women were the equivalent of, a belt.
So where do you keep them after you acquire them?
Well,
I've got a dungeon. What do you have?
I add them to the roster. How many whores or bitches that I have acquired. Just off of that. Really, I like acquiring women without saying shit. You know what I'm saying? I like them when they come to me. The woman approaches me and, she has curiosity of me. That really is a good sign that you're blessed.
I have I have curiosity involved with what you're saying, but I'm not a woman. How did you find your way to this server?
We already asked him. He already answered that, Helio.
Really?
Twice. Twice he already did.
All right, so
it was over
to talk about how he's conquered women.
No, I asked him. I asked him the question. It was a joke. I was just asking him a joke question.
What other questions you guys have for me? The marvelous Morpheus.
Like a Kmart Morpheus?
No. Shadow Morpheus or Shadow Moses. You call me Door. Drugstore. That's my favorite character in the movie, by the way. Lawrence Fishburne.
The Lawrence Fishburne of Apocalypse Now?
I don't really like that version of it. I mean, I saw him in that new John Wick. He got cut up. I ain't like that. It kind of made me mad.
Oh, yeah, he was in John Wick. I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's the guys in Matrix in this movie. Wow.
Yep.
Notice those glasses don't have handles on them that wrap around the ears.
Nose. It's on the nose. It's the nose grip lenses. They pinch your nose, your nostrils, nostril bridge.
All I'm offering you is the truth. Nothing else.
See, that's the scariest thing, though, right? Outside of society nowadays, technology has been integrated to our society so weirdly to the point now that the quote-unquote truth can be modified. It can be designed.
You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out Morpheus.
Miguel, thank you for giving me scripts to read.
I'm gonna show you my favorite version of Morpheus.
I wonder if Lawrence takes to heart the script he performed several times in a saga. The persons involved in the movies, do they take to heart the story that they're telling? Probably not. Self-deception.
Yeah, that's possible. I have friends who work out there, and they tell me that there's so much going on all the time, and it's so busy that people don't really think about what they're doing. They're just doing a job.
I thought so.
That it's really the vision of just a few people who put all of it together. Like, at least in the modern age, movies used to be different, where where cast of thousands, whatever, and there were a lot of artists working on something. But nowadays, like in the past 30 years, movies have really just primarily been 100% business, and it's just rush, produce, and nobody really knows exactly what the vision is.
Right,
that
you're
is
talking
miserable.
about Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
That is miserable.
I've noticed that
vain.
Go ahead.
Just churning the machine.
And that is what it is.
I've noticed that in the because I watch. You guys know I watch a lot of new TV shows and movies and stuff. They recycle the same actors, and they're in the same movies, and they're really good actors. But they just recycle them. But as far as the Matrix films with Lawrence Fishburne and what's the frickin' Matrix guy's name?
The Matrix guy, John Matrix.
Neo. No, it's Neo.
It's John Matrix.
It's John. Well, it might as well be. I mean, it's just like John Doe and Jane Doe. Same fucking character filtered over and over. It might as well be the same picture of a person that's experienced, the process. Keanu Reeves. Yeah, it's that guy. But anyway, as far as that goes, that's in the Matrix, that was the sisters that used to be brothers that made the movie.
Wachowski.
Yeah, Wachowski brothers and sisters. They were both brothers when they made the movie, and then by the end of the third movie, they were sisters.
Yeah. Is that the Boys in the Hood, Lawrence Fishburne? That might be my favorite Lawrence Fishburne.
I like the time that Lawrence Fishburne was a good one. He taught the ignorant masses about gentrification.
No, it was Aquila and the Bee, Lawrence Fishburne.
What the fuck is that?
It was Aquila and the Bee, Lawrence Fishburne. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was a good Lawrence Fishburne, the one in the Boys in the Hood. I liked that one.
Did you see that one, man?
He had another one when he was called Socrates.
That was the one where he's an ex-convict, right?
Yeah, Socrates.
No, Aquila and the Bee. You don't recognize that one name?
How do you spell it? Because I probably
Akilah. Aquila and the Bee. The spelling bee.
I think I remember that. That was a movie, right? Aquila and the Bee. Yeah, I remember that one. That was
No, I haven't seen this.
You haven't seen that one? Yeah.
No, is it good?
That's a good movie, actually.
It's a classic in U.S. African American culture.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Okay, I'll try it because I like Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne's cool as hell.
I didn't select it deliberately. It just was around when I was growing up, so that's why I recognize it.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne was a good movie. I mean, it's not like an action film or anything, but that was a good movie. I
like the Ike Turner of Lawrence Fishburne too.
Hey, Gregory.
Eat the cake, anime.
What I'm gonna do to more kids? Huh? What I'm gonna do to more kids?
This is my impersonation of Ike Turner.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Eat the cake, anime.
What are we laughing at?
Do it one more time.
Somebody's typing.
Or crunching. Or crumpling.
I want to hear that impersonation of Ike Turner again. I really.
Yeah, but I can't keep doing that because Tina's face is all messed up. What I'm gonna do to more kids, Helio? Huh? What I'm gonna do to more kids?
How did you do that, Miguel? Look, you got my face. Miguel's
no, it's Ethergress who posted that.
Oh, it's Ethergress. Yeah.
Ethergress, you need to make that one like triples, like it's in triple vision. You know what I mean? It needs to be like the faded vision, like I'm seeing triple.
You mean the infinite thing? The infinite image?
No, I just mean the drunk thing.
No, you mean because I'm inebriated? Is that why?
Yes.
All right. So you make it just like faded out a little bit. So you are better than me because you're not inebriated and I am.
Correct.
All right. Well, cool.
Well, damn.
Well, fucking A. That's the way it works out, I guess.
Straight up like that, I guess.
No, I mean...
Lo-Fi, look in your DMs.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. I didn't read the... I was going to finish it, but because I really want to respond to it already, but then I didn't even finish the...
Drugstore, what do you feel about men manicuring their nails?
I think that's sanitary, but just don't keep doing the shit to the point where it gets feminized and it has a psychological contamination over your mind and feminizes you. Yeah.
Well, I like that you said it's sanitary because I file my nails and I keep them like really low and flat.
Yeah, I do too. When they get too long, I just cut them off and file them down because I'm a working man. But what about pedicure? I mean, it's like, does anybody want to touch your feet? I don't even want to touch my feet most of the time. Do you have pretty feet, Meme? Your toenails, what do they look like?
They look like astronaut helmets.
Wow.
It's just like, I mean, would you be embarrassed to go get a pedicure? I mean, it's like, hey.
I wouldn't be embarrassed to go get a pedicure.
Yeah.
But if I did that, I'd wear like a suit so I'd look rich doing it.
Yeah, well, my toes don't look like that. Well, you're a lot younger than that. Wait, another 15 years, you'll be like, God damn, I don't want anybody to see my toenails. It's work to figure out what men do with their toenails when they're 50 years old.
I'm 42. I keep mine cut very short.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a weird situation with your toes. Well, my fingernails, I'm a working man, so I have my hands on everything.
What is all this disgusting foot fetish stuff in the live stream voice text?
That's
I feel like it's on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I didn't say anything about Little Mermaid's toes, but to be interesting, I mean, Little Mermaid was a mermaid until she wasn't. She was.
That is insightful.
Yeah, that's weird. That's Miguel's fault. We're gonna have to blame that shit on him. He posted that shit. It's like men take care of their fingernails, not so much their toes. No, that's not my fault. I'm just saying men don't take care of toes as much as they do as their fingers. Because, when you're working with your hands, you don't want your fingernails getting in the way, bro. That's all I'm saying. Listen to this. That's my hands rubbing together. They're dry as fuck. I mean, they're just like calloused and all kinds of shit.
Just record Helio all night. talking about toenails and rubbing his hands together, and commenting on the Little Mermaid's feet.
What? Oh, Flat Earth. We were talking about Flat Earth. I remember now.
Were we?
I don't think we were.
Yeah. When we do talk about Flat Earth, we have some assholes come in here and talk about some crazy bullshit that has nothing to do with Flat Earth. When we bring it up, there's like, oh, well, the Earth isn't flat because of this crazy nonsense. It's like, oh, well, let's throw some real proofs at them. And they're just like, oh, well, I wasn't told that in school. I was like, no shit. Because I wasn't told that either. I didn't even figure out Flat Earth until I did. And it was way after I dropped out of college.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Okay. So you think you're going to learn about the globe in college? Well, yeah. That's all they're going to teach you in college is globe.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all get to handle the bear the rest of the night. Good luck.
Hey.
God bless you, man. Good night.
God bless you too.
God bless.
Stay blessed, man.
Peace, brother.
God bless me.
Hope everything's well with everybody.
Things well with everyone. I think it's well. I mean, I don't mind being made fun of. I'm quite used to it. You know, if that's anyone's issue.
If I look at your DMs.
If I interrupted some conversation, I mean, you guys can continue it. And by the way, I want to give props to Gregory every time you come in, man. Awesome stuff.
Thank you, Helio. Praise Yah.
I don't.
Dude, yeah, Gregory. I kind of want to talk to you because, like, I think I need to hear your words. Yeah, it's definitely one of those weeks for sure. Like,
you can call me one-on-one now.
Really disturbing one.
You can call me one-on-one now.
Yeah, are you free?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a call.
Talk about lot life and Gregory.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go for it, guys. Go for it, guys.
Yeah, I don't want to get too heavy and like damper them. Yeah, I'll talk to.
Well, nobody else is talking. Go ahead.
All right, y'all. Good night. God bless you.
Stay blessed, man.
I thought life was about to talk to you, Greg. Oh, they're leaving and going to talk somewhere else. Oh, maybe I missed that. Kind of sucks.
It's all good.
I thought they meant they wanted to talk here, but that's okay. They can talk somewhere else.
In a world where nobody can find the curvature.
In a world where Ethergrass and Helio are just holding the fort down.
I'm just here making cards of everybody. I should actually make real trading cards because right now I'm just making.
I saw that one earlier. It was just like, oh, that was Helio. I was like, no, I didn't do shit. I was just talking, man. I love it.
And then he did the triple thing. So I did the. I was thinking about putting 4 cards, but I figured 3 of a kind.
What is this? Oh, it's cards. That's funny. Are we playing the Helio card or are we playing it? We need to freaking capture everybody. All right, Helio.
It started out with that red card, and I downloaded the emoji from it and started making other ones.
This is like I miss so much. I mean, it's like people think I know everything when I come in here. What's been going on? I don't listen all the time, so I don't know. The inner workings a lot of time. Yeah, Greg. Dude, I love Greggy's voice, man. I love his spirit, his attitude. And Greg's good guy. So this is Gregory Carr. Yeah, see, yeah. Every time somebody comes in, it's just like, all right, this is Gregory Carr. We're playing it. Boom, let him talk. Or whoever, Cool. We make one for Miggy, make one for India.
Yeah. I got one for India.
So you got me in triplicate. I mean, I'm going to ramble.
Well, that's what Mima said to make, so I was like, triple.
And what he's going to say is like, oh, Helio's going to ramble all night. It's, bitch, I ain't going to ramble all fucking night. I got to work tomorrow. The only reason he said that is because I was trying to do what I was trying to do. Not that I had to help anybody out. I mean, I never feel like. But I do disrupt and then people. So just like I've told them before, I'm a fucking bull in a china shop sometimes. And if I'm fucking shit up, just tell me to shut up. Half the time it will work, but not every time. But
half the time it works every time. 50%.
That's a contradiction in terms. Yeah, that's a contradiction in terms. But did I really disrupt a whole lot of shit tonight? You were listening.
You
can be totally honest with me. Did I fuck shit up?
Not as bad as it has been, so you're good.
All right. Well,
if you want me to just be blunt and honest, there you go.
Yeah, shut up, Helio. Actually, means.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
No, yeah.
Instead, I would. Oh, he did the full. Okay, I got the actual. I had taken a screenshot of your. But I'll open the link and download it. That way I have the image.
My own memes of shut up, Helio. Because I do. I'm a bastard sometimes.
I have one that's kind of neutral that works for everybody. It's a server mute card.
Server mute card. So that's a. You can tag someone as server mute this bastard.
Pretty powerful card.
Funny, man.
So if somebody doesn't have the ability to server mute, they could request something like, yo, we need some help. We need a server mute in here.
Holy shit, I like that. It's just like a little tag cards. We need to all have access to that. Go ahead.
Basically putting it down like that.
Yeah.
You're thinking. It's the first.
Dude, I take criticism like nobody's business. Yeah. What were you about to say, Mike?
It's basically like a voting system thing.
It's just like, shut this motherfucker up.
Yeah, toes down to the mute card, yeah.
Server mute card. Shut this and you can post that with an @ and it's like, server mute this motherfucker. And I don't mind if it's me and I can unserver mute myself, but I'll notice and it's like, okay, I was being overbearing. And I do recognize.
Or if somebody's doing something inappropriate, it puts the server at risk. I could tag
sure, yeah.
We need a server mute real quick.
That's not a bad idea.
Usually there's somebody in here, though, so.
Damn, how are you coming up with those? I guess you already have like a filter that's just like, oh.
No, I'm just really fast at doing it. I build my own framework for it, and then I'll just rebuild it using the same thing that I built the first time.
Not a bad idea, Ithagris, man. Just like, hey, you can just post that at whoever. If they get they start talking about inappropriate content on the live stream, just like, somebody mute this motherfucker.
We need some backup in here. Is there someone like? Can we
Well, it's just like, I'm only here like late at night, so I mean, when I'm at work, I'm not here. I'm listening to other shit, and sometimes I listen to you guys, or I'm listening to audiobooks on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm not active in here until late at night. So that's not a bad idea. If somebody comes in here talking about inappropriate content, and just add. Post it in the locker room. Like, you gotta mute this guy. He keeps talking about inappropriate content. But we should actually let everybody know about that little card thing.
Here we go. There's an emoji for it too. I think CB uploaded it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm new to it. I haven't heard about it yet. But that's cool. What's the emoji?
I think it's colon server mute. Here, let me type it. Server mute card. It's a lot smaller though. The bigger one looks a lot better.
But can you check that one server mute card? But is that the only one you can use the?
Well, you could add them. Apparently, you can add them to the stickers on there. So you'll have access to be able. So it could be used as stickers, and they would do the bigger form.
Yeah, but you have to be a Nitro member. Are you a Nitro member?
Yeah, I probably can't even use it without Nitro, can I?
Yeah, I'm not a Nitro either.
Wait, yeah, I can. I can use anything that y'all have on the server. Yep. That's cool. The stickers. Interesting.
Yeah, fuck around with it, man. We'll figure out.
Well, that's a boosted server perk. I don't know anything about stuff like that.
Pretty sure I'm the only person that comes in and is like, "Shut the fuck up," and I'll take it
You're
like
hard on yourself, man.
Yeah.
Everybody else actually is a lot nicer. Hey, we've got 2 people who are trying to get in that need a VC check-in. I'm gonna hop over here.
Oh, we have people in check-in. People need rolls. Rolling in here. Eat the grass in there. I'll jump in there.
I figured I'd hop over here since it's nothing but dead air. They'll be back in a minute. They're getting some folks checked in.
Hello, Governor.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. What you guys up to?
Been kind of hanging out. I'm sure you were checking in through the YouTube if you listen in. I'm not. Well, I don't know what you do. But we've been hanging out, chilling. They had to go check some people up in the VC check-in one.
Oh, they're doing it now?
Yeah. There's one new person and then somebody else who I think they've been here before. Yeah, Helio knows who it was. It was a friend of his. You've probably
just
known this as well.
Some new people?
Yeah. They should be in here soon.
Sounds like a party.
Yeah. And the room's pretty full, even though it sounds quiet. I was just about to go check the YouTube and see what's going on over there.
Other than that, nothing much, huh? Just everybody's chilling out.
Yeah. Same stuff, different day.
Hey, Timbo, you there? Timbo. Was Timbo here at all?
Way earlier. It's been a while, I think.
Okay.
Good to be back. Yo, what's up, Timbo? Oh, he's muted.
He's not active at the moment.
Yeah, that'll be me talking directly to someone who said I'm
Mayhem is the Miggy is the.
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
What are you guys up to? How's it hanging, Shane?
fantastic, man. How you guys doing?
Couldn't be better.
Is that Miggy? Miggy's now Mayhem?
Yeah.
Dude, I recognize that voice. You're so distinguished.
That's what I am to the Globers.
Mayhem? Glober Mayhem. I heard you started doing your own stream thing too.
I am.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Let me drop it in the chat, huh?
Hell yeah.
I just started like maybe last week. I'll put it in the live stream voice text.
Awesome,
I mean, if you want to take a gander, you'll get to see what I look like too. So.
Yeah, we usually go on camera. It's usually cool. Yeah, man, everyone should be doing their own thing. Everyone should be putting out what they can and doing their part. You know, we'd all be one wonderful big community.
Let me get the link here. All right, I'm dropping it. And it's right there.
Oh yeah, YouTube. I'm not allowed on YouTube. I can't even have subs.
Oh, well, let me bring up my Rumble.
Hell yeah, that's the one I can follow you on. Now we're talking.
Yeah, well, I just started it today, so I probably need to get the link and whatnot. Because I just got it all hooked up and all that good stuff. Let me get in there real quick.
We are on the Rumble too. We just did a chat with Flat Earth Philosophy. That guy Lindsay, I liked him a lot.
Yeah. See, Rumble is like they're growing, man. I just seen like couple of their ads are even on YouTube, so Rumble's up and coming. I would say jump in right now while you can, because it's about to be popping over there.
If you look up my channel name on Rumble, you see the other 4 channels that I've had that they've already deleted.
Rumble deleted your channels?
Yeah, like over 8,000 subs I deleted, and then 6,000 I got deleted, and now I'm almost back up to 2,000 again.
Why did they do that?
Well, the first one was copyright stuff. I put up stuff that they didn't like, and the second one was I think dudes with little hats stuff.
But not Flat Earth stuff, is it?
No, they don't straight up ban for Flat Earth. They're like YouTube that way, right?
Yeah. Okay, so just making sure, man. Like, what the hell?
They're pretty good with the medical stuff too.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll be able to talk over there then.
Exactly. And they're good for live streaming too. Like, I get most of my viewers when I do lives from the Rumble platform, it seems.
You get you don't get censored views like YouTube, like you get full on whoever's watching?
Yeah. Yep. Most
I
live
bet you it's
concurrent
a big difference,
viewers.
isn't it? Like the difference between
It is.
like
it is.
YouTube and
If you'd only know YouTube, comparing it as the metric is crazy, because you go to other places to see what it's like to have actionable organic growth is quite alarming. You can quickly see how YouTube is algorithmically suppressing us all.
Oh, I'm gonna love this. All right, so I'm in.
Right, I like Rumble, even though they deleted me twice. I'm still there because I like the platform. I was like, "Whoops, you got me twice, but next time you won't get me." Right, all right, don't talk about that.
But that was a technical error, right? It wasn't something that you Dude, I haven't even looked at any of this stuff. I'm trying to get the channel link. Where's that at?
For your channel, go to one of your videos and click on your name. Here, I'll get it.
Wait, I'm logged in.
Is it the Wig Snatcher Club?
Well, yeah, but it's Mayhem 100. That's my name on there.
Oh, so you don't have a channel, it looks like. You have a name, and you have to actually make a channel. Yeah.
Well, then that's what I'm going to do tomorrow.
But I'll follow your main account anyway.
Yeah, and if you can, man, plug me in wherever you are. Just give me a shout out. Be like, hey, you know what? Follow this dude or whatever. If you want to.
Hell yeah, dude. Of course.
Because I'm trying to, you know what I mean? I'm trying to be up and coming here with Rumble. Because freaking YouTube, dude. I've got deleted off of YouTube once, but it's just got so many people on it, so I can't deny it.
Definitely,
right
it's got the comparisons. If I have this metric thing, an add-on that I click and I get stuff. So YouTube has something 32 billion monthly user visits, and then something like Rumble has something 138 million. So it's much smaller, but it's much less restricted, so it won't seem much smaller, because what YouTube does with the 32 billion is algorithmically suppress and shadow ban everyone, so you don't get views. Right? It doesn't feel big. But if you go to a much smaller site,
even the regular people that post on YouTube get suppressed. Not even just controversial stuff, just regular.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you don't toe the narrative line, you don't get promoted. That's just as simple as it is.
I mean, I'm trying to make a living off of this stuff, so I really want to become a content creator on Rumble and see what's up.
You should, you should just go everywhere, right? You should just branch out. You should do Odyssey too while you're at it. I love Odyssey.
I've heard of DLive, Odyssey. What else? There's a few others, but I've been hearing good things about Rumble. So
yeah, it's definitely where I get the most live viewers for sure. If you're going to focus on live streaming. Also, Rockfin. If you're going to make it a actual thing, are you on Rockfin already? I just joined Rockfin. Their process is way different than all the others. You have to get like approved. I like emailed them and said I knew Witsit, and then they let me in. I don't know what anyone else has to do.
So we just name drop or what? Like,
yeah, pretty much, dude. Like, I was like, I don't know. Witsit will probably say good shit.
Shane and Witsit, like you know.
Because I know I tried without putting Witsit's name, and they totally ignored me, and I didn't have a rock fit right. And then like the next time, I was like, Witsit, do you mind if he's like, nah, sure. And I like put it down, and they're like, yeah, welcome. And I was like, that was easy, interesting.
Yeah, I would love to be a content creator full time. That's my dream. I'm gonna transform my garage into a studio. There's a bit of work to do. I just bought a nice PC and whatnot. I got a bunch of monitors set up. And
nice, dude.
I got to do like a little bit of elbow grease. You know what I mean? Like freaking, and put up some walls and.
You should definitely start on Telegram too if you're not already there.
I'm not. My Mayhem account isn't there yet, but I got a few other accounts dabbling in crypto and whatnot.
But Telegram's like a good platform. They don't censor and you can't get banned there.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, we should just kind of keep in touch or whatever, Shane.
Yeah,
but
man.
I'll be branching out though. I gotta get back to work because I'm actually on break. So.
Stay blessed, man.
I'm gonna holler at you guys, but yeah, we'll talk to you.
Cool. Ethergrass, what's up, man?
How's it going, man?
Ethergrass? Oh, it's Ethergrass.
Ethergrass, however you want to pronounce it.
Thanks for helping me out when I was stranded and suppressed in VC checking all alone, dude.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed y'all in there, and I'm like, oh, there's people up there. I need to go check it out. I try to be an active watchman.
Nice. Supporting the community.
Yeah, man. I'm usually the one to be up at like 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning when it starts getting quiet around here.
I know when I first came to Discord, I spent like a week straight here. Yeah. like every day I was here for like 7 hours chatting it up with all you wonderful people.
That's awesome.
I was like, but let me get this straight. There's a place where flat earthers go, and there's always flat earthers there, and you guys just like talk about flat earth stuff. Oh my god, this is the coolest thing I could imagine. And then, a week straight, I was like, all right. Some of you are starting to piss me off. Right, Crit?
It's like relatives. Yeah. It's like relatives. You love to see him come and you love to see him go.
Well, it's like, too much of anything is not good, right? And meet a bunch of people and you do nothing else but talk about us for a week eventually, yeah. You gotta do moderation, man. What was I doing at VC check-in? Timbo, the Discord deleted me again like 2 days ago. So I bounced back again, put my server back up. This is like the fourth time? I fully expect it to keep happening, so, it is what it is. Yeah, 3 times? Yeah, at least you're keeping track, Timbo.
Yeah, it's likely going to keep happening.
Well, it's like, hey, if you don't do what we say, we'll delete you. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'll do what I want. Keep deleting me, right? I have infinite emails. Well, I can do this all day. When are you really going to stop?
He'll keep trying.
Honestly, dude, this place.
If they were to train bots to be able to tell, like, off of how you write, they could do some more advanced moderation. That would get really annoying.
But, like, this place has existed far longer than I would have claimed to be thought possible on the internet in this censorship regime.
I agree. It's surprising. There's probably a reason for that, though.
Yeah, that's super hard on the rules. That's the only way you stay up. Oh,
they're not going to get rid of all of them. They want some places to be able to watch people.
You think?
Why would
like a controlled?
Get rid of everything.
controlled opposition visual like zoo sort of thing? Oh, okay.
Not like that. Just Discord moderation. That way they can track people who are helping other people try and get their accounts back or still use Discord even though they were banned. Stuff like that. They're gonna crack down harder.
Yeah, they did that recent rule change that seemed to insinuate they would in fact be much harder in the future. They removed it.
I was just gonna say they're incorporating this new AI stuff and the language programming that everybody's helping train into moderation for servers like this and for social media.
Yeah. Their recent TOS update, they removed the little clause that said we will not record or listen to voice calls. They didn't say that they were gonna, but they just didn't explicitly said that they won't now. So
yeah,
whatever that means.
If they want to, they will.
Well, I think what it means, like if I was thinking about it, is you know how like YouTube has like the algorithm that'll put like text to speech for any audio said in the video will then be transcribed to text, and then that text is run through the algorithmic database for the keywords. So then that way anything you say gets, I think it's just that. I think that they can just transcribe calls to text and then run the text through the database. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might be where they're going with it.
Well, like right now, you can, I mean, we're under YouTube guide, our community standards, but other than that, you can be talking about anything you want, I think, right? Like, is that right or not?
Mm-mm. There's
someone monitoring
under Discord.
So like there's someone monitoring right now?
It's like may or may not be type thing.
Yeah, they removed the clause that said they wouldn't. That's all that they did. So you can take that to mean what you think it means, right?
Oh, okay.
They just made it obscure.
Yeah. So we don't know if they are. They suddenly are. If they want the right to say that they could one day. No, it is what it is.
I think they're probably scanning all that shit with AI. Like sending it to China and shit.
Well, like in my server that we run, like I don't censor anyone on talking. We stream to YouTube, but we don't censor any rules. So we don't get any strikes, but we don't put anything in text in the Discord. And that's how I think I got caught last time, right? So I don't know. We've mostly been going with VC is open and clear and just don't put TOS stuff in text chat. But
yeah,
it didn't work.
It was only like 8 days ago, I think they updated the TOS, right? To get rid of the voice chat.
No, they did it this morning too, right? Oh no! Oh, the 8 days ago where you had to acknowledge. I logged in the morning and it said, "Here, please acknowledge that there's been some TOS changes."
Yeah, well,
they wouldn't even let you go into your account unless you acknowledged it.
I think we're going to start seeing Discord accounts getting banned based on stuff that was said in voice chat, even if it's not been done in the past. Like, there's a reason they removed that line.
That would be a threshold that they crossed, though, right? That'd be like new frontier land. I don't know, man.
Everything's eventual.
Well, Tencent has a huge share in them. So, like Tencent, the Chinese company, so they're obviously not known for as privacy respecting.
So what do I call you? GKN1? How about Geek? No?
You can call me yeah, I mean, this name actually means goalkeeper number 1 because I play futsal.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not really. Maybe I should change it.
Well, so goalkeeper number 1, dude. Didn't I hear you say that you're a Glober and that you're kind of doubting your stance, and you're filled with a little bit of uncertainty on your stance, or what?
I mean, I don't know what Glober means, but I'm just like default. I've never really thought about it until basically today. I came across a YouTube video that explained how the Earth, it was like on Google Earth, it was showing how the Earth was sewed together from different layers, and there were still seams showing, and you could see parts of the North Pole through some of them seams on Google Earth, because like the guy in the video was arguing that the people behind Google Earth, the government or Google or whatever, probably one and the same anyway, but they tried their best to like make it all smooth and together as one, but there's still going to be seams, because when you stitch anything together that isn't meant to be stitched together, there's going to be seams that show. And yeah, he was just going through that, so that didn't like convince me, but it just made me think like maybe it's something I should consider. Like I don't want to identify with just believing everything that's fed to me, because obviously a lot of the stuff that is fed to me probably isn't true. We've seen that before with like the Snowden leaks and stuff. So who's to say what isn't true? Like, I'm just interested, I guess, to see what evidence there is for a flat Earth and like see through the noise, I guess. So that's why I joined.
Interesting. Sounds like you're in a nice objective position to look at things clearly, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like banking on my views changing, but it's always not a bad thing to like take in more information, right?
Well, let's try this. Like, what's the number one biggest reason why you think Earth's a globe?
Just like, I mean, like it's a scientific understanding of it, right? Currently.
No, like you personally. For you personally, what's the biggest reason?
Probably that, like, schooling and stuff taught me, and it just like if you say anything otherwise, you just get labeled as like crazy or something. It's like just seems like really obvious to me that it's a globe. I can't really explain it beyond that. I haven't like checked it out for myself or anything.
So it sounds like the main reason is because it's the mainstream consensus.
Yeah, probably.
This feels comfortable. You know what like logical fallacies are?
Yeah, I've heard of like the Strawman fallacy and stuff before. Right. Yeah.
But so it's a pity that we don't actually teach logic in school, and we don't actually learn logic and how to think. What we're taught, like what to think, we're not taught how to think. And if we were taught how to think, we'd be taught to apply things like logically, right? And what an appeal to consensus is actually a logical fallacy where you negate an argument because it is this way, so it must be that way. Everyone says it is, so it must be that way, and that's actually one of those logical fallacies. So I mean, I'm not saying that's invalid. I'm just saying that's to be aware of when you think that the biggest reason the Earth's a ball. It's a logically fallacious sort of notion, right?
Yeah, no, I get you, because like throughout history, there's been so many false beliefs that everyone had that the people who disagreed with them were just labeled as crazy and stuff. So yeah, I kind of realize like I can't just believe what everyone believes, because obviously we don't have like a perfect widespread understanding of everything now. We never did before. Why would we have now a perfect understanding of everything? Like it just seems, as a derivation of that, it seems really good to be critical of the ideas that are really widespread, because those are probably the ones that are challenged the least, I guess. So yeah, I agree with you.
Very good call. Yeah, I think exactly that. Those are the ones that should be challenged the most. The ones that you accept without any investigation. The ones you take for granted as true. The ones that you were taught when you were 5, when you were taught that the Earth is a globe and the solar system before you were even taught shapes. You should definitely question that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But yeah, that's yeah, I guess I'm kind of interested in just looking at the evidence and the studies and stuff that the Flat Earth community have done. That's probably the direction I want to.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff. Have you watched like videos or had any like objective interest or research, or did you just plop right in here for day one?
I've seen like, I can't remember the videos I've watched, but I've seen quite a few videos before, and then the video I watched today I was talking about, but the stuff before is like, I can't remember completely. It's just I just stuff about the horizon and like mathematics about the horizon and going to different places and stuff doesn't add up according to how the like mainstream says it should.
Sure. So that's an interesting one. The horizon, right? The horizon's a big one in Flat Earth. Like, we like to talk about that a lot. Do you think that the horizon's like a physical horizon or like an optical horizon?
I'm not sure what the difference is. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry.
Well, one would have to curve away from you with height and altitude as if it was an optical horizon, a physical horizon rather, have to curve away from you in a rising altitude, and then an optical one would seem to rise with your eye level, right?
Yeah. It would seem to rise with your eye level.
Yeah, because it doesn't exactly rise with you, but it rises. It rises. It seems to rise with you. That's the best way to put it. It doesn't curve away from you, right? If it's physical, if you go up, you should start to see more of it, right?
Oh yeah. I guess I believe in the physical one. The physical one.
Huh. Well, the curve, like the Earth, the globe would have to have a physical horizon, right? And that's when they gave us the radius, when they declared that they knew the radius of this globe Earth, that it was 3959, 3,959 miles. What that gave to us. Oh, yeah, well, whoops. Anyone else want to jump in? I'm not really going with the.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry.
Right, so when the mainstream science declared the radius, what that allowed us to do was determine the curvature rate of the Earth, which ends up being 8 inches per mile squared. So if they say that the Earth is exactly those dimensions, then it necessitates that it must curve at that rate. And actually, all high altitude footage or any test we've ever done, and laser tests over waters and mirror flash tests over long lakes, we've determined again and again and again and again that it does not curve at any such rate. And that's kind of the basis of our argument and our contention with the model.
That's the main thing. Oh, yeah. With the horizon, yeah.
Yeah, the horizon we see way too far in every instance, in every measurable test we've ever done, period. And we've never been able to find any measurable curvature in any test that we've ever done. The other thing that the globe claims, right, is that there's a spin. They claim that there's this idea of rotation. You know, there's no actual experiment that's ever been done that's ever proved any such rotation. Talk about taking things for granted, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, there's no that. I don't know. Do you guys reject the idea that it makes sense that we can't feel the spin? Like, if we were spinning, do you think we would be able to feel it?
Well, no, we're not even saying that we should feel it. We're saying that there has never been any notable experiment or measurement or any sort of thing that's ever proved it.
But the sun spin, the sun moves, right?
The sun does move.
Spinning.
Well, no, the sun moves, right? So on the Earth,
can you direct him to the voice text? Sorry, mate.
Yeah, sure.
Just there's stuff getting posted in there as well. Sorry, mate. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh yeah, I like that gift. The Simple Horizon test. You guys are following along. What were we saying? Oh, is the Black Swan here? And Flat GBT has the Black Swan, right? So yeah, we were talking about all the ground-based observations of the horizon and the so-called lack of curvature. The Black Swan is the biggest one. It's oil platforms off the coast of California. You could see 9.4 miles and 6.21 miles for a 1 foot observer height, which literally breaks the globe. It dictates that the actual horizon must be the physical horizon no bigger than 1.22 miles. So obviously 3 times bigger and about 4 or 5 times bigger. Now you're probably have you ever heard of that, the Black Swan argument? Because this is one of the well-known observations that we use.
No, but is that GIF? Is that GIF the one you're talking about with the ocean?
With the horizon. That was the horizon comparison, yeah, between what it would be with a physical horizon on a spinning around globe or an optical horizon on a stationary flat plane.
Right. And the optical horizon is that what looks like a horizon, but it's not actually there's not a real curvature there. It's just because of what is an optical horizon?
Well, so horizon. Right, horizon is just a place where the sky meets the land, and then the argument is that a physical, actual place in tangible reality that you can go to, or is it an optical phenomenon created by sort of like an illusion where no matter how far you go or how far up you go, the sky continues to meet the floor, right? That would be an optical one.
Yeah, and I guess fog and stuff stops you from, and atmospheric interference stops you from seeing really far away.
Well, yeah, they can't see forever, right? That's a common logical fallacy. if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see China. Well, no. There's an actual physical distance to how you can see. It's a limit. And because, light doesn't travel forever, there's things like light attenuation, meaning that it just disperses and it can't be visible. And even in the Glober paradigm, you have things like the inverse square law of light, which dictates based on the luminosity and the distance it increases, 1/4 per the distance. And literally you can't see things forever. And it's provable in all sorts of ways. So yeah, there's definitely a physical limit to how far you can see. In actuality, right, we've been convinced and shown that we see in these perfect orthographic Euclidean geometric scenes, straight up as a triangle, straight up as below you. And that's provably not the case. We actually don't see using straight up Euclidean geometry. We actually see in hyperbolic curved visual space, and it's mathematically provable. And it's kind of a shortcut that's inaccurate to start saying that we see only in Euclidean 3D space. But that's probably a little bit too much.
Yeah, I obviously got to read on this stuff rather than, because I'm sure you understand my barrier for believing any of it is really high because I don't want to like become a but
it's actually a hell of a deception. What they did was they bogarted the way you see. They've hijacked perspective, and even though that we see in curved visual space, they told you that we see in Euclidean geometry, and then they told you that what you see is that curve is the actual physical Earth curvature. They've convinced us that the way we see actually necessitates and dictates Earth curvature, and it's the opposite, right? They've backwards engineered the globe from the way we see.
Yeah. Wow, NASA official photo at 100,000 feet, amateur weather balloon. It's completely flat. That's crazy.
Yeah, the question really is, why would they have to fake curvature just one time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I've seen like before them saying like they Photoshop the Earth and stuff just to make it look nicer or something from space, but that doesn't really make sense because like when I've seen like there's been evidence from like pictures of the Earth from space of it clearly being like edited by software, and they've like acknowledged that, right? And they said it was to like make it more clear or something, but to me like I don't see like why a space agency is concerned with making pretty pictures. Shouldn't they just be giving us what it actually looks like?
100% with you. That's a very good question, man. Right? What they're known for saying is it's Photoshop because it has to be. Right? They will fully admit that there are no actual official photographs of Earth from space. They don't exist. There are none. There's never been one. They don't even pretend to claim that they are. They have images, right? They have computer-generated images and pretty pictures and paintings and graphics and cartoons that show Earth from space, but no actual photographs, and they'll tell you that themselves. Now, isn't that suspicious?
Yeah.
Right? We should have billions of them, thousands of them. There should be live feeds all the time from every angle. We should be able to see my house from space right now.
Yeah, because it's just a camera, like pointed. I don't see why I can't just point a camera at it.
They should have hundreds of cameras. They have 4 cameras on every street corner and every ATM, but none from space.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a point.
Something to think about, man, right? Like, we're not really here to convince you of anything. The biggest thing is for all of us, it's a personal journey. You have to go through it yourself. You have to, question it from an objective position, weigh both sides, and then go with what you think is the truth. And by doing that, all of us ended up here on this side. So,
what was like your journey to the flat Earth, like believing in the flat Earth?
So my journey started with like 2021 and all that stuff that happened.
Yeah.
Yep, right there. It wasn't exactly flat Earth, but I ended up flat Earth from that catalyst. Without being vague and coded. But what the observations that took me there personally were observations of the sky, which people don't like to talk about for the proof of the shape of the Earth. It really isn't, right? But to me, having all the stars circle around Polaris in perfect circles and all throughout time and all throughout human history and have it never change, it's never been different, but we're actually rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, going at a ridiculous different directions on a tilted axis at 23.4 degrees, just going rocketing around the solar system at 500,000 miles an hour all the way through the Milky Way galaxy. Like, we're actually making all these ridiculous motions, but the stars never change. That's why I ended up here, but a lot of people don't like that argument. Yeah, it's different for everyone. You'll never know what the catalyst is for each one of these people. A lot of it probably is curvature. There's never been any established curvature, no matter what we've done. But for me, it was hard to be jarred into a realization of something that I've never seen. Like, we've never seen curvature, and like I said at the beginning, they've hijacked perspective to make you think what you see is because we live on a globe. The actual spherical nature of what you see, they told you that was physical Earth curvature. So it's tricky.
Yeah, so I guess you're quite new to it then. Like,
relatively, yeah, actually. Yeah, I think May 2021 is when I officially posted my first Flat Earth video on my channel, and then I ended up in here months later.
Oh, you have a YouTube channel?
I have a BitChute channel and Odyssey and Rumble channel, like I was saying before. Not really allowed on YouTube.
Oh, right, yeah, I got you. What, did they just take it down for what? Like misinformation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like right, because who are YouTube to say what is and isn't misinformation?
Yeah, well, see, that's the whole thing. They get to decide, and then they selectively enforce the rules that they pretend to follow for the community, but really, they just do what they want, and no one stops them. They have all the users, so everyone kind of follows. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense for, like, I guess they have, like, a duty to stop people spreading harmful stuff, but I don't see how, like believing the Earth is flat is not exactly harmful anyway, right?
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Yeah.
You know that the president has mentioned it, Obama has mentioned it. There's like a whole propaganda push to push people towards the Google result of the Flat Earth Society, which is just a giant psyop filled with stupid information that'll put you right back to the globe if you find it. Why would there be a need for any of that?
Flat Earth Society, when you Google it, it's a psyop. Should I get put on a list?
I mean, you shouldn't go there. There's nothing valuable there, but it is the first return Google search, and it's a well-known flat Earth deterrent. And that's like a government organization. Well, I don't know what the actual .org is. It's probably .gov, for Christ's sakes.
What? So this is like just ran by like feds?
Well, it's meant to feed you. It's meant to feed you stupid information that makes you not want to look twice at flat Earth. Nothing that's there are what true flat earthers believe. So, I mean, like, why would that even exist as a platform? Why would they need that deterrent?
Don't they have like conventions and stuff though under this?
Don't they have what?
Like conventions and stuff under this?
Does the Flat Earth Society have conventions? Not that I know of. I don't actually know of any physical people that are in the Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth has conventions. We have like Flattoberfest, and we have get-togethers and all sorts of stuff, but I don't think the Flat Earth Society is involved in any of that. So,
damn, that's crazy. So you guys have like a whole Fed operation to make people think you're like, okay, well, I mean,
yeah, that's exactly
it's definitely hard to believe, but yeah I mean,
yeah, it is, man. Like I said, it definitely is hard. Like, if it was so easy and stupid and dismissible and not scientifically grounded, why would any of this be necessary?
Yeah.
In actuality, right? Like, it is the most scientifically grounded. It is the most logical. It is absolute, makes perfect sense. Everything about heliocentrism goes counter to your senses, goes counter to your logic. They make you believe in fantastical things with zero proof. It really comes down to just a huge belief in authority, right? They have to convince you that you're not smart enough to understand any of the reasons of why Earth's a ball, but trust them, it definitely is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not okay. The NASA science or communications director, Oscar, on Twitter asked her, "What are some of the ways you can prove the Earth is a globe?" And she went on like a 12-minute rant about how it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
that adds up.
Putting it here, just like who was it was talking? Shane. Just like he was saying, nobody here is trying to convince anyone of the flat Earth. You came here to ask us questions about why we think and have come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be this stupid globe they keep putting in front of everyone's face, and then they put these news footage and all. Everyone else thinks the Earth is a globe, and I used to as well. And I think everyone, we can go down the line. All of us used to think the Earth was a globe. Nobody here is trying to convince anyone. You can look at the same fucking information that we've all looked at. Nobody here is trying to convince you. So, at least give us a chance to, Don't just like look at it's like, oh well, the Earth is flat because somebody said this. Okay, well, sure, yeah, somebody said it, but to be honest, the information I saw, I thought I freaking rejected it for at least 6 months before I actually gave it a chance. So it's not like we just like, oh, I believe the Earth is flat. No, this is general physical knowledge. Now, we're not talking about a belief in the globe or a belief flat. No, we're talking about the Earth. The only conclusion that you can come to is the Earth is a level stationary plane based on general knowledge. You don't have to believe it. There is no argument. Oh, I believe the Earth is a globe. No. Once you look at the information, if you think the Earth is a globe after you look at all of the general information that we present here, if you still believe the Earth is a globe, then you just believe it contrary to the information you've come across by talking to us. You can believe it all you want, that's all on you.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I mean,
nobody wanted the Earth not to be flat more than me when I first heard about it. I ain't gonna lie. But once I looked into the information, there's no other explanation for the Earth not being flat. It's just like, if you look at the dichotomy, and it really comes down to religion. You have to believe it. There's no physical evidence that the Earth is not, or there's no physical evidence that the Earth is this globe, they say about the solar system and everything. I mean, just look into it, bro. I mean, you'll find out pretty quick. Or maybe take a long time, just like it did for me. It took me months to actually it took me months to actually consider it, and then within about a month, I was like, oh, I see what the flat earthers are talking about. Boom. And it was just like, it just broke,
Well, I think Goalkeeper was he was on a pretty objective path. He was asking some, honest questions, I think.
Yeah, I was loving that. I was listening on YouTube, Shane. It was funny because I was in your Discord, and I thought it was you talking. I thought it was you on Discord talking, and I'm like, so I paused to YouTube, and then I went back and started playing the YouTube again. And it was you, and I was like, oh, he's over here. That was a great interaction I just heard between you guys, and yeah, seems like a Goalkeeper. Seems like a very normal, intelligent, inquisitive, honest person that. We'll definitely look into this because it's just the most interesting thing you could possibly look into. But I heard him say a couple times, to believe in flat Earth, and that's kind of like one of the things we're all trained to think at first, that it's like, oh, you believe in flat Earth, or you're believing like it's a new religion or something that you have to believe in, when it's actually the opposite. It's more like an anti-belief society.
Exactly. It's just like everybody believes in the globe, right? So you have to actually look at the Earth, right? Yeah.
Yeah, people didn't need to say they believed the Earth was flat before they came in with the whole globe idea, where like, oh, your reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. Then that becomes a belief because there's no way to prove that. We all experience a stationary level Earth our whole life. Everyone always did and always will. That's what it seems like in every possible way. So that's not a belief. But once you get the idea that there's this ball in space and that becomes this belief that you just assume is true, then it seems like the opposite of that, which is just normal, like everyday existence, has to become a belief.
After that point, you start throwing math at it, and then your friends or it's like, oh, how about the math? And it's like, what? The math isn't going to prove what we actually see. I mean, come on.
Once you realize you're not on a spinning ball, you're left with your base axioms, right? Which is your everyday existence of a stationary level Earth, like we all experience. So that's that's kind of what I wanted to make sure he said. He heard before he leaves, or if he's before I just to get in there and talk about it.
Yeah, I think you were clarifying what I was saying.
Absolutely, you were right on cue with me.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely, good to talk to you. It's been a while.
Yeah, Helio got deleted when I got deleted. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I mean, there was.
They have waves for sure.
Yeah, it goes through waves. I mean, with Discord and YouTube, they hate us because they ain't us.
There you go.
Wait, do you guys recommend I make like an alt if I'm going to talk in here? Because I don't know how often they ban. Like, if they ban Discord accounts for
no, sure. I just talked to you on the VC check, and this is a guy I was talking about on VC check, and I checked him in a few minutes ago. So yeah.
Sorry, Goalkeeper. This place never gets banned. I had my own server separate from this place that got banned with no affiliation whatsoever.
Oh, so I'm safe if I talk.
Yeah, you're totally safe. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want to give you that impression.
Yeah,
I mean, keep it on Flat Earth. Just same topic. Keep it on that, and we're good.
Yeah, I heard what you guys are saying about the anti-belief thing. I guess it makes sense. Like, I guess if I was like, if I was born into like a forest in the middle of nowhere and grew up there my whole life, and then I'd probably think, like, just by default, like the intuitive understanding of like my reality would be that the Earth is flat. Because I guess I can like empathize with how it would seem obvious. Well, I guess it would seem obvious, but it's kind of like at the same time, there's like a lot of things in science that what seem obvious turned out to be wrong, and it's more complicated than that. So,
right.
Like, yeah, they even have us all saying, or not us, but everyone saying they believe in science. Like, just think about the ridiculousness of that. Like, oh, I believe in science, so it must be true. Like, no, you don't believe in science. You perform science, or you can do science. You can follow the scientific method. You try to figure something out, but it's not a belief. But they're telling you right now, believe in science. What?
Yeah.
Well, it's like you as a speck on this earth, or a little person on this earth. Well, it looks flat because it's so big, right? You've heard that before.
Yeah.
All right. Well, why does it look flat? Why does it look flat, even though it's not?
It is spinning so fast, but it's so big, so it makes it slow, and you don't feel it because it's so consistent, even though you don't have any. You're going in several different directions, but it's completely consistent. It's just everything is completely contradictory when you look into it. You're like, oh my god!
But
I didn't even believe I'd believe this.
Even if you never felt it and no one ever felt it, there's never been an experiment, there's never been a measurement, no one's ever confirmed it, it's never been like corroborated, literally. And then you have people like Einstein saying that actually it can never be done. An optical experiment from Earth can never determine the motion of the Earth. So I don't know why people think that we're spinning. It seems weird, right?
So do you guys think
Shane,
that, like,
you never get that as excited on your freaking shows that you do?
I'm always excited.
No, he does. This is Shane all the time.
Bullshit.
No, he is. He's always like this. He always just like, this is ridiculous. Can't believe we're in this. None of us 5-10 years ago, would have thought that this is where we'd be. I mean, if we would guess like all the things we'd be talking about, this wouldn't even be on the list for most of us, right? For anyone.
Dude, 3 years ago, I was a brainwashed sheeple just like the rest of them.
I think he was about to ask something, Goalkeeper.
Yeah. Well, this is like probably not. I guess it's more of a curiosity, but
sure, it is for all of us as well. Nobody knows what Earth is.
Hold on a second. He was about to ask a question. Actually,
sorry, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? So the belief is that like the Antarctic surrounds the Earth, right? It's like a wall, like an impenetrable wall or something.
Well, it's not a belief that's not necessarily provable. That's one of the ideas of how it might be laid out. It could be that Antarctica has actually its own little continent, and there's still more land all around us. There's different opinions. We don't all believe one thing about any of it, other than that we don't think it's a spinning ball. I think that's the only thing we could all say we have in common. So there's no belief that we all attune to. Now, the flat Earth map may be wrong. The AE map may be wrong. There's so many things that you'll be shown. Definitely not a disk in space. I would guess it's probably an infinite plane, if I had to say. And there's so many different ideas. I mean, the whole idea is not to start claiming things that you can't prove to yourself or to others.
Yeah,
it's an anti-belief system.
What's like really obviously true, like seeing past everything that we're taught. Yeah,
it's not to say speculation isn't allowed.
True is what's right in front of your face.
Yeah.
I guess
you don't have to say you believe it's this or that. I mean, you just think reality is reality. We're not moving. Doesn't seem like we're moving, right? So we're not moving, and it seems stationary and it's level. That's what we all have always experienced. So let's start there. That's the only thing anyone can say, and we all have that same experience. It's the only thing we all have in common.
So their idea about the solar system, right? We have the sun and the moon moving across the sky. Of course, and the stars at nighttime, right? Those are established by celestial maps, right?
Now, did you know? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was
going to say, did you know that like when everything's an illusion with the globe, right? Like the sun seems like it's moving across the sky, but that's an illusion. We're turning away from it on this spinning ball is what we're supposed to believe, and even though no one thinks of it that way. It's not really the sun setting, right? It's you falling away from the sun.
Faster than the speed of sound backwards, sorry.
Yeah, right. Faster than the speed of sound backwards. Can you believe that that's really the case? Will you really think about it?
I mean,
that's what we've all been trained to think. Does it really make sense? But does it really make sense? Is that your experience?
I don't know. I need to look at the maths for it. I don't want to I feel like it's out of my power to make claims out of nowhere.
No, I'm not saying you need to make claims. We're just trying to shoot some of these things out there that we've all come to laugh at ourselves forever believing.
Maybe we should ask him again for one of his deep held beliefs and why he thinks it's still a spinning ball. Like we all have them, right? Just what's the most convincing reason? Because we already took out appeal to consensus, right? What else?
Yeah, so we were told. You started with you were told it was a ball, so that's kind of like your main thing. But then, what would be the other things that make you really think, oh, well, it has to be a ball because of this?
I also have a lot of trust in academia because I'm involved. I'm in university myself, and I talk to PhDs a lot, and they.
All right, so a lot of trust in academia, and what aspect of academia confirms the solar system?
Well, we're just real quick. This isn't about not trusting science or anti-science or anti-academia either. It's this is actually about protecting science from pseudoscience, right? This is about real science, about using the scientific method and actually being able to determine these things using common sense rather than consensus.
Yeah, but I imagine if I go to any of the papers talking about globe astronomy, they will all openly
astrology. Astronomy, yeah. But yeah, of course it's going to be that way.
Imagine if you didn't have to imagine anything and you just observed it. Here in the real world, you don't have to imagine what something does. You actually observe it right here in the real.
And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised that modern day science is adopting a lot of the things that we're saying. It's kind of like it's kind of like a in plain sight. First of all, plane travel. All pilots use simulators, right? And are told to treat the Earth as if it were stationary and level. That's how they're trained, right? So they go in a simulator, and they're using an environment that's stationary and level, just like we're saying, right? Now think about it. If they're trained that way, and that's how they're supposed to treat the Earth, how is it that they're going up in the air over a spinning ball, which would be the dynamics of it be completely different? How would that be possible?
I don't know. I mean, it's probably like the Earth is so big that at that scale, it doesn't make a difference, right?
Well, think about it. Would it? Wouldn't it? If you're talking about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Are you claiming that the Earth is a flat globe?
Right. See, that's the thing. There's no way that they could have a simulator that assumes stationary when it would be completely different. Think about it. Like if you're going towards the equator, the city you're going to is going to be moving faster than where you are because it tapers up, right? Like at the poles, it's supposed to be 0 miles per hour, right? But then you get to the equator, it's 1,000 miles an hour. So that means that everything's going to be spinning faster as you get towards the equator from where you start.
Yeah, I mean,
the airplane's going in a straight line over the globe.
But if it wouldn't make a difference, then how did you tell the difference?
Yeah, like it'd be like if you went to a teenager and you were like, "Oh, okay, there's this new video game where you're in a plane and you're flying over a spinning ball. It's just like Earth. It's going 1,000 miles at the equator, and like buildings are like you have to like dodge buildings and stuff that are coming at you as you go through the cities. And it's this great video game. And then there's this other video game that came out, and it's totally stationary and it's level, but it's the exact same game. There's no difference between those two games. And they'd be looking at you like, how could there be no difference between those two games?
I don't know. I don't think you could actually fly an airplane that was designed to fly over a globe.
You can't land it. There's no way you'd land it. Think about it. If the Earth is moving, you'd have to land on a moving surface.
Yeah, but isn't like the plane flying in the atmosphere, which is also moving?
Right. That's what they say, right? But if you fly against the atmosphere, how are you staying in sync with the Earth?
Think about it, bro. Think about it.
Wait, what do you mean if you fly against the atmosphere?
Well, you're supposed to think, right? Okay, so I'll explain this to you because this is where argument I was going on, and I'll try to do it quickly.
A globe.
Here's what the deal is. Okay, so
that's nonsense.
If you were to take off from like Chicago or somewhere up a little bit north, where they say it would be a 500 mile per hour conserved momentum. You know what that is? Conserved momentum, right? So if you take off from that area, then we assume that you're spinning with the globe if you believe in that, right? So even though it's 0 miles per hour as far as the sideways eastward momentum would go, 0 in relation to the Earth, but since the Earth's moving 500 miles per hour at that latitude, then you are as well, and you're just supposed to assume that, right? Right, and then you're flying south towards the equator where you have to pick up 500 miles of tangential velocity, right, to be in sync with the Earth when you get there. Does that make sense? So you can land on a stationary runway just like planes always do. They never have to land on a moving runway. So that means that somehow the plane has to stay in sync with the Earth somehow. So it's always just moving at the same speed as the Earth, but it only started with 500 miles per hour. How's it going to pick up 500 miles per hour by the time it gets to the equator? Now, the idea you said with the atmosphere moving, that it automatically makes you at that new speed, wouldn't work that way. But even if it did work that way, then the people we argue with have to say, oh, they would just have to bank east and pick up momentum that way, and then somehow get the plane moving sideways. But think about it. You're having to get sideways eastward momentum when you're landing on a north-facing runway, right? As you slow down to get on the runway, even if you could move the plane sideways, which they're not even built to do, right? You would have to be then still accelerating sideways with the Earth as you're landing and slowing down. That's two vectors. Planes only go forward in one vector. They can go side to side, but they don't have jets on the side making them move sideways with the Earth. And if the atmosphere was forcing them into that new speed, then how are they going to fly anywhere? Because the atmosphere is forcing them to move with the Earth. How do they fly against the spin then and go west?
Wait, but what?
And if they're going west-southwest, they would have to pick up eastward momentum. How are they banking east then?
I guess it's like hard to think about. I don't know. I need to look at the diagrams.
It's one of those more advanced arguments. But it's the one that really kills the globe, emphatically, in my opinion. Because if the plane needs to be moving in sync with the Earth, and it doesn't start out with the same conserved momentum as the place it's going to be landing, how does it do that? It doesn't automatically magically happen, and the pilots are trained to treat it as stationary. So how could the pilots treat it as stationary if you have it be moving? The dynamics would be completely different. Just by common sense.
Simple, and so I think the pilots think that as well.
A lot of pilots are coming out and talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They've always assumed it's stationary. A lot of them know, and they won't say because they'll lose their job.
They have to. I mean, how are you going to land on a northeast?
Yeah.
I mean, all these runways traveling different directions.
Calculations like that.
The runways are always whatever angle moving under them.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
The runways are angled in every which way. It could be south, southwest, slightly southwest. They don't try to gauge those runways so that you're landing on a safe. Think about the danger of it. If the plane were ever out of sync and it had to land on a moving like an aircraft carrier, which takes special training, and it's one of the hardest things to do. A lot of times they have to circle around because they're going to miss their mark. And that's just a slightly drifting boat that they have to land on, or a platform, right? But they never have to worry about landing on a moving surface. How could it be moving if that's not the case?
So what did you say to reject the? It's kind of hard for me to keep up. I really
aircraft carrier pilots, they have to land on a drifting platform on the water.
What you're saying,
right? But that takes special training. So if the Earth was going to be ever out of sync, whatever you want to call it, if we were spinning, then the plane would have to be in that same speed automatically, somehow, magically. Yeah, because the pilots are never trained to keep up with the Earth.
As far as aircraft goes, for commercial aircraft, the planned flight is already established all across the world, and you can document. We can pull up. You can pull it up right now. What aircraft is where on the Earth, and you can pull that shit up. They know where they're going to land. It doesn't say anything about spin of Earth. They just know where they're going to land at what airport, whatever. They're not trying to fight this spin of the Earth or
yeah. And what they'll say if you ask a baller about this, they'll say, "Oh, the Coriolis effect. That would just be so minimal compared to the crosswinds that they don't even think about it because it'd be like a crosswind, but they don't know the difference between the wind and a Coriolis effect. It would be just so minimal because over a long period of time, they would just need to correct this much and they start talking about all these corrections and all these things they have to do.
You can tell they're begging the question with that.
Yeah. Doesn't work.
It's not Coriolis because an airline pilot knows they're going to launch from a runway and then land on another one.
Yeah,
they do that.
And if they had to worry about the crosswinds
thousands of times a day. All right,
you've seen a plane trying to land with crosswinds and how hard that can be for a plane, right?
That's crosswinds, but that's
and then think about the Earth moving as well. How hard that'd be, right? The Earth moving and crosswinds.
No. Well, listen. As far as weather, weathermen predict weather. They don't talk about Coriolis. When you watch the weather on the news, right? Do they talk about the Coriolis effect?
What is the Coriolis?
That's the other thing. There is some weather patterns that do. You can call Coriolis effect with the east, with the northern and southern weather patterns,
or Detroit news, or whatever with the airport. Do they?
Yeah, they conflate the weather patterns with the Earth.
Hey, can you guys both hear each other? Or?
Can I be heard?
Helio, go ahead. Sorry.
If they're predicting, these weather patterns, of course, there's going to be some effects of landings of airplanes at their airport, like Chicago, Detroit, New York, or whatever. They never, ever mention the Coriolis effect. Ever. So all of the weathermen that are news weathermen all across the plane, and I would say the plane, they'll say, hey, there's some high winds, and whatever is involved when planes are going to be landing at the airport, or maybe there's a lot of snow coming in, or rains, or all that kind of shit. They never say anything about Coriolis effect, right? And neither do the pilots that are flying those fucking planes that are supposed to land at the airport, because there is no such fucking thing.
Well, the thing is that there seems to be some kind of thing going on with what we call the northern area of the plane that we're on, as well as the southern area, and the weather patterns having a tendency to go in either counterclockwise or clockwise directions, right? Just like the stars, right? So one of the ideas is that we do have these stars that are causing a transverse effect on some of maybe the weather, and the pendulums that they're trying to say is also proof that the Earth is spinning and all this. So it could be like what it's called the Machian.
Wait a minute. All right, if someone's traveling from Chicago to San Francisco and back and forth, they know how to land at each airport.
Right.
But
what I'm saying, Helio, what I was trying to add to your point is that the Coriolis effect, if you want to call it a Coriolis effect, or whatever the weather patterns are doing, they'll try to conflate that with this whole idea that the Earth is spinning, right? And that's where they get you confused, because they're like, oh, see these weather patterns? That means the Earth is moving, because all these things that we've reverse engineered to make it seem that way. And then we have the whole idea that the plane would have to somehow correct for this spinning Earth. Yeah, I know. But the plane travel, they're never taught to deal with the Coriolis.
A new pilot is flying the plane every time, and he doesn't know about it, right?
He hasn't. Yeah, not trained to deal with
but I'm telling you, I mean, these pilots travel these from port to port. They can go from Detroit, freaking to New York, whatever. They've been to these places. They know how to go from one port to another. Same with shipping lanes across the seas.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing. They repeat the patterns over and over and over and over again. These guys have been working for these companies for 20 years plus. It's nothing new to them, and they never consider the Earth spin when it comes to them landing at a port.
There's been a couple of flat Earth documentaries done recently. What's the one what's it's in, Shane, called?
Is he still here? The third one? I don't know what the new one movie is.
What was the last one called? Level Up?
Level, and then the next level?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a new one that just came out last week, right?
But I think
those have pilots in there, totally saying, I mean, retired pilots usually that are saying, yeah, of course it's stationary. How are we going to land the plane?
Yeah, so, because they can't say it, or else they'll get fired.
Yeah, so that should tell you everything. I mean, people fly every day, and if it doesn't work that planes can just fly and land safely without being trained to fly over a spinning ball, then I don't know how you can continue to believe that it's a spinning ball after you realize that.
Yeah, I guess it's just I just know if I said this to a scientist, he'd tell me straight away why it's wrong and stuff.
Hey,
so
don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Oh, the new one's called Level With Me. Here we go.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, there's scientists that totally will be honest, or maybe they've looked into this, and there's lots of scientists that realize it's not a spinning ball. But if you're a scientist that truly doesn't think that that's the case, you probably are scientists that haven't looked into it and are just going along with the assumptions.
And by the way, GK, all of my friends and family think I'm crazy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That's the hard part about being a flat earther. Nobody wants to think that, because we've all gone through the social, it's kind of like telling you, honestly, you might want to just run away right now, because it's kind of like us coming up and saying, would you like a permanent hit of acid?
Well, it's like I had my acid days were 20 years ago, but
nobody's going to say I want a permanent hit of acid, right? Nobody wants that, but that's kind of what it ends up being because you stop tripping, right? And that's what makes it feel like you're tripping because you realize everyone else is still tripping, thinking they're on a spinning ball without one indication that that's the case.
Yeah. It's equivalent to like if everybody you knew still believed in Santa Claus. And you're like the only person who doesn't. And you're telling all these people that, and it just brings the worst in them. They want to attack you, or they flat out don't believe you, or they discredit everything you say. But you could tell them, I'm coming to you from a sound mind, a logical perspective. You know, I could tell you the time, the date, where we live, you know, our coordinates, everything, all logically. But so it's, I don't know, it's just
and
like
no
that
one
one
looks
thing.
in, and people don't want to look into it. So they're like, look, the cookies are right there on the plate. Of course Santa Claus is real.
Yep.
Is that
Right
Flatter
there on the
Day?
plate.
What's up, dude?
What up? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
What up?
I love that dude's music, man. Funny shit.
Yeah, Saturday legend, living legend.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're kind of like getting we're flat smacking this guy pretty hard right now. Maybe he's wanting to ask more questions or something, but
it seems like we kind of want to hear ourselves talk more than listen to him, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, let's not do that. Any more questions from you? Or I sent you a bunch of links and a message, by the way.
I plan to read through those. I mean, I can probably ask like infinite questions, but I feel like what I need to do is
pretty overwhelmed, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah, I think I need to do some reading. I mean,
yeah,
nice.
There's a scientist or PhD guy that I'll recommend. I'll send you a link to right now as well. That I ended up like finding out of nowhere that has been on Quora since 2016. He's a University of Vienna graduate, studied mechanical engineering and linguistics there, and he really puts it down. If you want to do some reading, I'll send you a link to his Quora page, and he's
okay.
really
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's kind of like it's weird hearing what you guys are saying because it's like it makes sense. Everything you're saying, it makes sense that it points towards the belief that the Earth is a globe being false. But it's just like there's a block in my mind that like automatically dismisses it.
Yeah, it's called cognitive dissonance. It's really known, like well-known phenomenon. It happens all the time in different circumstances, and that's definitely what you're feeling right now. Totally cool that you're aware of it, though. It's like, I got this uncomfortable feeling. I don't know what. That's the concept.
Right. You've described it perfectly. I mean,
exactly
you're on it, man. That's exactly. You're very well spoken, and you're like perfectly describing what everyone feels when they get there, and they're like, "Wait a minute, I'm automatically dismissing this, even though it makes sense."
Most people like lash out at us and call us stupid and do all sorts of stuff. You went, I got some reading to do, so that's cool, dude.
Yeah.
They're also coming from,
sorry.
Oh yeah, I'll say they're coming from some sort of moral argument where you're talking about science and whatnot. They won't do that. They'll come from some idea that their identity is bound to the heliocentric model.
Hey, new perspective. Hey, I'm at my neighbor's house right now, and he's not necessarily a flat earther. He just has a question. If you could answer it, or somebody in the chat answer it. Here, go ahead.
Hey, hello everybody. How y'all doing?
Welcome, Bob.
Good. How are you?
So my question is, I'm well, thank you. So my question is I'm a pretty smart guy. I'm college educated, and I'm pretty familiar with all the literary references or common day expressions, that point to the earth being flat, like in the Bible, the four corners of the earth are, a round circle or square. But my question to you guys is, I'm not a scientist. And so when both sides talk about the science in terms of proving the earth is flat or round, I can't really verify it, right? Because my science skills, my math skills aren't that great. So they're kind of talking Greek, both sides. But my gut feeling is that there's just too many anomalies in the world and reasons to suggest that that it's not necessarily round, right? Because I write resumes for a living, and I wrote the resume of a United Airlines pilot. And smart guy, we kind of became friends. And I asked him one day, because he had a iPad that had United's, all their flights on it, and you could see it, and it was on a flat plane. And I asked him, I said, hey, when you're up there, and he flies down under to Australia a lot, I said, do you ever see the curvature of the Earth? And he looked at me exasperated. He said, Victor, listen, we're just taxi drivers in the sky. And so basically what he was saying is look, I don't know anything more about, science or the Earth being round or this or that than the next Joe. I just fly a big mechanism like the giant taxi in the sky. And I just thought, well, this guy doesn't even know, right? And so how would you guys help a person who doesn't have the science background understand that the Earth is indeed flat beyond their own intuition? You know what I mean?
Well, were you listening to what we were just talking about? Because I was just telling this guy about the planes and how think about the planes are taught, the pilots are taught to treat the Earth as stationary and level, right?
Yeah.
So if they're taught that way and they're never told to worry about it spinning or any curvature, and then you're flying around the globe on a spinning ball when you're only taught to treat it as stationary and level, how could that possibly be?
Oh, it's incongruous. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, that is an excellent point. Yeah, I was listening, but I wasn't paying that close attention. Yeah, that makes sense.
Think about it. You'd have to land in a moving runway at some point, when it's going faster than you started off with.
Yeah. Now, there is a physics have a term for that that I've heard before. Yeah. And does that come into play, or is it too large a scale? The
Coriolis, that's a kind of conflated, it's kind of a misunderstood idea, because the Coriolis effect is actually the apparent deviation that you would see, like if you were on say a Ferris wheel and you were throwing a ball to your friend, and then you're throwing it straight to him, even though from an outside point of view, it looks like it's curved because of the way that the thing's spinning. And so the ball's going faster or slower than where the inner or outer part of it is. So it's going to cause that curved path, right? But that's not, it's kind of like, you almost have to just drop that whole term and say, okay, if I'm on a plane and I'm starting off at this speed, going sideways, even though that's not even measured, there's nothing in the cockpit saying, oh, I'm starting off going eastward at 500 miles an hour. So I have to keep track of that. And then I have to think about how fast the Earth is spinning below me, because you're in a separate reference frame, right? So once you're detached from the Earth, you're no longer spinning with the Earth, but they say because you were on the Earth, you have that conserved momentum, and then you're just flung with the Earth, right? Is the whole idea. Even though there's no measure of it, and it just seems like you're in a hot air balloon just going, you're just stationary, but all of a sudden you're moving 500 miles per hour with the atmosphere / Earth. Now the atmosphere is not even, they can't even claim that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, because there's fluid dynamics, right? So it's not going to always be, even if it was spinning it, they have to admit that it wouldn't be in complete, perfect lockstep. So automatically, even if you just turn the plane around and try to land, you're going to be out of sync with the Earth, just by that very principle. But regardless, if you go to a higher speed, like towards the equator where it's moving faster, 1,000 miles an hour, how are you going to gain eastward momentum to land on what is always a stationary runway? They never have to worry about a moving runway.
Let me ask you one question based on that. So how high or far into the sky would you have to throw an object like a baseball or a football for the spinning of the Earth wind catches that object and zips it away from you?
Well, that's the thing, that they have their excuse. That's how they have their excuse of this conserved momentum work, so that people can still believe it, right? Okay, so because they have cannonballs shoot straight up in the air and then fall back supposedly back into the cannon, right? So the thing is that they say if you go into a hot air balloon, or if you're in a helicopter just hovering way up high in one spot, then why is it the Earth's not moving below you? Well, because of the conserved momentum idea, or they say you're using GPS to stay in that spot. But even if we give them that, there's no way that the plane can fly out of that tangential velocity into a new speed below them and not be moving at a different speed than the Earth, because the atmosphere moving the plane automatically doesn't work, because then they couldn't fly against the atmosphere like west. They want to go against the spin of the Earth and fly west, which they do all the time, then they wouldn't be moving with the Earth at that same speed.
Right. Does it stand to reason that you believe that the Earth isn't spinning that fast?
No, well, no, not spinning at all. It's obvious that they're not.
I mean, I didn't mean it to end up a trick question, but yeah, that's the point, because my whole life is, like I said, I'm not dumb, but I'm not the smartest guy, but I just have always had a hard time understanding how something so massive could be spinning that fast and we not be aware of it. Like you know what I mean?
Spinning in multiple directions. They say it's 1,000 miles at the equator. Then you're spinning in another vector in a completely different direction, 66,000 miles an hour in an orbit around the sun, and the sun itself is going 500,000 miles per hour in another direction. And then we have that, and then they have the swirling of the I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Meanwhile, we have perfectly mirror flat reflections on every stationary body of water. It's weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always had a hard time with the whole spinning and, that 24 hours to make this whole, revolution and now the different speeds on the plane.
It's a tactical approach on their part. They'll try to minimize it if they argue for the ball. The people that are experienced and arguing for it, they'll say, "Oh, well, it's only one rotation a day. That'd be that'd be twice as slow as the hour hand on your clock." Well, no, that's a relativity trick, because if the clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the tip of that hour hand would be moving literally at 1,000 miles an hour. You can't get away from that. It's a literal 1,000 miles an hour. Just by making it a small clock doesn't make it slower.
Yeah.
You see how they do that? Or they'll say 15 degrees an hour and to try to minimize it in your head. It's literal speed.
What they do is they make the scale so large it doesn't spin and it doesn't curve.
Yeah. So for our scientifically minded. Sorry, dude, go ahead.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. My last question is, and I really appreciate your answers. Everyone's answers are sound. So, what do you say to the person who queries? Well, how come so many scientists and NASA and everybody else have all bought into this notion? Like, are they all in cahoots to defraud non-science people? I mean, how, like,
it's amazing. Like, you almost have to step back and give them a slow hand clap. It's so intricately designed and so compartmentalized and so elaborately conflated with what we can actually observe, that there could be people that are total, honest people, not at all aware that it might be not a spinning ball, even look at the stars and all these things that are not what they think, but conflated to think that it could be that way because of the way the science and mathematics has reverse engineered everything.
Well, I know for our scientifically minded friend there, we're asking about Earth speeds and rotation and Coriolis and all sorts of air speeds. Isn't it funny, though, that there literally is no experiment, no measurement, no test that's ever proven the cellular or axial rotation of Earth? Literally no motion has ever been detected or proven or, let alone corroborated and secondarily, proven.
I mean, can't they see it from the moon, though?
Well, can't they see it from the moon? What the Earth?
Yeah, spinning.
Here's a good first challenge that we all like to put ourselves through when we realize this might be the case. Go find one real picture of Earth from space and then post it in the live stream for us. Just find one that you think looks like a real picture of Earth.
We'll wait, right?
Yeah, we'll wait. Oh, what I was going to say on top of what you just said. Oh, man, I lost it. But
sorry.
Oh, I always like to say rocket scientist, right? Like they say, oh, I'm no rocket scientist. That's the joke on us, right? Because they want us. The rocket scientists, they're smart enough to build a rocket and do all the things that it needs to do to whatever, for them to think it goes to space. They're just not intelligent enough to realize it doesn't go to space. So they want the people smart enough to do the mathematics to make this thing plausibly what they think it's going to do, but they're not intelligent enough to realize that that's not the case because of all the common sense that gets in the way.
Yeah. I've asked a bunch of people this question, like how high. I've been 36,000 feet up in the air in a commercial airline, right? And that's about the ceiling of a commercial airline. And when I look out the window, I just see flat plains, right? And I've always wondered how high above the earth, assuming it's a sphere, would you have to be to see a curve? And I would imagine it's great distance, right? Because if you look at us on even a globe map, we're but specks, comparatively speaking, to when a curve may occur, right? So I would imagine you'd have to be like I don't know, but far away in space. Would you guys say that would be true? Or
well, that's the thing is we argue that you would never actually see curvature. You might see optically what seems like curvature because we all have our own personal limits of vision. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you wouldn't even see it from where Felix Baumgartner took his jump, and he says that stuff is flat, right? He even says that you have to get way high up, but he's just a clown. I think he's just like he's there to gaslight people. But it's more like the what is space? I don't think we can go to space. I don't think any man's ever been in space ever, right? That's the whole trick,
right? Because I mean, just from my own, looking at maps and stuff, it just seems to me like to even see an outline of your own country, you would have to be so far.
Yeah, you would never be able to see the whole thing.
Yeah, you still wouldn't be able because
never.
I mean, just think of our relative size to just your own state. You're infinitesimally small, but to see the whole country, I would imagine you have to be on another planet, literally.
Well, there's no other necessarily. I don't think that we have other
in a funny way, like or another.
Yeah, those are just possibly like smaller balls of light in the sky. We don't know exactly what planets are or stars necessarily, but you're right though. The whole thing is that they showed us the whole. That's why the supposed moon landing was so important, so they could show us this blue marble, right? And printed in our minds with the universal. All the different, propaganda that goes into us thinking it's a ball, but then it makes it seem like, oh, well, if it's flat, you should be able to see the whole thing and see the whole flat Earth. But that's ridiculous too. You're never going to see the whole thing.
But when they're on the moon, you can see the curvature, which is
they never went to the moon. They never went into space. That's all graphics. Obviously.
No, I'm being funny though. I'm showing you.
Right, exactly.
Wait a minute. I see Neil. I can see the curvature clearly in the background. No stars, of course, but I can see and it's like, how is that possible? They would have to be, damn near the size of a planet for that to happen. You know what I mean? And the planet's smaller, and so you just grow up with these anomalies and you accept them because that's what you're taught, right? You have no real reason to believe otherwise. And then
I think that they're kind of giving you a wink and a nudge by like doing all the things they do. I think they fake it poorly on purpose to give the thinking man a choice. Like they went up and played golf on the moon. Come on. They're playing with water on the ISS. Come on. Have you seen the bathroom tour? It's like a 3-inch pipe hole they supposedly hover over and use like a yellow cone to pee in, and it's a small little bathroom they all share for months on end. Are you serious? That's gaslighting, literally. It's ridiculous.
And no one saw from Earth, no one saw the other side of the moon.
Yeah.
It's all kind of giving the thinking man a way out in a way, and to give them more credit maybe than they deserve.
But then, they come down on people who say they're for a flat Earth, And so I just wonder. And I wonder what do you guys think the main reason behind
why they lie? Why they lie is what you ask.
Yeah, why do you think that they're perpetuating this idea that the Earth is round?
Well, think about it. More land, right? What if there's more land?
Explain. I'm sorry.
Like, what if the reason they made it a ball is so they could hide more land? Like, there's a lot more land than we're told. A lot more resources.
But if it's a ball filled with oceans, then you don't even think that there's land there, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't think there's more land. You just assume that everything that we're shown is what there is.
Yeah.
And think about the resources. Think about the price of gold. If there was unlimited gold or unlimited oil, even though that's not even that's probably true already. We already know that.
Yeah. All resources wouldn't have a value because they're plentiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mainly is control. You know, if people knew that there's more land, they will try to get into that. So it's a way to control us. You know, this globe is a prison to your mind.
Yeah, and it limits your intelligence when you think about it. Like if your base assumptions about reality are opposite of the truth, then how far do you go in pursuing, a lot of things, anything? I mean, it's not even about the shape of the Earth. This is like a gateway to realizing that there's so much more.
If I can give you like my personal reasoning for why I think it matters, right? It's the difference between all of humanity thinking they're meaningless, unimportant specks on an unimportant planet surrounded by billions of others just like it, spinning 1 billion miles an hour out of control through an endless vacuum in a universe without God, or the bulk of humanity seeing that the place is created, has a creator, that we're divine, special, and powerful and connected, that no one has any authority over you, that you don't give to them. Evolution is bullshit. The first place, right? You get like prone to hedonism, materialism, atheism, selfishness, and by extension, like literally evil. And a world without God is kind of where they've been steering us to for who knows how long. And the heliocentric model is like tool number one for that pursuit.
Well, I really appreciate you guys, man, and your time. Like I said, I'm good friends with Flat Nasty, and he's really opened my eyes to a lot of things. And then to hear you guys, because one of the things I've always kidded with him, because he's so prolific in making music about it or comedies or whatever. And I said, what the movement needs is real people who don't have some quack or goof about them. And because that's how they discredit a lot of people. And listening to this channel and you guys, I mean, you guys are as sound mind as anyone is, and Flat Nasty, he is too, but he's bringing a different genre to the table, right? And so I've always said to him, you don't want people, you want them to take serious, and we need serious people, because right now it's still comic hour when anybody talks about it to the status quo. They just dismiss it. And
hey, what would be funny if you wrote a resume for the Globe, right?
Yeah,
well, that would be good, dude.
And it's like all these excuses, like I'm spinning, but no one can feel it, and I'm traveling in different directions, even though there's no indication of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. That's interesting. I'll get back to you guys on that, because there's a lot of ways you can go with that too. And my company is resume-scribes.com. If you guys want to check it out.
All right.
And it's I'm a people person, so I try to help the ordinary Joe Blow become.
Do you have a Discord account?
I beg your pardon?
You have a Discord account?
No, I just learned of Discord tonight, so I'm gonna get one.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, but you guys are cool, man, and it's good to hear, good rationales or good answers, because, like I said, it's hard to refute someone when you don't know the science, right? Because it's kind of like they're one up.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I just want to say a few things. You asked a few questions.
Yes, please.
Okay, so about the commercial airplanes, they if you ask to pilots, they fly, when they reach cruising altitude level, so they fly nose up 3 degrees. So if the Earth was a globe, they have to dip down but they actually fly with nose up 3 degrees. And yeah, so if you ask a pilot, he will say this 3 degrees. And flat Earth is not, for me, it was not new, hearing about flat Earth. The first time I hear about flat Earth was at school, public school here in Portugal. And the Portuguese navigators and Spanish, 500 years ago, at least, what we know, for flat Earth, it was normal to them because they sailed the oceans and they knew that the stars, the constellations, the stars are there every night. They don't change distance, and that's the way they navigate. And but
does anybody have maps from that era?
Yeah. I have a few.
Because that map would does it tell you a lot about the flat Earth? I mean, if that's you know what I mean.
I have a print screens from. Maybe I can send it to you later or in the zip.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Folder. So this they have in these maps they have vertical, they have the latitudes, the degrees.
Yeah.
So they they always do this, and it has pointing to north. Okay, so they have vertical. They have the latitude degrees, and pointing to north. And there's a point 0. It's the imaginary equator, But when when this guy, the Portuguese did sail, they
Magellan.
No, before that, they sell this because they did commerce in between navigation through the oceans. So they have the knowledge to, and that started because in that time of the Templars, they had to run from France, and they came to Spain and Portugal, and sadly, they had a lot of know-how. And so let me say this. Okay, so I did learn at the school the Portuguese talking about the Earth being flat, and it was a normal thing. And they even said they found the end of the Earth. So imagine you are in the ocean and suddenly you see this ice around.
Yeah.
Okay, so but okay. What you said?
What did they say the end of the Earth was?
Oh, no, I just saw. I just just hear about that, but never talking about specifically about the ice. But then they present us this globe object, and so and they mocking this flat Earth idea. With the water falling down at the edge. Okay, yeah. But if you go around and you see ice, so that idea of water falling down is ridiculous. And okay, but from the 1500s until today, there were people doing these questions that we are doing today. Question: does the moon has its own light? And so on. Are we moving? And many from that time, there were even religion people, priests, and talking about this and question about these new guys, at that time, Newton and etc. These supposed scientists. They were against these guys, so they defend the flat Earth, and according they even said it's against what is in the Bible, because the Bible is not talking about this globe, Earth, Anyway, but they start to censorship, to hiding this from us, and so they there's a letter from Mercator, the guy that was doing maps.
Mm-hmm.
So he draw like 4 islands at the North Pole, and in today's maps you don't see that. But this guy did send a letter. No, Mercator did send a letter to John Dee. He is the guy that does the Newton's inspiration. Newton did inspire his work in this John Dee. So when it's in this letter, Mercator talks about a lot of details. So it doesn't match with this reality they showed to us. Just ice in the North Pole. So this is one of the reasons they keep hiding this from us. There's a lot of things there. I had some links to that, but there's a lot of details. They did send a lot of ships and people, expeditions to that place, and even a priest with astrolabe. So, so yeah, there's a lot. They are, and if you try to go to this North Magnetic Pole, you will find militaries, trying to avoid the people to go there. Even at Antarctica, you are not allowed to free.
To roam the area. Yeah.
You are not allowed to go to any place in the Antarctica, just to the tourism place. The controlled place. And by the way, I saw a long time ago an interview. This is a ex-pilot. A helicopter pilot. He did work at Antarctica, and at that time, it was a normal interview. I just saw, and he did talk about a few details, And when he went to work to Antarctica, they did an interview, So, and one of the questions was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" I mean, and at that time he didn't knew why they were asking this to him. So maybe it's to avoid people like us to go there. But it's curious why this question. I mean, so of course he did say that it's a globe at that time, but he did leave a lot of things there, and so. Now he's a flat Earth guy because he did connect all the dots, the points, and now he did a live stream at YouTube like 1 year ago with the 3 flat Earth guys, Spanish guys. So he did found, and there was a place that they land, there were 2 helicopters, and suddenly hot air coming from a place, and even a cloud of pollen. So pollen that comes from flowers.
Right.
So it for me, he's talking about more land, even inside this container. So,
do you have any other questions?
Yeah. So.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate you taking the time to explain that. Thank you.
Yeah. So so to finish, I did at school calculations, and they talk according to sea level. So, and if you can buy today water level, or you can make one, and if you use this, with a long distance, you will find the water will not curve down. So yeah, water. It's a a demonstrate somehow to demonstrate that water doesn't curve down. So yeah, you can use it to water level. Yeah. Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I think I lost you guys for a second. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, good. Good. No, I was just saying thank you for all that. Yeah, I mean, my gut tells me it's not a spear. I'll tell you that. My whole life.
They didn't present an experiment, in a vacuum with this ball Earth. They didn't present this experiment that to prove that.
Yeah, that common sense kind of kicks you in the head when you start to think about it, doesn't it? It's like, wait a minute. So you're saying that the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm not spinning. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Occam's razor cuts pretty deep.
I mean, the other kicker for me is that why are people so incensed and angry when someone says they're a flat earther?
Because it's threatening to their paradigm, and it's like they automatically go on alert because they realize, like our friend Goalkeeper is talking about. I mean, he's in school. He's going to have to talk to professors that are totally misinformed, and if they're believing this, then what's the value of the education? What's the value of what about my kids? If people have kids and they're invested in the system in some way, it's a lot harder because then you have to think about it being. It's basically, like I said before, it's like asking somebody if they want a permanent hit of acid.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to accept that because it changes their world, their reality too much, and it's too scary.
Yeah, it's too much to ingest at once, essentially.
And it's made that way on purpose. You make the lie as big as possible and as complicated as possible, and it just makes it seem so ridiculous that that it could be that huge.
Yeah, because for myself, it's like, okay, I'm always looking for the truth. I mean, I'll accept it to the extent it doesn't make sense anymore, right? And for me, it's like if someone said the Earth is a rectangle or a triangle, I would be like, okay, I'll listen for a moment, but hit me with some facts because I want to know the truth. And if you can prove it beyond, a doubt, then hey, that's what we're going with because that's how we're all raised to think, right? To have an independent thought process and to don't just believe it, go test it, go show it and see it, try it, and
they've used mathematics to make them
mad at people. Yeah,
the mathematics don't even include the dynamics. Like that's one of the things that is huge about it when you look into it. Like kinematics and geometry are mathematical fields, right? Kinematics and geometry don't involve forces of moving bodies in relation to each other, which would be the dynamics that they exclude or don't include because that would then have to work, and the orbits don't even work. There's a section on this. You should have Saturday get you on Discord or show on his phone that there's a section on this server called Brenner, and I put a bunch of comps together of this guy that's mechanical engineer, studied at School of Vienna, and it's a prestigious European school that he lays it all out. Right? I put a bunch of comps of his work together on there. You could check out, and he breaks it down. The orbital mechanics wouldn't even work. You can't have something constantly falling and orbiting. You don't have the mechanism there to actually make that even work. So right there, it's over.
And Vienna, I mean, that's home of Mozart, right? So it's a storied city in Europe, and
he went to the University of Vienna. Yeah.
What's that?
He was at the University of Vienna.
Yeah. So yeah. And I guess it's just you'd like to think that people within their prospective fields would always be in search of the truth. Like the chemists, they're always looking for the truth, and the historians and the leader or whoever that, like, how can you really call yourself a professional if you're not constantly investigating and checking your theories and and
a lot of them are they just assume that the ball, I mean, it's so well designed that you don't really need to worry about if it's a ball or not.
Yeah,
it's like everything's like it is anyway, right? Because it's too big to feel, then why worry about it?
Yeah. And I guess for me, I guess I need to change my opinion, but I just think it's kind of like what's going on in the world now. Like everybody in the world is starting to realize, because of the digital age and the movement of information, that America's done a lot of dirty shit, and it's starting to come out, right? And I think America's also starting to realize its role and what it's done to African Americans. But instead of apologizing or doing better, we double down. But the bigger picture is, how many people were duplicit in the lie, right? Whether it's the big universal lie of flat versus sphere, or the lies perpetrated on different ethnic groups in our country or around the world. And it's like a lot of good, smart, professional people have to buy in. And I guess it's not an uncommon phenomenon for professionals to go with the party line. And not
what choice do they have, really? Like if
exactly. Being
lose your job, or and they don't, and not a lot of them know. I mean, most people, even the professional people in the higher up, academia and everything else, they just assume it's all too, because they were indoctrinated the same way we were.
Yeah, so they instead of questioning it, they just like, hey, what do you mean? They use their prestige and perpetuate it. But it just blows you away, though, and
I agree.
Because we like to think different of professionals and across the board in every industry, but it's just
one of the things, like you talked about our country and what our country's done and stuff. One of the things you also realize that once you get that, it's like, oh, okay, so they're not actually going into space, and all the countries are in on that together. So it's not really country against country, and it's like one government for the whole thing that uses the manipulation of separate countries to create the wars and manipulate the finances and get people to like sacrifice themselves for things that are just usually made up national prides and things like that, things that are emotionally triggering.
Get your mind off the target. I mean, it's crazy in this country because, it's people will protect an untruth to the day they die. And if the government says this, then it's true, and they're going to protect that no matter what. And I guess
unconsciously, they think they're doing the right thing, or they think they'll attack you. Just because then they've made it be like, oh, you're anti-science or you're anti-this, and they use these emotional triggers for people to be bought into on a level that they just think they're doing the right thing.
So they're victims too, and they don't even know it.
Absolutely.
So what do you do when you're fighting victims?
Well, you don't have to fight anybody. That's the thing. There's no reason to fight. I mean, you can try to drop some. You could try to, we all kind of want to do that at first. We all want to try to convince somebody or try to do something that, reverses it all or saves the world. But you can only do that, like, one person at a time, like we're doing right now, in a way.
Right.
People that are actually want to know. People have to want to know. I'm Dave, but I go by New Perspective. Yeah.
A New Perspective? Okay.
Yeah.
Write that down. And I'm Victor Williams, so I'll
nice
be on.
To meet you, Victor.
Dude, props to Flatterday for flat smacking his neighbor publicly. What a cool neighbor to have too, man.
Oh man, I'm telling you, to know this guy in person is a trip.
Right?
He's got a big heart. He's well grounded, a bit of a rebel, which is really cool. But he lives and talks the talk. He's not a fly by night, kind of what's in fad. And he offends.
He's entertaining, that's for sure.
Oh,
that's
man.
for sure.
The guy has a knack for driving people nuts. But there are people on the other.
You should watch him debate Fight the Flat Earth. I think he ate a whole banana at one point. It was fantastic.
Well, I just watched one of his videos tonight, and I'm like, how many bananas are you going to eat, man? I'd like to see inside of your stomach, put all those pills. But have you guys heard his music?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, man. It's dope, man. And I appreciate someone like him, because when I was in college, I was a bit more of a rebel, marching for this and that, some kind of cause. And then as you get older, you settle down a little bit, and live life. But so it's refreshing to see Flat Earth, man, Flat Nasty here, because he makes me think of those days and how important it is to still do that kind of stuff, because there's just a lot of misinformed people and a lot of people taking advantage of, and he's doing good work.
The Cool Kids Club. It's kind of like, once they may actually have to absorb this because too many people know now, and they may have to do like some mainstream Flat Earth version. So watch out for that. That's what it's going to really
tell me about that too. Yeah.
There's been guys coming on the server that sit there all the time and they pretend to be flat earthers and then they steer people in the wrong direction. I've heard recently.
Yeah, that happens. They have
I've been talking to Dave, Miguel, and then who else? Who's the third guy? Jay. Okay.
Was it me? Shane? Yeah, I'm Shane.
Oh, Shane. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that. So Dave, Miguel, and Shane. So when I do jump on again, I'll know who I'm talking to. Are you guys on all the time, or do you have specific hours, or how?
There's other servers too. There's another. Shane's got his own Discord, and there's a couple other cool ones. When you get in here, friend us. Ask Flat Nasty to Flat Saints to hook you up with our DMs, and then I'll send you all the links.
I'll link my Discord if no one cares. No one's gonna yell at me.
Dave, you were new perspective. New perspective, yeah. Okay, and then what about you, Shane? What's your handle?
Shane St. Pierre is my handle.
Hey, Shane.
First and last name. Yeah, what's up?
I know, man. That's a good way to do it. And then Miguel, what's yours? No, yours is just Miguel Sosa. Is that right?
Miguel, I'm from Portugal. My time is the same time as UK.
Miguel, I dig your style, man.
Thanks.
Name your real name. Yeah. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's right. Sosa. All right, guys, I got to get going. I got some work to do for work, and but I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate the education. And,
take care, man. Awesome to talk with you.
Come back anytime, dude.
See you soon.
Welcome.
Okay.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, as always, dude. But that was a cool guest. But the first guest was kind of cooler, dude. Did you hear the first part of that, dude? I haven't got to talk to a newbie in a while. That was kind of fun.
Dude, you did a great job. I was impressed. I was like, wow, that's a great interaction. Like I was saying, he's perfectly like a normal guy that actually would like to know. If
was asking like real questions. You could tell right away. That's a real he's honestly intrigued.
Yeah,
teamwork.
Yeah, you don't think? You think he's gonna go back to it and never look at it again, or?
I almost want to go back and record that. It was a good recording, a good example of how you would hope people would actually take the information in. Intelligently thought out, even though he admitted, and he totally admitted, of course, I'm going to have some resistance to this, but the way he said it was like what most people aren't able to put into words. At first.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I have this uncomfortable feeling that I want to reject it, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the name for that is actually cognitive dissonance, and you described it exactly well. Yeah,
right.
That is what that is.
And he's like, I've noticed that there's
I've never heard someone say that.
Right? And then at first he was like, I noticed that I shouldn't necessarily believe everything they tell me because there's been examples now of things that don't seem to be the case, and
yeah, that's how we knew he was honest, right? He's like, I shouldn't just believe it.
Yeah,
he's like, yeah, you shouldn't just believe it. Absolutely, like we can all agree on that. That's a good place to start. Shouldn't just believe things. That's cool. Where do we go from there? Like, I know that you guys usually have like a 3-prong thing, but I kind of forgot it, and I kind of went to where
you kind of did it anyway.
Did I? I was like, what do you think? Why do you think it's? He's like, well, because everyone else said so. I was like, all right, well, let's throw that logically fallacious garbage out and let's try again.
Yep. This is a battle between common sense and consensus.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for 7 years.
Dude, it's pretty good for us when he's like, the strongest argument I have is that everyone else says it is. Okay, we can work with that.
That's what anyone really thinks. I mean, that's the first thing, I think, the most common thing you'd hear from people.
Right? But most people would filter that out and say, well, if I say that, I sound stupid. So I'm not going to make up some other reason.
About it. Yeah, but it's like, wait a minute. Why should that be the first reason? Shouldn't there be a lot more indications that you're on a spinning, flying water ball, going in several different directions? Wouldn't there be a lot of reasons that you would know it's that rather than just that's what they told you? You'd think there'd be tons of ways to know that that's the case.
Yeah. I was thinking
and they got
of,
another one there, Shane, as well. Southern Star Trails prove a globe.
We've been going over
I would
that.
point them to your presentation when they bring that shit up.
It's like
I
actually,
think Wixit's using it now too, yeah?
Yeah. I've been not coaching him. We've been talking about it for weeks. He's been honing it in, asking me questions to try to get it in. I definitely like brought it up in Gems like 6 months ago, but now it's becoming mainstream because Wixit's throwing it out and arguing it well. Like literally before he did his presentation, I gave him like everything I had, and he was trying to put it all together. And I watched it like, this is great. This is all my stuff. I love it.
Did you see that last debate they were in as well? The 3-on-3?
Yeah. So like Wixit called me during that like frantically, and I was like, "What? He's never called me. What is this?" Then he's like, "Oh, I'm in this debate, and I need this." Like literally, I guess his opponent brought up like one of my frequent
180
arguments.
degrees.
Yeah, and he was like, "What did you say? Remember when you explained this to me and I didn't listen? Yeah, I'm in a debate and I need to know it right now." I was like, "Right. I got it. Hold on." I recorded something for him, but yeah, I was like, "Dude, I would have put more effort into it if I had known you were going to turn around and play it on Jeranism."
Did you end up looking at those magnetic declinations?
Magnetic declinations for what?
Remember we were talking about when you did that star thing, and I said, "Oh, well, it helps." You know how you were saying they all look southwest.
South.
They are actually, they are actually all looking that way, but everywhere where they're at, southwest is different because of the magnetic declination of each place. So if you look at a magnetic declination map, it has a degrees that you have to correct off north. So if they're using a compass to get the direction of where they're actually looking at the Southern Cross, they're actually all facing towards the same direction with the declination. Some of them in the south are actually 90 degrees off where they should be looking.
What? That's outrageous.
Yeah, I'll post a picture.
I don't any of the stuff that I used. No, it was no observer using a compass. I used Stellarium data and what that. So do you think Stellarium incorporates magnetic declination in their readings or what?
Well, the only way to tell what direction you're going in the south is with a compass. Or, GPS, but what are they?
But like when you're making celestial observations, do you think Stellarium would incorporate? Do you think Stellarium incorporates that? I don't think so. I think it just shows you what you're supposed to see at that direction. So then I would say that it doesn't matter that like what I used was exactly the readings that they would have corrected then.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I didn't know it was that much skewed. Correct.
Yeah. It's almost you look at because there's a hot spot underneath Australia, and then all these lines. I'm gonna grab something. I'm just gonna show you something. I know it's gonna be on a flat map, but just have a look at this stuff. I'll be back in a sec. Give me 1 minute.
Cool.
So, can you see what I just posted in voice text?
Yeah, I have that. I have it turned, and I think I flattened it out here. Hold on.
Yeah, so if you follow, that point in... yeah.
So there's that, but then it looks like this, really, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So if you follow that point from Brazil, on the eastern point of Brazil, and then it follows past that line follows South Africa and then shoots down towards Australia. That's the easterly line, whereas if you were pointing north, that blue line would follow south. Do you know what I mean?
So that's like it's a huge correction.
So it points you in a different direction. Yeah,
I see what you mean.
Yeah. So I don't know whether Stellarium actually just uses what they see.
Well, the Stellarium one was very wet, the westest point of Australia, so it was just the corner of the crest of that line, so it was probably unaffected in the first place. Yeah, exactly. It was Perth.
So they're looking south.
But like the whole point is like the observation. Like Whitsitt made a big deal about they're not working on the globe, but like he never got to the final point, and that it does work on the globe, but only if you employ the same user base or observer based azimuthal grid. Right, that's why that's the only reason that it works on a globe.
It's the only way it works.
I made like a GIF where I was just like, "Oh, I solved it." Like but he never presented that answer. So all the Globers just think we're saying it's impossible, and it's kind of like, well, no, it is, but only if you agree that it's totally possible on a flat Earth using the very same method.
Yeah, I don't think he could get to that point actually.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't agree. That's why it's funny.
He was kind of arguing stupid arguments, It was way below what he should be arguing.
What do you mean?
Like that against those guys. Yeah, the only decent guy was the
PhD
mathematician, but he was just walking around in circles. Yeah. But,
you don't think he made good arguments
for that? No, Richard's way too good for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny that they brought up Walter Bison's model in the Southern Cross observation from 3 points in their opener.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of that's kind of why like it was like, oh shit, I never do. Do you know that thing I didn't listen? Can you tell me again real quick?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to go through it with him, but he was like, dude, I knew I should have listened. Fuck. He doesn't say fuck, but
Yeah.
That was a good debate, I think. It's kind of crazy to do a 3v3 because it was mostly Whitsitt versus the other guy, like 80% Whitsitt.
Because the guy at the bottom that brought it up and then he showed the compass points.
Yeah.
I went, fucking, it's magnetic declination. And then the guy, the flat earther, brought it up. And he goes, I went, yes, but he didn't explain it too well.
Yeah.
And that map the other guy wasn't listening either, so...
Because if you look, let's see, if I look at the rest of my observations, they were like the middle-ish of Africa. So it's moderate, I guess, declination readings, and then kind of like the east coast of South America. So yeah, wouldn't be too affected. But I see what you're saying in Australia.
It's all over the place.
It's weird that it puts like the magnetic pull behind Australia. That's not exactly where it is. If you look at like the Bob Wins, like magnetic flux readings, literally like it makes perfect sense on flat Earth, but it makes no sense on a globe, because if you put it on a globe, it's not symmetrical in any way. The southern field is at least 30% weaker than the northern field in every measurable act, and it doesn't actually converge. In our north, in the actual north of the magnetic north, is like a null field, like a field of no magnetism right in the middle, and around there is where it starts to swirl. If you look at the south, it doesn't look anything like that. It should be identical, again, from the top and bottom of a ball. But it's not. It looks like actually the outer crest of the flat map if it was wrapped around a ball.
All comes together.
Yeah, in no natural way. Like the south, there is no south magnetic pole in my mind, right?
Well,
it wanders.
Thing,
they can't nail it down.
No, it keeps on moving.
Yeah,
and there's more than one.
That too. Yeah, there's more than one, and they wander about.
Yo, Timbo. Yeah, you're actually from Australia, right?
Yeah, I'm down the south.
Because I was talking to Flat Earth Philosophy, and I kept referencing that he was from Australia, and he got really offended. I guess he's from New Zealand, and that was like a personal offense. I didn't know that was like a thing. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, we're rivals, mate. It's a big rivalry. It'd be like America and Canada.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know. Canada's cool. We're all cool. But like he was like personally offended. I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry.
What about if you get it wrong, like if they're from Melbourne or not? Why is it such a big deal if someone's from Melbourne?
Yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm from. It's not. No.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was asking you, because, like, it seems like the people who are not from Melbourne want to make sure they're not from. They're not from Melbourne, and the people who are from Melbourne want you to know that they're from Melbourne. And it's like,
well,
why that one city? It doesn't
I don't know.
seem.
But I was talking to Flat Earth Philosophy about like the Southern Stars and what I was saying about observation, and he says like I don't know if do you watch his videos?
No,
never. He's kind of like high level Flat Earth stuff, preaching to like little Flat Earth 101 crowd. It's kind of weird, but he says things like man has its own arc of horizon and man is a fractal of the Earth, and you're like, does that mean what I think it means, or something totally different? And that's what I was happy to talk to him.
Personal atmospheric dome.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's exactly what he means, right? That's what I wanted to talk to him about, because he puts it in different words and describes it differently. But when we got down to it, it's the exact same concept. So,
what does he call it?
Because he says that every man has their own arc of horizon. That's what he calls it. Your own arc.
It's a weird way of saying it.
Yeah, dude, but it's weird. The way he draws it is like a little azimuthal grid based on a stick figure, though. So it was kind of like, oh, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
I kind of compared it to like Texas, where people who live in Texas want you to know that they're from Texas.
Yeah, there's a big rivalry between definitely Melbourne and Sydney for who's the better city.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Melbourne's a very kind of, I would say, a European kind of city. With the weather's a bit colder. It's got a kind of cafe culture and bar culture and stuff like that, and a really big restaurant scene. Whereas Sydney's, they're on the bay, on the harbour. They got more of a pub kind of scene, and I don't know, but they'll probably tell you their restaurants are better. But it's just silly rivalry, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that, comparing it to Sydney. I was thinking more of the framework like Melbourne or not Melbourne, but it's really kind of Sydney or Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne, Sydney, or Brisbane, and that's it. But Brisbane's a lot smaller than the other two. So Melbourne's close to, I think we're 5.5 million, and Sydney's 6 million. But they used to be almost 2 million bigger, and now we're catching up. So I think they're starting to get a bit more rival. But we also play different sports as well. So we play Aussie rules down here, and they play rugby. So a bit different.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
They're very different places.
Yeah, they got like a whole sort of like cultural and
it's got its own culture.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Dude, someone really has an identity.
Quebec and Toronto, something like that. But we don't have different languages.
What happened to Mitchell from Australia?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him for ages. I haven't seen any new videos or anything.
Right, the stuff that I have, I think I stole some stuff from him a while back, and it's still super useful. And I miss that guy, man.
He's got some good observations.
Yeah.
And the way he says things is really simple to understand as well.
Yeah, he's really solid.
You can tell how good a flat earther is by how much they trigger the anti-flat earthers. And he was always winning top left awards and shit, so he was good.
Because he had that Flat Earth Academy or something like that. Flat Earth University. Yeah, not sure.
He was huge.
To look him up.
He was huge for my understanding of celestial navigation, elevation angles, sextant use, and literally he made the personal dome model. Like he put it on flat, and then he demonstrated it really well. And I think I stole that and made it a gift that I still use today.
Well, I can't get that you'd explain that personal atmospheric dome to someone and they couldn't understand it.
Hey, I want to say something really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hot mic, Helio.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say this really quick. Anyone that's in Australia, and when they hear someone pronounce it Melbourne,
it's Melbourne.
They just, I know they're going to say that's a Yank.
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Yes.
I love you guys. Peace.
Say it like
good night.
MEL and then BIN. Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, you guys call him a Yank, right? I mean, well, the English call him a Yank. I mean, it's freaking crazy, if some Australian calls somebody a Yank. If they say
that someone would call you a Yank.
Yeah, from Australia, if you say Melbourne.
Yeah, no.
I'm just playing. I'm playing because I love you guys. It's Melbourne. I've heard you guys pronounce
Melbourne.
Yeah,
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
You don't even put the O in it. It's just Melbourne.
Yeah. Melbourne. Just as little mouth movement as possible.
Melbourne.
Lemon.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. See you guys tomorrow.
Later.
See you, mate. Have a good night.
Good night, Helio. So do ballers from New Zealand brag about being more upside down than you guys?
That's a rivalry right there, right?
Yeah.
Now they'll say we get the sun first.
Dude, I was having Demon Stride. I was arguing with him about I told him how stupid it is to think that you're rocketing into space all these directions, and he goes, "You think this down in space?" I was like, no. I don't believe in all this nonsense. You do. Do you realize how silly it is to ask me if I believe it's up and down in space? I don't believe in space, dude. What are you talking about?
Like saying,
like,
which door? You believe which door opens to Narnia?
Yeah, he was like, you know what? And now that you say it, yeah, that makes sense. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you that. I was like, all right, cool.
Well, it's you go out to space, you should be able to zoom in on Melbourne. and see planes flying upside down and boats sticking to water upside down and someone walking past the Sydney Opera House in Sydney upside down. Shouldn't be that hard, should it? High-powered cameras, satellites.
Dude, speaking of the Opera House, right? I found this video and someone took a whole bunch of, I think, snapshots of the supposed counter rotation down there with Sigma Octantis, but it's all different elevation angles, and the Globers say that it's fake and made up. Yeah, and I don't. Wait, is that where the Opera House is? Hold on.
30, 35 degrees or something.
Here, here's all the pictures. Do you think these are composite shots, of artists rendering, or someone taking some poetic license and liberty, or what? What am I looking at here?
I don't know how you can get the rotation that high in the sky from 30 degrees south. This is why I think the cameras pick up weird things,
It's at all different elevations, right? And is that bridge noticeable? Is that in the same city as the Opera House?
Sydney Harbour Bridge.
All right, so it is definitely Sydney, all 6 spots. So is so then what are they, fakes or renditions? Or
facing in different directions, so.
Well, that's weird. Yeah, that shouldn't be.
Why are they facing? So that one there is looking across at the city. So that's, I think that's North Sydney. So it's facing south. Yeah, that's okay. But then they're. Well, wait a minute. That one's facing back across to Sydney Harbour. Wait, that's facing east. Hey, I'll get back to you. I've got to get back to you. That's facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, I didn't want to start throwing it in arguments until I knew what the hell I was looking at. And, I've never been to Australia, so I didn't know if these make sense.
I'll be back in a second, man. I've got to check on maps.
Some of the Globers were saying there's this thing called an artist composite, where they take a star trail of a different area and then put it over and meld it with a cityscape sort. I don't know. It made sort of sense, and then I had to discredit the whole lot.
I think I talked to Demon Scribe before, and not that I triggered him, but I said you think the alien chick is going to be some hot green, chick. It's going to be like Robin Williams, Mork and Mindy. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, he's a Glober. He believes in aliens and stuff.
Yeah, one of his fantasies is to make out with hot alien chick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He believes in lots of goofy stuff, man. Is Sydney East Australia or West Australia? Probably East.
I was wrong, man. It is facing south. Those pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was the major contention. If that was the case, I was like, something's wrong. But now I have a case. Then now I don't know why they'd be at different angles, unless it was this weird. Like, is it at the same elevation? It should be at the same elevation angle for everyone in the city, at least.
See this one here. There's one, the darkest one.
Yeah.
That's facing southeast. And it's still got a road and see how it's rotating over the Opera House?
Yep.
That's the Opera House is directly southeast of where that was taken. So why would that be rotating around southeast if it was a globe?
I don't know. I was kind of hoping that someone would, like, you could look at them and go, yeah, that's what we see regularly, or no,
Why
that's
are the stars
completely
going
crazy.
down? Stars they don't go down like that. I don't know, man.
Oh, shit, dude, you're right. You know what it is? They don't recede into the marine layer over water for, like, the first thing. They call it the atmospheric, like, pocket. So we've never actually taken that. So that one must definitely be a composite, because that's never been photographed. That's a good point, dude. They don't go into water like that. You see how, like, in the other one, on the one on the right, they kind of accommodated marine layer a little bit better now that I'm looking at it. Because they do, like, it doesn't quite go into the water because they knew better. But the other one, it clearly does.
And I still can't get why the rotating point's so high in the sky when it's they're only 35 degrees south. So you've still got another what? No, I just ate, so my brain's not working properly. What's that? Another 50 odd degrees, 55 degrees to go until you're at the South Pole, you know? Why is it so high in the sky? It should be on the horizon.
Or on What the Business Model, if I push it to 35 degrees and look out, it looks like it's almost at 45 degrees.
Okay.
It's like 35 to 40, maybe.
That makes sense.
That it should be always for everyone there, as far as I can tell. Well, like, so if you go closer
I'm
north,
wary about these camera shots of star rotations.
Yeah, especially about the south, it turns out.
Because I never see any stars going in these directions. They all seem to just go across the sky. But when you take it on a camera,
yeah,
you could sit out there all night, and watch the stars. You don't see them, like, I know they go really slowly, but they just go across the sky.
Yep, east to west for everyone.
Circles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's crazy. You'll never know.
Look at these ones. Look at these ones at the bottom that are coming up, and then hooking around. They don't do that.
Yeah, they do not go into water. I know that. It's funny because the two of them, like, they tried to fake it to look like they didn't quite go into the water, and that's supposed to that's real because, like I said, the marine layer. Like, there's even one with the first one where they perfectly did the marine layer. They just kind of blotted out the bottom one. So I think
it looks like they drew a line across it.
Yeah, because they knew it because they can't go into water, and then that other one they just kind of forgot, and they go right into the water. You're like, whoops.
Yeah, two of them they forgot, didn't they?
It shouldn't happen. So those are like
real, man.
Yeah, those are. I think they're artistic composites. Then.
Yeah, I would say so.
So I still need some real ones. Yeah, you never actually see star trails if they're not actually like optically visible. They can only be visible via camera time lapse, right? That's the only way you get even the notion of a South Pole.
Then at most you're only going to get 8 hours of travel. So even though they look like circles here, that's not actually what the stars are doing.
No. So it's a trick, right? If you get at least 2.5 hours of footage, the setting in the camera fills the circle.
Yeah, that's right.
Completes it. So.
And you got a curved lens, so you're looking at 200 kilometers of sky there, or 100 kilometers of sky in those wide angle shots. Like, how much does the lens curve on 100 kilometers? A lot. doesn't actually pick up a reading of what you're actually seeing. It curves the whole shot.
God, that's a sweet gift, Miguel. I'm going to steal that.
Cameras don't work like eyes. Yeah, they're a bit different.
Right.
That's why, like, a photographer that can really capture a good photo that looks like what your eye sees. That's why they're worth so much, because it's hard to do.
Yeah, because the clarity that you see through your eyes, they never pick up in photos.
I have time-lapse lasers at the Mauna Kea observatories in Hawaii.
Sounds cool.
Let me see.
Look at that.
I think is this one. And you can see the North Pole Polaris, circling around. There are other time lapses, but you see these lasers curving down, so it's fisheye lens cameras. But
the one that you posted?
No, the one I'm posting, it has straight. It's loading. Okay. Yeah, if you play it, you see it. It's 2 minutes, but if you go to minute 1, you see it.
What is that?
Wait, what was happening there with the laser?
And what are they doing with the laser on the observatory? I don't get how this works.
They point to a star and follow.
Oh.
Sometimes they do with another laser, another 2 lasers, they do triangulation.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember. We had astronomer Professor Parks come and talk to us, and we asked him about this. I think this is actually one of the processes in how they do exoplanet identification, and they try to guess wildly at what a slight aberration in the light means when they get light graphs from NASA. So it's quite alarming.
I never saw.
Yeah, that's when you muted me, Professor Parks.
Yeah, man, you tried to interrupt my event with
no,
a bunch of personal shit.
It wasn't personal shit. It's like, hey, your take on the Bible. What do you think about Adam and Eve in creation? He said his own thing was that he sees it as an allegory. He's like, oh, I don't want to talk to Crit triggered me hardcore on another server. You're like, oh, certainly, Toby. Let me take care of that for you. Ding.
All right, Crit. We're cool, right? We're cool, man.
Yeah, I just think you should have been like, it wasn't a triggering question. It wasn't like, dude, you're a fucking shitbag. It was just, what's your take on Adam and Eve? Yeah. He just said it's a wall.
All right. But he hated you so much that he was ready to quit the event and stop talking to everyone if you said one more word.
I know it sounded.
Well,
like
what the hell, dude? I mean, come on, what am I supposed to do?
I can't take this asshole. He's so mean to me.
Obviously, you guys had some personal interaction that I wasn't any part of, and you were bringing that to the table, and that's what I did.
I didn't. He did.
Well, you guys both did, right? Like, obviously, there's history there. It's cool, man. It was still a good conversation, I think, because, dude, I let him tell me the most ridiculous story on how they identify exoplanets, and at the end of it, when I listened intently and summarized what he told me, he was kind of offended because I'm like, so NASA gives you a data about light aberrations. Well, a light blinks in the sky. Literally, it blinks a little bit, and you go, "Oh, there's this data," and you get the NASA data, and you say, "Yep, that's a stellar aberration," and you hand it back to NASA, and they go, "Okay, cool, we've confirmed an exoplanet." He's like, "Yep, that's exactly it." I went, "Holy cow! Wow!" So it was like
weak sauce.
I was like, could it be said that astronomers, you look at the sky and guess? Is that Is that about the sum of it? He's like, yeah, that's 90% of it. And I was like, whoa. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. The answer. Like, wow, dude. Okay.
Well, but he's like, no, literally, like, we literally, like, 90% of it is we look at the light in the sky and guess. You know, stellar spectroscopy has no way to corroborate or confirm anything, and he openly admitted that. So, literally, that's the basis of everything they do. And he's like, yeah, it's mostly a guess, and we'll never know if it's right or not. Okay.
I caught that one. That was with that doctor, yeah?
Yeah, Professor Parks, the astronomer.
Yeah, that's right. I thought he was a bit, he admitted all that, and then he said, but it's still 100%, you know what? He just admitted it.
I still believe it. I was like, okay, fair enough, man.
So can they, when they do this spectroscopy, can they actually decipher whether it's gases in the air or gases coming from these so-called lights?
No, not at all. Like, you can do terrestrial spectroscopy. You could look and analyze a light and go, I guess it's going to be this much helium, hydrogen. Then you can go there and test it.
Also in a container, yeah?
Yeah, but you can go there and test it and then say, yeah, there was this much hydrogen, helium. Okay, and then we can refine it. So stellar spectroscopy is actually like reliable and testable. And then, you go to like space and you're like, well, we can never do the first step to remedy or identify if any of our guesses were accurate. So we'll just assume that we're 100% correct.
Well, it's funny because you could be pointing east and most of the air out there is helium. Let's just use this for an example, yeah? And then you point west to another star and the rest of that is neon, yeah? And you go, oh, well, this one's made out of helium and this one's made out of neon. You go, well, what if it's just the fucking air?
Dude, stop being so logical, all right?
It's crazy because original spectroscopy was through a prism. It was like light refraction or something,
yeah. And now they're like, well, now we know the sun is built up of hydrogen, helium, and hydrogen burning atoms, and it's like super combustion. And you're like, you know that how? Because you looked at a light in the sky. What do you mean?
It's funny that the oxygen contains all of the atmosphere contains all of those elements as well.
Yeah, it's just probably happy coincidence. Don't ask questions.
You're not detecting shit that doesn't exist already.
Well, just like the ridiculous wild leaps they take knowingly is staggering. Right? Even the people that like study the professors are like, so you're making a wild guess. He's like, yep, couldn't be prouder. Right? Like, whoa.
It's an educated guess, though.
Yeah.
We know that on Earth these cause these colors. You go, yeah, that's on Earth, mate. Where else are you going to go?
But it's interesting because you take like an average honest person with credentials like he was, right? You take him into our server, we ask him genuine questions, and he'll admit the shit right off the bat that the anti-flat earthers and glowers that we argue with daily will never admit. Like, they'll just go openly, yeah, that's right. We're like, oh, we're unaccustomed to that. That's so weird. Usually I'm expecting you to lie, attack, and ad hom and deflect and not answer. Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, you don't get it because you're dumb.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, right?
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's what it threw me off when the way he acts on Blue Marble Science's server, that everything was triggering, everything was my fault. No matter what happened, I was solely my fault for why every interaction. And then when he was acting functionally normal in a live stream in the voice, I thought, hey, let me get your take on this. And then he just instantly went from like 0 to Karen.
Well, there's your mistake, dude. You interacted with him on a Glober server. Why would you do that?
Because I like it.
They're all triggered and fucking Sally's and everyone's offensive, and here everyone's offended about everything. Of course you're going to get in trouble over there.
Yeah. It kind of, like, I don't know. I like going into their space because it's got... Okay, this is the main reason. Is that this thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So what it says is the more needs that are met, the more open or more ability people have to learn. And they use this both in all public education, why the school has to be a safe space. Because without being a safe space, people won't be able to be comfortable and be able to learn. So you're harming their learning ability.
That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, but then when you got a lot of these guys who pretend like they got college degrees or they act like they're doctors, they obviously know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like it's just pounded. Anytime you walk through a college campus, you see posters everywhere talking about it. So I was thinking if I go into a globalist space where they've got all the control, they've got the mute button, they can delete, they can block, they can kick, will they at least figure out what Flat Earth is before they trigger about it? Will they be able to tell me, this is what Flat Earth is and here's why they disagree with it? But a lot of times they can't. They really can't tell you. They won't even know what you're talking about. I was there talking about the toilet flush the first day I was there, about like an ancient toilet that they found in China. Half the people were telling me that I'm lying about the toilet flush. The toilet flush doesn't prove anything. And the other half were saying that's now they've got 2,000 a 2,000-year-old toilet in China. Now they've got a 2,000-year-old toilet flush that like they had 2,000 years worth of curvature. Now they got 2,000 years worth of rotation. And I'm like, you two need to talk to each other. Why are you talking through me? Because these 5 people are calling me a liar because I said the toilet flush doesn't prove anything. These 5 people over here are calling me a liar because I said the toilet flush does prove something. And all I said was they found a flushable toilet in China that they think dates back 2,000 years ago. And then Rob Parks is like, it's your fault this is happening. I'm like, how? How is it my fault? I didn't eat the apple. I said, here's the apple. And they just went with it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I thought he was interesting and objective, and he just immediately admitted some stuff I'd have to pull with ferocity and pulling fingernails out of any like Glober that we talked to, and I thought that was funny.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got it. I wasn't really more like angry. It's just kind of like, what the fuck? I didn't even get a chance to be like, hey, sure, can you give Chris a chance? And if he says something fucked up, we'll mute him.
Well, no, I didn't want to hear that whole giant explanation in the middle of that live stream either, though, right? To be honest.
Well, no, he had talked about it earlier. Some people asked him some biblical questions.
Yeah, but I didn't care at all. Sorry, dude.
Oh, okay.
I didn't care to hear any of that. Right, it was a 2.5, 3 hour awesome thing, right? We had a lot of questions and a lot of people.
Yeah, that was like the last 10 minutes.
It was in there, yeah.
And no one else was talking. They're like, anyone else got any question? I'm like,
yeah, and you were
I suppose. Yeah, I've got one. I mean, no one else had said anything. It was like a good solid, 45 seconds of just silence.
I'm dude. So the next guy I want to talk to and bring in is Alex, the flat Earth man. What's his name? Conspiracy music guru. And someone told me he used to hang out in here. Is that true? Does anybody know? So that's cool. So he'll probably come on and talk to us then if I ask him.
Yeah, we should have talked to Helio. I think he's still in contact with them.
Yeah. I'll hit him up later. I'm super tired. It's late.
Yeah. 2 Central.
3 a.m. for me. I'm going to bed. I'll catch you guys later. Good talks. Later, guys.
See you.
Bye.
What's up, homos? And we're live.
Yeah,
hey, what's up, brother?
Not too much.
Same old. Just woke up, bro. Cup of Earl Grey. Get up, get sorted. Aye, man. All dead in here, bro.
Yeah, it's. We just got done talking about some south of the equator type stuff.
See, Shane St. Pierre, he got hit again.
No, he got his account got deleted.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. You should have heard that politics yesterday, Crit. Man, it's funny. There's like 9 of them I was talking to, man, and they were just going crazy.
Yeah, they definitely get wee-weed up.
This guy, like, honestly, man, he kept on saying, go like that, speak. I was like, man, I can fucking hear you, bro. He's like, if you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to go and get a mod, and they'll come in and mod you. I was like, oh, you go, mate, do what the fuck you want, fuck's sake.
Yeah, you're like, go on now, get.
I'm going to go and tell the staff on you. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's like, dude, if you're that worked up that someone disagrees with you, you should go get the staff because you're not listening to anything anybody's saying at this point.
But bro, the staff
you're just working out. Yeah, the staff won't do anything. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't know, mate. Because remember when me and Crypto was speaking to Doobie a couple of years ago, and he gave us mod permissions. The mods that were already there, they were really pissed off that we were able to mute people, and we could mute them all over the server. But the deal was we could only do it in our room. But they were pissed off about it. So I could imagine some of those staff, if they're still here, man, they'll be like, well, yeah, let's go and mod the flat earther. So I expected them to go and get the dudes, but he never. So fuck them.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Like fucking flat earthers talking over people. Well, man, they kept saying, "Oh, but gravity does this, gravity does that." And I kept going, "Citation, please! Citation for mass attracts mass or space-time bending." And they're going, "We've got papers, and we've got fucking this, and we've got fucking pages and books, and we've got videos." And I'm like, "That's not a citation for an experiment, bro. you don't even know what an experiment is. And I was like, what's an independent variable? They're like, well, you're just talking absolute nonsense. Every time I said something, they were just like saying that I was talking gibberish. Like when I said that's a reification fallacy, you just keep saying things are fallacies. I'm like, he's like, that's absolute nonsense. I'm like, Google it, bro. Fucking Google it. I was taking the screenshots and putting it in the conspiracy chat, and they were just ignoring it, man. It's funny.
That's the good part too. That if you're putting it in the conspiracy chat, they can't be all worked up later on. That he was posting conspiracies in the conspiracy chat. No shit, dude. No shit.
When I first went in there, they were talking about fucking like the Ukraine war, and as soon as I went in, I was like, "What, this conspiracy chat? Or what? We're actually going to talk about conspiracies?" And they're like, "What kind of conspiracy are you talking about?" I'm like, "Well, the Globe's the conspiracy, is it not?" What? That started them instantly. They were like raging. Yeah, they were telling me the Curie point, that's absolute nonsensical gibberish. I'm like, well, man, I'm not like a magnet, like fucking professional, like I'm not like some kind of fucking scientist. But I know the Curie point, the dipoles are realigned or misaligned, so at 400 or 500 degrees, whatever it is. And he's like, you're just talking absolute garbage, man. Like, you don't know nothing about magnets, you've just admitted it. And I was like, oh, well, I know enough.
Yeah, that was for the magnetic core.
Yeah, and he even says, you know how the GIF that I made that's kind of like the copper coil, and you see the block of fucking iron or whatever it is, and you see it melting and then falling between the magnet, between the heated coil, and they were like, no, that's absolute gibberish. It's like, the fuck are you talking about, man? I was like, look in the conspiracy chat, read what I posted. Like, you're just talking nonsense. Speak. Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Like over and over again. It's like like a little kid, you know, getting his driving his parents nuts.
Yeah,
like shut the
8 years
fuck
old
up.
or something. Like less than 10 years old, man. It's like complete immaturity. That's why I like going over there, man, because it's like it's different from 24/7. Like we've not got any control, so we've just got to put up with it. But I was hoping if we stay there long enough again, man, that they might give us perms again. I hoped.
Yeah.
Because we need that, man. It's impossible to try and have a conversation for 5 minutes with them, man. They're just like scatterbrained. But I messaged Doobie when I first went back to politics. I messaged Doobie and I was like, how you doing, man? It's Panto. I was like, any chance of getting perms again? He's like, alright, cool. And I was like, fucking, could we set up a flat earth debate? And he agreed, and he's never replied again. He's just ignored me every time I've said to him. I've messaged him like 5 times. Like, what's happening, man? I was like, we're doing this flat earth discussion. And nobody's replied.
They do a town hall. I think it's once a month. I can't remember what day it is. And you can bring that stuff up there.
Yeah? Cool. I might do that.
Yeah. I had mentioned something about that in the town hall. And they basically said the same thing. They're like, to use, if you use a channel, if you make your own channel and enough people join, then they'll start doing special interest channels again.
Well, sorry, somebody told me they took that away.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for it because they said it wasn't there, and I didn't see it, but I wasn't sure if it had a different name.
As long as, see, if I just keep going over there, man, and I keep like pinging you or pinging Heretic or just trying to get people over, if we make a presence in the server and they know we're here, hopefully then they'll say, right, we'll fucking sort out the flat earth chat. Because when I joined back to politics, they still had the Flat Earth Society room, and I was only there a week or so, and they deleted it. So I don't know if it's because I started going over and fucking with them that they deleted it. Plus, I've got loads of people to come here, man, because I've been going over there the past couple of weeks. That and the feminist server, Feminists Against Trolls. I've just been going over and sitting in the VC and talking to people, bringing them over here. And most of them have been okay. Like, if they've actually came over, they've actually been civil, they've chilled out a little bit. A couple of them I've had to ban, but I've had like over 10 people come to 24/7. I think I found the Flat Earther. Guys keep coming in the room as well. It's like, I think somebody's listening, or they've seen my profile, and they're like fucking going away and getting people, and people are just jumping in the room, and like strangers are coming in the room instantly and saying, "Is there a fucking Flat Earther in here?" It's like somebody's like DMing them, "There's a Flat Earther in Conspiracy Chat, click, get them." What the fuck? Yo, who's that?
Oh, I'm tapped out.
Alright. What, go over to politics, bro?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
See if the conspiracy room's open. Which room?
I'm looking.
There's a few people in conspiracy chat. They'll not be talking about conspiracies, but we could go into economics.
There's a moderated guest. Oh, there's guest rooms.
Guest, moderated rooms full as well.
Oh, that dude Paulie. He's super triggered. That's in the armory.
Which one? Oh, fuck, I can't see it. Alright,
Yeah.
go in there.
Yeah,
Oh, it's got
I don't know.
It's got age restricted in it.
Yeah, I don't know if we should. I mean, he's super triggered about flat Earth. Like, he considers flat Earth to be like the big lie, like Holocaust denial, the great evil.
Fucking flat earthers, man.
See, there's the chill chat.
LGBT chat's only got one person in it.
How about just philosophy?
Where's that down the bottom?
At the very top, the very first one.
Yeah, is it empty? Like,
well, there's 5 people in there.
Because if we just go into an empty room, bro, there'll be people come in, because I've been fucking triggering them for like a couple of weeks now. They know my name and my profile.
Okay.
It's up to you, whatever one you want to go in, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's like.
Have you got any other big servers like this one, mate?
Yeah, but nothing's really right now going on. Oh, the real homies. Let me invite you there.
Yeah, please do, man.
Okay. Yeah, I got my. There's like a flat Earth section there.
Is that? I like those. See those screenshots you shared. The fucking Hannah. Like, I only had a couple of fucking exposing screenshots, but those ones you shared, man, they're fucking classics. I was going to send them to that guy James, like the Modern Day Debate YouTube guy, but when Hannah, when she banned me and I had screenshots of her acting fucking delusional about the air stuff from Cuba, he just ignored the email, man. So he doesn't give a fuck about Discord.
Yeah, he doesn't. He really doesn't give a fuck about Discord. Like, whatever they do on Discord isn't really associated. They've got the same name.
Yeah.
I mean, but you think about it. That Discord channel has 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, the YouTube channel has 100,000 people subscribed. The Discord channel has like 400 people in it. You know, like, there's a big disconnect. You know, the only people who even talk or post anything are all the moderators. You know, you might find one person, you know, here and there posting something, and then
it's
funny all you to win.
See, when they're complaining about memes, and it says, "You've already posted that meme today, don't spam them." Like, what? It's fucking flat earth content, you fucking idiot.
See, that's the thing. Nothing is flat earth related. Anything you post that's off topic. Then you get some dude posting about his foot injury. I go, how is that on topic? Oh, he's a moderator. Okay, that's why. Yeah.
He's a globe earther. He's allowed to.
Yeah, they can invoke the full universe, some galaxy in, you know, a black hole 93 billion gazillion miles away as their proof of the surface of the Earth. But if I post water in a cup or something, that is off topic.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I was thinking, see, when, like, because I keep missing the Modern Day Debates, because it's always like really late at night or early hours in the morning for me when they post their live streams. But I was thinking, as soon as I go into the YouTube chat, that Surgeon General and Hannah, they're just going to ban me, man.
Yeah. Here, check this out. This is that guy, Polly. Flat Earth and the crit game. This has become like a head, like a zit ready to pop. We have to look at this by standing by and seeing what's really going on here. I see globe denial as Holocaust denial. There's no getting around that. There's some deep-rooted evil going on. I might as well just say the devil's work. The whole channel is full-blown AIDS, and it's filled in the staff chats and other parts of the server with infighting and bullshit coming from one person and his followers. Months ago, I took a step back. I would say I would stay away from Flat Earth and let it be. What I should have done is stood my ground and fight this infestation. Deep down inside, I know I have failed the mod team, and I threw my hands up and said, "Fuck it, I truly apologize to the man team or to the mod team in Nero. I should have told what was really going on in my head. I knew it was going to hurt. You and me and everyone here knows that flat Earth is a straight lie. When you start with a lie, nothing good can come from it. There's no honesty amongst these thieves and these liars. We all know this. I think this server was healthier before Flat Earth came here. We had our problems, sure, but I won't deny that. But we did it as a family, and we grew as a family, and we made it stronger.
A glob family.
Yeah,
Big
the loss of
family.
Yeah, check this out. The loss of the members in one way, but us dealing with it with a family and sticking through and sticking up for each other. Going forward, I don't see any way in hell I can be part of any server that has anything to do with crit or Flat Earth on a serious level. It's just my opinion, but it's only going to get worse from here.
Fuck's sake, man.
So then I sent that to him yesterday, and then he says, "Oh, you're still a fucking conniving thief. You're back on my shit list. How do you like your ban from FRD?" I don't know what's FRD.
Fuck.
I don't know what server that is. I said, no clue what you're talking about. What you should have done is take this as a learning lesson to at least be able to understand the topic before you disagree with it. And he says back to me, "You're fucking dumb. The earth is not flat, you dumb bitch. Get back on the globe." And I said FRD. And he says, I'm working on a couple more bands for you.
Is he a mod on MDD?
I don't know. I'm not even on MDD. So what the fuck are you on, dude? You know?
Did they ban you as well?
No, they kept deleting my shit. I said, if you delete any more of my shit, I'm leaving. I'm not going to be on the server and post stuff just to have it deleted by mods. Yeah, fuck you. You know, like, especially if it's not even a big deal. It's a GIF or it's a screenshot of the news of a headline.
Was it not a clip from fucking NASA? Like NASA spokesman or some shit like that? I saw that. That's not relevant. What?
Yeah, it's not relevant. It's the director of NASA saying "God bless you." That I posted after one of them insulted me. They're like, "Crit's a fucking idiot." And I post "God bless you." They don't delete the "Crit's an idiot," but they delete the "God bless you."
Of course. They can't have people seeing that you're actually trying to be reasonable with stuff. Like, if you're being a fucking dick, they might leave that just so they can point out and say, look, there he's been a dick. But if you're being reasonable and you're trying to have a civil conversation, that stresses them. But, like, if they fucking... They're in the YouTube chat after these Flat Earth debates saying, continue the Flat Earth discussion in modern day debate server. As soon as I see that, man, I'm going to be like... What, so you can ban us, mute us, delete us, abuse us, give all the assholes fucking mod permissions while we're sitting there like clowns, getting fucking censored? Oh yeah, man, I'm in that Real Homies. There's only a couple of people there, but have you not got any servers that are
no, it's a feeder server. What they do is it's a hub. Yeah, here, let me introduce you there. It'll work out. You want to go over there now?
If you want, go into their lobby.
Oh, hold on. Let me see
because they've got a lobby room that's got 5 people in it, I think.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Until I agree with the rules.
I'll meet you over there.
You want to just jump in a VC, yeah? Right.
almost empty. It's interesting.
Hey, Brandon. How's it going, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I've just been chilling here. It's quiet, so I figured I'd kind of work on my art stuff. You made me jump a little bit when you talked, but I'm happy that it's not on 200% this time. Well, I'm surprised. Like, 'cause it was the last time you jumped in, it was on 200%. But then when I saw you in here this time, I'm like, oh, I might want to try. Oh, okay, it's on 100. Cool.
Yeah.
Discord acts weird sometimes for me. I don't know why. Whatever.
It does for me too sometimes.
I think you just hacked into my stuff so that it would turn the volume up on my thing so that I'd listen. Yeah, it's a quiet day today. Well, morning.
Yeah. There are usually more people in here. This is pretty much empty.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
It's interesting.
Last night I was working on something that was just like, it's mostly novelty, though there are some useful aspects to some of the ones that I made. But it was just a little card thing I'm doing. Like, I'll give you an example. Hold on. I don't know if you saw them, but here. Post this in the live stream. And then I just ended up making a whole bunch of them. Like, that's the one for India.
Is it in the voice text?
Yeah. I made one for Mimas. You know the red card where if you like somebody would flag people with a red card just so they've failed an argument? I edited the emoji from that, and so now I have trading card things.
That's crazy.
It's just something fun to do that kind of contributes to the server in a silly yet relatively useful way.
Oh, the emojis? Yeah.
This is one of the ones.
Oh, what do they represent again?
What?
I said, what do they represent again?
Oh, they're just people's, like, the first one's India, the second one's Mimas, the third one's curve function collapse. The fourth one, I actually have this as a high resolution image, the one that says Aetherus. Like, I have a card designed for a real card game, I just never did anything with it. I should make that. That would be cool.
Mm.
But when I put it on there, it ended up looking really cool, and, like, CB added that on there. There's a couple other cards. This one would be one I'd consider utilitarian. Like the server mute card. Any of us could post that, and they do better as stickers than actual emojis because they're too small as emojis. But as stickers, they'd be bigger.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. Like, say one of us is in here and nobody can server mute, but there's somebody being here acting a fool in the live stream, but there's nobody who can stop them. Somebody could summon a server mute by just doing that.
That would be useful.
Yeah, and you see it like, oh snap, yeah, we got a problem, and they jump in real quick. Then the other ones are just kind of announcing people are here or something. I made one. Here's the one for Flatter Day.
Cool.
It's either people's emoji, their profile pics, or whatever picture they gave me. Oh, have you seen the Illuminati card game? There's this card for the Flat Earth thing, but it has like a square, like this weird floating square in space. It's kind of dumb. But the card's actually kind of cool. And it's historical because it's been around a while. So I put that graphic on there and ended up with that.
Well, as far as I know, there was a group called the Illuminati, but they were in Bulgaria. And man.
I got you. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
this is a game.
The first reference to the Illuminati goes back to that, the Bulgarian group.
Yeah, that.
And they weren't even a religious one.
Historical one, yeah.
They didn't have a thing to rule the world. They didn't want to rule the world. They were doing something else.
This is the thing that I'm talking about. Hold on a second. I gotta close out that. And so this was a game that they released, I think in the 90s, maybe sooner. I don't know. I should find out. I have all the files from it somewhere. Like somebody scanned all the cards. But I'm gonna share an image that has the Flat Earth one and the NASA card on it. Which I should make a NASA card emoji. So it's like I said, it's kind of a historical thing for this server.
Yeah.
Like these are meta references to stuff where a lot of people hear, oh dude, I remember this. I saw this like years ago. This is cool. This is funny. This is awesome. Some people did look into it. I wouldn't put too much credence into it as though it's actually meaningful or anything as far as controlling life. Like it's not like that. But it's a novelty card game that does make references to actual conspiracies and truths.
Yeah, and that's such a good idea. The people that are into that would buy them, I bet.
Well, I didn't make these. These already exist. I could remake these since they don't exist anymore. And so I could do my own version of it that's more of a reference to it. But I'm doing something else. My idea is to make a card game that's about etymology, but then making actual cards based off of people online sounds fun too. Because these are online personas. It's not like we may all act like ourselves and just be ourselves and be real, but anybody who's listening to us, they're still imagining a persona. They don't know the real version of us, so it's a character in their head until they meet us in person and get to know who we actually are. It's just a show for most of these people.
Well, I guess that's how they view it. Yeah.
And then, like, a lot of them, they just like the ones that clowning on us. We're not even humanized to them, man. They don't even look at us as people. You do, but most of them don't. And what? See, it's like the opposite of what I do because I really joke about it because ChatGPT exists and there's all these bots where the chat bots, so somebody can make a chat bot using the screen name and make it look like a person and interfere with how it's annoying. I know that it's possible, so I bring that up and I tell people get VC verified, but I'm really just joking. Like, I just kind of point out that we can't know if you're a bot or not, so please prove that you're human so that we can offer you a humanized form of respect. And then the trolls and clowns hate doing that. Like, they don't want to get on the VC because we probably hear them giggling or something.
And I get it.
I don't consider it a globy thing, though. It's just trolls are trolls. They're just trolls. They're on a mission. They're on a quest that has no purpose, and they just want to entertain themselves. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So trolls is troll. It doesn't matter what they're doing. They're just trolling, or what side they're on, or whatever. It's the trolls is troll. And then there's good people out there. A lot of them. They just want to talk. Or they might be mocking because they're confused. Like, oh, this is weird. So they're just laughing. So they're not actually mocking. Like they're coming and laughing, but it's because it's the silliest thing they've ever heard. They've never heard such a thing before. And like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely redonkulous. I have never in my life. Oh, like, we're not on a ball? What are you talking about? Because they've been told that their whole life. So of course they're laughing a little bit because it does sound a bit silly when you actually believe that you're spinning it. Like, you truly are in that, and from your perspective, this must be true, and there's no room for doubt. So I get it why they would laugh at us. It makes sense. Like, it would be exactly the opposite if everybody generally believed. Of course, everyone knows that. Then people would be laughing at somebody talking about living on a ball, because we get that nervousness to us when we're uncomfortable with a new subject. A lot of people do. Like, if they can't just accept it openly, it's a human trait. Like you said, that nervous laugh. So not everything's the duper's delight stuff where people are grinning. Just because that exists doesn't mean they're all doing that. Some of them are actually honestly nervous.
Yeah.
Because it weirds them out. They already know they can't trust the government, but they still have their faith in NASA for some reason. So when you tell them that they can't trust that too, the cog diss of them already not trusting their own government, but they want to trust NASA, really messes with them for some reason. And I don't. I mean, I understand why, but I also don't because it's kind of funny. And it has to do with, like, we all know redacted documents exist, classified information exists, blah, blah, blah. So we know that we can, we have a general trust that, hey, the government's not going to kick my door in and kill me or anything. But I probably wouldn't believe anything that they're telling me that they're doing this year. I'm not going to take that at face value for what it is. Because they keep secrets. And then, but this why would they lie thing, right? Because everybody wants to think of them as fantastical reasons as to why NASA would lie. And they don't have to have fantastical reasons to lie. People just lie. Humans do that. Whether it be to make themselves seem better or fit in. Oops, sorry guys.
Hey, Ether. AG.
How's it going, man? Trying to get this guy, this Ricksman 007 to get VC verified.
Yeah, I saw you in the trenches.
Yeah. He says I'm a real person. I'm like, yeah, but that's what a bot would say. I'm just saying.
Well, he's a good material. He's a skeptic, so.
Well, see, I told him that's what a bot would say because, and this is how would I possibly verify? Finally, I couldn't. I mean, I believe he's a person, but the point is I can humanize you because I can hear your voice, right? So talking to you, we're talking like we're just two people. We're not talking like we're some distant persona hiding behind text and keyboards. We're actually just two dudes talking. To me, that's important. It's very important for conversations.
Oh yeah, text is awful. I know from experience. It can degenerate and misinterpret it. But when you're in voice, you do. Like yesterday when I went to Haywire on you in text.
Like I could be like, dude, screw you, man. And then I'm joking because I'm being sarcastic and kind of have like this tone to my voice. But if I type it in text and you read it in any tone of voice you want, I could be yelling at you. And like you think I'm very angry because you got like this angry visual of me just being, screw you, man. Like I never want to talk to you again. And that's not at all what my context was, but there's no vocal tones to what I typed. You get a period, a comma, exclamation point, or a question mark or something. That's about it. It doesn't really tell you what's going on.
Yeah, man. I value, I think, my vocal cords more than my vision or other senses, I think.
I believe, yeah, we can speak far faster than we can type, and we can hear far faster than we can read. Well, that's the reading and hearing part's debatable, but we can speak faster than we can type. Like, on average, twice as fast.
Hey, man, I don't think it will be on live stream. I don't want that. But if you want to chill to some good music, I started an activity. It's like 1 hour song of two dudes just letting their guitars go. So
nice. Just jamming out.
Yeah, man.
I mean, a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm gonna see if this guy joins because I have to go in the VC check-in if he does. Talk to him for a minute. I don't even know if there's any golds on to upgrade his role.
Why aren't you higher than whatever your role is? If gold is the biggest.
Because it has to do with time. The amount of time you've been here. So they're not just gonna like throw a gold roll at me. It doesn't I'm doing stuff, but that doesn't matter. It's time.
Okay, I see you in here more than anyone else. Like maybe the 24/7 live is here more than you, but you have a big presence. So.
Well, there's sometimes I fall asleep listening to everybody chat, so I'm here, but not here, even though I'm here sometimes.
Oh no, I mean activity. I see you active very much, a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I suffer from a lot of pain, and so this place helps me as much as I help it. It keeps me distracted from things so I don't have to take pain medicines all the time, and I can focus on other things like creating stuff or trying to talk to people about things that they have honest questions about stuff. I love talking about etymology and studying words with people, and then just,
Can I ask what kind of pain?
I have a lot of kidney stones, and I also have gastroparesis, which there's like damage to my vagus nerve. And there's other issues going on, but those are the two primary ones that cause me problems.
What was the second one?
Gastroparesis. There's issues with my vagus nerve. It's the nerve that goes through pretty much the core of your whole body. Like, it connects through your digestive system, but it interacts with everything.
Oh, sorry, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't digest things normally. Sometimes. But, yeah. I don't complain about it because nobody wants to hear me bitching about shit like that. And there's people out there who are worse off than me, so why would I? But there are times where things are overwhelming, so I obviously want to make comments about stuff, and, you know, sooner or later people figure out what's going on with me. I just end up opening up about it, just to be real about it.
Well, thank you, I guess, for sharing. I didn't know that. It makes me understand more that we are all people behind our screens, right? We're talking to real people, real problems, fucked up shit. Yeah, man, keep on keeping on.
That's one reason why I'll try and have a little bit of patience with people and stuff, because sometimes folks will come in here with an attitude, but we don't know how their day's been today. We don't know what they just went through an hour ago. We have no idea where they've been in their life or why they might have the attitudes that they do. And some of the ones that come in here, they're just hurting. That's why hurting people hurt people. And so they act like that they got that mean attitude about stuff because they think that that's the only way that they can relieve their internal pain, is to externalize it, to send it out.
Yeah. Speaking for myself, because I only really know my experience, when I discovered this arena, I was like a big text troll. I thought I didn't know how to contribute, so I thought I'll just troll the trolls. And like what I was putting into text, it wasn't me, but I don't know, it was my defense mechanism. I just woke up. I'm not gonna do testimony or anything, but people change in time. Some don't, some will. Some for the best, some for the worst.
I believe in anti-trolling. It's a good thing. On a long enough timeline, a troll will grow up, become mature, and become an anti-troll who stands against the immature little trolls who are just disrupting conversations. The anti-troll's way better than the troll, though, because the anti-troll can out-troll the troll. Once you become the anti-troll, that's when you're truly changing. That's when you start upgrading, kind of evolve to the next level of it. I hate that word evolve, though. But if you're thinking in terms of like Pokemon, where you got like the small, medium, and large versions of things, yeah, it's an upgrade.
Never watched that.
Good. You didn't let your mind wasn't corrupted as a child.
I've seen some of my family hunting Pokemons, God knows where, with their phones.
Oh, they're doing the Pokemon Go? Oh, God.
Yeah.
That was cringy as shit. There were so many people my age walking around like a bunch of children in the Easter egg hunt, and I'm like, what the hell are you? Go get a hobby that's real. A real one. It could be anything. Just get a real one.
I've seen videos of, milk toast homies, normies, right? Nerds. And the game would make them aware of a Pokemon somewhere. This was videos from America. They were going in bad neighborhoods. Obviously.
They had the mode where you could track people's footprints too. If you showed that you were active thing, like you didn't have the incognito, so people got robbed because somebody else could follow their footprints and know where they are.
Goddamn. That was.
And while they're playing Pokemon, Team Rocket's out there like, gotta rob them all. Out there, they ain't trying to take Pikachu. They're trying to take all their damn cell phones and stuff. Give me your monies. That's not the only thing that went wrong with it, too. People were paying attention to phones so much they were walking out the street and, like, putting their lives in danger. I'm pretty sure somebody got hit by a car. It reminds me of the video where the guy's staring at his phone and he walks, and there's a fountain. I think he's in a mall or something, or it might be one of those outdoor. He walks directly into the fountain. He's too busy staring at his phone. He just, like, falls face first into it. I've seen other videos like that, but yep. That's how dumb the world is. It's bad.
Like, I think it was severe. I don't know if it was that game or other things, or people just grew out a bit from watching their phones. But a few years, it was way more severe than what it is now. I was like a skier whenever I went out. I had to slalom around these zombies.
I'll bet you that it comes and goes in waves as certain generations reach like different periods of growth, like as they reach different levels of maturity. So you'd have one generation, they learn from their mistakes of majority of them, be like, oh shit, I need to be more careful with my phone. So in that window of time, then there'd be less people who would be, but then it ebb and flow. So now you got a TikTok generation coming up, and the attention span just dropped to about 8 seconds over the course of from the year 2000 to 2015. The average human's attention span is 8 seconds. So between 2015 and now, with a TikTok generation, everybody with the short videos and the constant feed of the eternal scroll, I have no idea. Maybe half of that at some point in the near future. 4 seconds doesn't sound very,
Yeah, about that, I have major concentration problems, which I didn't used to have, and short-term memory problems. Like I have to focus very good over the Discord when someone is talking. If I'm not careful, in a second, I just lose focus, and what the fuck are these guys talking about?
Yeah, it's like it deletes everything in the short-term memory, and you have to try real hard to remember or find something that, like a keyword, to bring you back to that memory real fast.
No, I can't even remember. I have to stay focused constantly to listen. It's horrible. I don't know what to do.
Well, I have an idea that might help. Do you ever, like, a lot of people stay up late at night, long after the sunset, and they stare at their devices. But most people don't know that there's actually a mode on most devices that you can set it to that'll disable the blue light at nighttime. That blue light can disrupt the circadian rhythm and your like sleep cycles and other processes, which can also affect memory. So I'm just suggesting, it's something simple and it sounds stupid, silly, but it's so silly and simple that it might actually help. Because it does this amber glow on my laptop where I can set it at a certain time. And I set it for sunsets, and when the sun sets, my thing changes to this more amber colored thing instead of using blue light. And then at sunrise, it turns it back to blue light because it lines up with the sun's light that's coming through, and then the blue sky and all that.
Well, yeah, I use my laptop. I'm on a laptop now, and this has been the case for years. I would fall asleep. Either it was my PC screen or now my laptop, and something is running and I fall asleep.
But here, I'll show you what I'm talking about, because I'm on the settings for it right now on mine. And I'll just take a screenshot of what it says. But that's cool. You can turn on location. So I guess if you're a frequent flyer, then you can set it so that it changes your phone based off of wherever you are. That's kind of cool too. It's just for sunset, but obviously it'll follow you. Duh. Okay, so here's the thing I was talking about. And then it says turn, obviously below that. That's what I was talking about. I should have taken a picture of that too. But yeah, you can set location settings up for it so that at sunrise it'll switch for you. and go back to normal. Or you can just do it by the clock. Like, it doesn't matter.
And you have a theory, I mean, for yourself that these colors can affect you in your sleep?
I'd say it's a step above a theory. It's a hypothesis that has a scientific basis. Like, other people have run tests on it. So my hypothesis is if we all, like all of us here who are trying to fix our health and get better, actively change our stuff in relation to the light, like how the light cycles work, it might help us all. It's just something as simple as that. And there is actual medical and scientific and all that other stuff. Like, I can cite a bunch of sources, but anybody could Google it. Does light affect sleep? Does blue light affect sleep? How does blue light affect sleep?
Well, I'm on it.
And ask it, like, how does blue light affect sleep?
Thank you for sharing this. I had no clue.
Yeah, man. It tripped me out when I found it. I'm like, no way. And then I actually researched it. Yep. And you know how blue light travels the furthest too? That means it goes the deepest in your eyeball. And yet we're staring at these screens and it's shooting blue light in our faces.
I got remembered now that, like you said earlier, but I knew this about you with etymology.
Yeah.
And now light. I think my language, Romanian, is the only language where light, world, the word world, which in Romanian is lume, and it comes from lumen, from Latin. So world, which is can be all encompassing, or you can zoom in, and the planet, as they say in the dictionary, or even more locally. We use light, a word for light, to say world. I hope you can understand, because I'm using word and word. And
that's interesting. Because the word world means age of man. So it's, to me, it sounds like that's a similar implication. You know, like a day. Like it's a light. So your word for is, this is a world, which would be it'd actually be an epoch, like kind of 1,000-year timeline. Which is actually, it's just interesting. Well, my point is this, is it would tie into, and another thing is this, your entire perspective of the world is directly connected to light, for most people anyway.
Yeah, it's like lume, or world, everything under the light, the sky, even at night.
Have you seen Lion
King? Yeah.
You know when Mufasa's talking to Simba and he says, everything the light touches. Everything the light touches is our kingdom. Yeah, kind of. That's actually pretty much it. Everything that the light can reach, that's, yep.
If the light can touch it, it's seeable. If there's darkness, there's nothing there. Sort of. It cannot be seen. Discovered. I gotta run and eat something. Talk later.
Yeah, we'll be around. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, dude.
You should also probably sit while you're eating, not run.
Yeah, might be better for you.
Oh, yeah.
Covered here like a snarky savage. Mr. Radwin.
Of course. I got nobody at work today. I looked at my calendar and a bunch of people took off, so I'll get paid to sit at home, watch TV, and be on Discord.
Perfect.
Although I'm watching a bunch of my what would I want to say? Machines that I'm monitoring for. I develop software, so I'm monitoring machines so I can write code for them. But
yeah,
I'm not going to do any of that today. I'll just look at the pretty pictures.
I posted something in the voice text, man. When you said that, it just reminded me of the scene on that. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
So if you made all those cards, where are they?
Oh,
How come they're not? How come they're not down in the stickers list?
I guess I should put, well, I didn't put them in the stickers or anything. I think somebody who has access would have to add them.
Oh, so I tell them to do that so we can use them.
That would be cool. I guess I could, well, I don't even know where the hell to post them at here because I can only post one meme at a time or 9 images, I think.
I want one that says "You're a liar" because that's my famous statement in every conversation. You tell lies, and then I explain why you're a liar.
Yeah, or just have the word "liar" on the card, like it just says "liar" in bold letters. You get
liar.
Yeah,
liar. So I can put that on people. I want that.
Yeah, I'll come up with we can come up with other designs outside of me just screenshotting people's profiles and putting it in there. Make it kind of a digital card game. I'm actually thinking about making a physical card game for this using etymology, which would be funny to make flat earther and anti-flat earther cards and have exact descriptions of the primary arguments would be awesome. Have a Miggy card that's holographic and it's got the 3-point takedown. It's like a Pokemon card. You can pick which move to use.
Magic the Gathering was my game.
There you go. Yeah, and see that's more text fits on that one.
I'm tournament level player in that.
Damn, I was looking for something and then I distracted myself by talking.
Well, the kids are off today. It should get pretty crowded in here.
Shoot. Yeah, that's right.
So they'll get on TikTok here shortly in the Eastern time zone. It's almost 7 a.m. and they're not going to sleep in because they've been getting up early all week. So,
okay, that's what I was going to. This one. So here's the actual. Well, I need to increase the resolution of it, but this would be kind of what the back side of the cards would look like for the physical ones.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
And then on the other side, I would just set, which I can't find I have one already made though. It's just kind of a blank format for me to put text on and then images. But it's on my external hard drive and it's not readily available for me to just plug it up and upload the image from it.
You got to get that new. I got to get one anyway. I got so many computers sitting on shelves because once they get a little too slow for me, I just get rid of it and I get a new computer. I don't even copy over my old shit. I just start over. So I've got so many drives. I got to get one of those
drives.
The which one?
You say the drives and you tell yourself, I'll sort through that later. And you don't.
Well, I can just boot the computer up and pull them off if I want.
Yeah. But so you know what I'm talking about, like the whole, I'm going to organize these files later when I have time, and the time to do it never comes. There's always something else to do.
The computer just goes on the shelf, so I have shelves full of computers, all working. And then since work now supplies my computers, I don't have to buy them anymore, and I have endless amounts of storage. So, I mean, just on my personal notebook from work, there's 2 people that have terabyte storage, and I'm one of them. Nice. And I have 800 gigabyte used on mine, and that's just software, engineering software. That's it. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
What are you using for templates? Because your stuff is always the same.
Oh, for the hand one, I took the red flag card. It's a.
So you're just turning it and putting it in there and then copying it?
I edited the original one right here, and now I have it so that I can just outline where the hand is and line up the card to tilt it and, shrink it down to where it needs to be. And then I just crop out the edges and it looks like it's holding the thing, holding the card. Yeah, I kind of made my own template to do it.
Are you using Photoshop?
GIMP, but pretty much, yeah.
So you got the card on the second layer, right?
Yeah. Well, the one that I'm using actually has Indio's face on it, or his profile pic now, or a version of it from the character. But yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I changed my picture. Now it's my most recent car. And I change my name all the time.
Oh.
But everybody knows me.
Actually, my template has 2 layers. It's got Helio's face, and then I can remove that layer, and it's got the one that just the hand holding the Indio card. So I can use the one for the Helio face to make the outline to create new cards with. And it's just those are the ones that happen to be the images that remained on it, I guess.
So I would have the hand by itself on layer 1, and every time you pop a card in, it just shows upright.
Yeah.
No cropping involved.
The reason for it is to get them all exactly the same, like that, because I can do the outline and then I can turn it and like adjust how the image is, and then just click the delete button and it removes everything. Like,
got it.
Cutter. Yeah. Yep. That's also why I can make them so fast. I can just cut it and kick them out. The more I make, the faster I'll probably get at making them, but they're not that important to me. This is a novelty thing that I think is fun for the server, but it would be cooler to do it better. Like actually make the cards and then use the images to drop information down and make a physical version of it.
We got to you need to put a little circle on it with the point value.
That would be cool. I actually did calculate up something.
Like do my liar card with just like 2 points because it's a small card because I use it all the time, and then rare cards give them 10 points.
Yeah,
and then we'll just add up our points in the lobby, and they won't even know what we're doing.
Yeah, you're giving them negative points. Like it's like a strike, so they lose 2 points.
Well, you put plus 2, minus 2, 2 little circles on there. Put a globe with the minus points, and then just put the regular points because you don't have to describe anything.
The plus minus sign. They will have no idea what it means.
Right.
It's just a number with a plus.
What is this card game? Yeah. Oh, this is a card game that you can only understand once you become a flat earther.
Yeah, you have to be on the level in order to play it. It requires flat surfaces like a table.
Definitely, you can't play it on a beach ball.
Yeah. Cards don't stick to a beach ball very well.
Nope. Oops, that wasn't the right one.
It'd also be funny to put these in like random shopping, like you take it to the supermarket and just have a little thing, and some random kid puts quarters in there and pulls it out. It's a fucking card that flat smacks him. That would be awesome. I'd like to also make these as gifts. Like I can make a stack of them where it's just the same card, and then make like one deck and just buy it, give it to a friend. Like, here you go. So then they can gift it out themselves. Like it's their card, and then they can gift it out to certain people or trade it for other things. That would be cool. It also create a trading economy for the card game.
I wanted to make a flat Earth game a long time ago,
I wouldn't want to make money off of it. Like I would accept donations if people want to give me money, but it would be more like I just want it to be out there because at cost, like, let's distribute it, get truth out there. I do this for fun, man. Graphic design's fun for me. So if it can be used for something productive, then cool. I'm not very good at following the advice. If you're good at something, don't never do it for free. But yeah, I just whatever.
I follow the advice: if you're good at something, charge people for it because they can't do it.
Yeah, I understand that, and it makes sense. It's true.
I can't do everything for free for people, or I wouldn't be in my house.
The worker's worthy of his wages, so that is true. Like, there's no guilt in charging some. Just the way I am, especially with what I try to do, I'm trying to just give away truth, and I feel weird about putting a price on something that I consider to be truth. Whereas when if somebody would ask me to do graphic design for them and they wanted to pay me for it, that'd be something else. Like, okay, let's design something and make art or whatever. But for the card game, it's not the same because I'd be applying etymology to it and just putting the truth out there. It kind of creates a weird thing. I have a very weird form of cognitive dissonance when it comes to the creation of things. I must give it away for free, but also I need money to live, but I must give it away for free. I think I can admit that I also have confidence issues where no matter what I make, it's like what's it called? The imposter syndrome. So no matter what I make and no matter how good it is, I myself am overly critical of myself. So it always feels like imposter syndrome. No matter what I make, I don't feel like I deserve any form of accolades for it or any kind of, it's just whatever. I did a thing. It's not a big deal.
That's what I do at work. I create things and then give them away, and people are using them, and I don't even know how to go back and fix them anymore. I made so many things.
And then you just move on to making the next thing.
That's right. That's what I do.
That's what makers do, man. That's what content creators do.
We created a system for ordering tools we have probably 6,000 machinists. And imagine going up and ordering tools and standing in line, okay? Because they have to get their own tools. And I got sick of that in my plant, being there 8 people deep and waiting about 20 minutes to get tools. So I made it so you just click a couple buttons and a printer prints out in the tool crib, and there's the ticket, and it's sitting on the shelf. You just walk over and pick it up. Nice. And that was a game changer.
I gotta stop saying that. Awesome, dude. That's cool.
That was a game changer for the whole place. And I was actually a machine operator when I did it because I'm also a tool and die maker. So that's just what I do. So I got my foot in the door, and then I wrote software for them, and poof, now I'm a developer. How do you like that?
So now you got the best of both worlds. You can develop and create things if you want to.
I have tooling machines in my house now.
Yeah.
Since I can't play with them at work. Well, I actually can play with anything I want to. My access gives me access to all the buildings and all the maintenance rooms with all the big machines to make anything I want.
Yeah.
And now I don't even use them because I have my own tools now. I bought them for my house.
That, and it's also like you can't make what you want while you're making something for the business while it's
well, that's not true. Stuff. Our company actually allows us to go and we have our own maker space, and on company time, on company time, we can go in and make stuff for ourselves.
Because if you make certain things for yourself and you happen to come up with a really good idea, then the company might kind of partner up with you to apply that idea and make more money. That's probably why they do that. They know that.
Oh, they would just assume, they assume that you would just use it. Whatever is good, if you're going to use it in the company, you don't charge. We're already allowed to use it for free. So there's hundreds of people in there making things all the time that you see out on the shop floor, or in the offices, or in the engineering labs, or in the physics labs.
Yeah,
I work in the electrical engineering, and the physics lab is where I work.
So they encourage creativity because they want obviously they encourage creativity.
Yeah, because there's about, let's see, I think there's 4,000 engineers, like 8,000 direct labor. Like that goes anywhere from assembly to machinist.
That's all.
And maintenance. Well, maintenance is indirect labor, but they're still labor.
Yeah. Maintenance is such a broad term because when you apply the word maintenance to like Sam's Club, it just means you're cleaning the floors and taking the trash out.
So the technical term is RX, like, RX, like the pharmacy.
Yeah.
So we call it RX because these are the guys who come and fix everything. So their nickname is RX. So to be on maintenance is one of the top things in our company before you get into engineering.
Yeah.
So I skipped everything. I went from like a level 3 operator's pretty decent in our place. That's good money. And then 4 is the highest. So I went from 3 to a 9. And then I went from shop floor to corporate in basically overnight. It literally was overnight. They came out and saw it from corporate, what I did. They said, it's ridiculous that you're even on this shop floor. And it was probably 5 days later. They showed up with a notebook and said, we have a meeting. I went up on my notebook, took the meeting. They said, and my boss was there at the time, my supervisor at the time. And they said, we already talked to your boss, and if it's okay with you, we need you to work on a project for us. And that was the end of my life there. The project was going to be a 6-week project. And as soon as I saw it, I said, this is going to be like a 2-week project for me. So what else do you have for me to do? And they said, well, let's see you get this done. So in that 6 weeks, I had completed like 3 projects, and I only needed to do 1. And the other 2, I created myself and said, oh, by the way, I did this too. And that was like a reporting system that gave every single plant, every single tool that any person ordered at any single time, just on a click. You go click, click, date, boom, boom, there it is. Just shows up on the screen. You don't have to query a database. You don't have to do all that shit. Simple. Even a supervisor can do it, like I told them. And they laughed because we don't hire supervisors for their computer skills.
Yeah. The supervisor wants it to be as quick and efficient as possible, so he can get back to supervising.
So do the people on the floor. When they're running a machine, they don't want to fuck around on a computer.
Yeah. You do it right one time, you don't have to do it again. That's funny,
we have a pretty complex system, and we use SAP, and that's a pretty major player in the corporate world, and everybody in our company has to know how to use it. And it's just ridiculous that you would need a machine operator to learn how to use SAP. So after I came on board, a team was formed to transform the shop into a digital form. Instead of using paperwork and SAP, we put a digital form on the screen that connects directly to SAP's, and it's touchscreen. You just touch it, click, 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 and you're on your way. Goodbye. Not 10 minutes doing entries. It literally takes, I think we timed it 8 seconds at the most.
Which lines perfectly up with the attention span of most people, so there you go.
Well, we don't want them fucking up and having to go click, click, click and getting lost and all this other shit and putting the wrong entries in. You can't put wrong entries in. You can only click on what you're doing now. So it took almost 3 years to get where we're at now. and we got a pretty badass system. We modeled our initial way of metrics from a consultant that worked for Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson allowed us to look at their dashboards, and we liked how they were pulling this data from and showing it on their screens. So we kind of used that. And we did steal their color, though, their background, their black background they had. We took that, and I said, I like that. Can we have dark theme? And it's dark themed now. And that's the only thing we really stole from them besides, because we looked at a bunch, and dark on dashboards hanging in the sky look better than white screens hanging in the sky.
Yeah.
Just dark with the numbers that you can see instead of white with it just doesn't work in a
creates eye strain too. Then now you're looking at a bright light from the white screens, and it's unnecessary.
So that's what really we stole from Harley, was the fact that the black looks better, and displaying the numbers properly we got from them, because our initial ones.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't matter because we buy 85-inch screens now. Like 65 is the smallest we get, and then 85's touch screens go on the wall where you can actually just walk up and touch the screen on the walls, and each supervisor can just pull up their metrics and have their meeting right around the big screens instead of standing there holding papers and pointing to a whiteboard like they do every morning. I don't even know how many departments we have. We probably have 100 departments, so imagine them all just standing around at 7, 3, 11, whatever the shifts are. So now everything's live and updated, or at least our prototype departments are, and everybody comes by to see them. So right now we're like a freight train rolling through plant after plant. I'm one of the guys I go and say, here's how we're going to connect these machines. And then my co-pilot, the mechanical engineer, he orders the parts. He gets them ready in our lab. I'll sit with we work in the lab together, but he'll get most of that ready. I'll tell him basically, we're going to have this many on this machine. He gets the tags ready for me, and then once the tags are ready and we get them in the machine, I bring the data into our data collection, restructure them, and send them up to the SAP cloud that we own. It's not somewhere else. We have our own cloud.
Kind of like on a, it's not really an intranet because it would be connected to the internet. But
we have our own
private.
Yeah, we have our own private fiber ring that connects all of our buildings together.
So it is an intranet then. Like
no, we have full access to the internet. Everybody has full access to whatever they want to do. We don't hide that from people. We don't tell operators they're not allowed to go and look at sports. People do it all the time. We allow them to do it. When I first started there, you weren't allowed to do any of that. You couldn't have cell phones. And I ignored all that. I figured out how to get around their back door to not being able to access the internet. I was one of the first people. I also just walked around with my cell phone all the time. And eventually I said, you guys are all going to have to accept the fact that cell phones aren't going away, and you thinking people keeping them in the locker is going to work. It's not. So you may as well get used to it, because they would try to write me up and I would laugh at them and just walk away. See ya. That's when I first started there. It doesn't work like that. You're not going to force me to not have this device on me. So now we got signs that say, please pull over when texting. Like if you're walking, don't stand in the aisleway. See how times change?
It's pretty sad that you have to warn people of that.
We need our maintenance guys. We have to give them devices now. So you can't have some devices. People are allowed to have devices, and some people aren't allowed to have devices. And some have the same color shirts on. They all have uniforms. I don't wear one, but when you're in the shop, they all have uniforms. So you can take a glance and find supervisors or find an operator or find maintenance. That's why we do that.
And then everybody's uncertain and scared because reality and life. So everybody wants their phone with them just in case. Can't be without that.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I don't see people on their phones anymore. That fad is over. Used to be when 10 years ago, oh man, look at my phone. Then it'd be like, yeah, I can be doing this, and they're watching things. That people got over that now. It's funny because now it's like old news. Now their phone is either just